Welcome to Lovebook, your home for the finest Chinese love stories. Chapter 22. Sister-in-law, I promised Brother Yan I would bring you to Yaoqing safely. Sure, Lu was unyielding. Lin Chu knew his concern, saying it's still early. Turning onto this left road is South Alley. It won't take much time. From South Alley to the North City Gate was just a small detour. And indeed it wouldn't take much time. Sure, Lu had grown up in Jiangqing since childhood, and was familiar with the local geography. Seeing Lin Chu's determination, he drove the carriage towards South Alley. Lin Chu had thought earlier that if she had to leave, she at least had to inform Aunt Song. She couldn't control what Zhang Wanshua wanted to do, but if possible, she still hoped she could help Aunt Song's family. Arriving at Aunt Song's doorstep, Lin Chu hastily jumped down from the carriage, running into the yard while calling out Aunt Song. Aunt Song was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the call, she saw it was Lin Chu returning, a radiant smile on her face, and she playfully scolded, "This girl, you disappear as soon as you go out. Auntie was just wondering where you'd gone. Auntie, come with me." Lin Chu cut Aunt Song off, taking her hand and pulling her outside. The smile on Aunt Song's face gradually faded. She looked at the carriage outside the yard with doubt, then looked back at Lin Chu. "What's wrong? Jiangqing is about to have war. Auntie, come with me to escape the calamity." Lin Chu regarded Aunt Song as family, and spoke without evasion. Aunt Song listened, then smiled. "Again, doesn't Jiangqing have war every year? You're new here, you've just never seen it before." Lin Chu shook her head. She didn't know what to say, she could only look earnestly at Aunt Song. "Auntie, please believe me this one time." Aunt Song looked at Lin Chu for a while. Perhaps she had recognized something from Lin Chu's expression, but she still shook her head. "Good girl. My old Song is still at the city wall. No matter what happens, I can't abandon our home and leave. I must stay home and wait for him to return. Let's go to the city wall and bring Uncle Song with us." Lin Chu knew her words were naive, but thinking that Aunt Song and her husband would die in Jiangqing, she felt heartbroken. Aunt Song smiled, the wrinkles on her face relaxed. "Old Song has never been capable of much in his life, but he has never been a deserter. Whether this city is breached or not, he must stay there to protect it. He protects the city, I protect him." These words shook Lin Chu significantly. Aunt Song patted her hand, chuckled twice. "Look at you, the war hasn't even started yet. Brother Yan is a cautious man, he's afraid you'll be scared alone at home. So he's taking you somewhere else to avoid it. Just go with peace of mind. Live well with Brother Yan. Next year, I still want to hold your plump baby grandchild. If they don't go, there won't be a next year for them. Auntie." Lin Chu's heart ached, and she couldn't help her eyes from turning red. At this moment, Aunt Song became flustered again. His girl, why are you crying again?" Her rough, calloused hands, accustomed to working all year round, wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Chu's eyes. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Sure, Lu shouted loudly from outside the yard. Aunt Song turned back to the kitchen, took out 2 meat-filled buns wrapped in a clean cloth, and put them into Lin Chu's hands. "I intended to keep you for lunch, but since you're in a hurry, take these buns to eat on the way." Lam So held the bread, walking and looking back at the small courtyard. The puppy little Hoi followed her. Seeing Lam So get into the carriage, it whimpered under the carriage, its black eyes brimming with tears, looking at Lam So. People say dogs are very intuitive. Could it be that it also sensed something? Lam So carried little Hoi into the carriage. Looking up, she saw Aunt Tong still standing at the gate. Aunt Tong still wore a kind smile, but in those eyes that had experienced countless hardships, there was a calmness towards life and death. Elderly people all possess a certain wisdom. Even though she knew the outcome of the matter, she still resolutely chose to stay here. "Lady Yan, travel carefully." The wheels rolled. Aunt Tong waved vigorously towards Lam So. "Aunt." Thinking this was their eternal farewell, Lam So choked up and tears finally fell. The carriage moved very quickly, and soon the low brick walls and tiled roofs of South Alley were no longer visible. Upon reaching the North City Gate, the carriage suddenly stopped. Lam So was wondering, when she saw the carriage curtain lifted. Yin Menqua's handsome, cold face appeared in her line of sight. He looked at Lam So for a moment, then used his usual deep voice. "Why are you crying? Why are you here?" Because she had just cried, Lam So's voice was a little choked, just like a wronged little wife. "To see you." He stood on horseback, his voice unwavering, making this sentence not at all like a flirtatious remark. Lam So was dumbfounded, not knowing how to reply, when she saw Yen Min Kwa's gaze sweep around, and he frowned. Where is Lady Han's carriage? Lu was immediately frightened when he saw Yen Min Kwa frown. His originally delicate face almost crumpled. Lady Han's carriage went towards the city lord's manor. No matter how I called, I couldn't stop it. Jiang Wanchu's coachman was just an ordinary coachman. If Jiang Wanchu spent some money, changing the route would not be difficult. Hearing this, Yen Min Kwa frowned even more deeply. Lu carefully asked, do we need to go back to find Lady Han? She chose her own path. Yen Min Kwa's expression was terrifyingly cold. You all leave the city first. His gaze rested on Lam So. The coldness lessened slightly. He handed a bulging money pouch through the carriage window. This amount of silver should be enough for your expenses for a few days in Yao City. Having said that, he turned his horse's head, instructed Lu to leave the city, not giving Lam So time to speak. The carriage was abo. Yuti to pass the city gate, but Lam So still couldn't help but poke her head out the window, looking at the man riding the tall horse, and loudly called his name. Yen Min Kwa. Yen Hung. The soldiers guarding the city all knew each other. Although they knew Yen Min Kwa had a bad temper, seeing this scene they couldn't help but laugh and tease a few words. Yen Min Kwa listened to the soldiers' playful remarks, watching the carriage speeding towards the main road in the distance. In his deep eyes a rare tenderness appeared. When Jiang Wanchu and Han Zichen came to Jiang City before, she had stayed at the city lord's manor. Therefore, she easily knocked on the door of the city lord's manor. The person who received her was Lady Zhao, Feng Yan's concubine. Lady Zhao had an oval face and the demeanor of a very refined young lady. It was just her large, round, fox-like eyes that broke that innocent look, adding a few parts of charm. Half a month ago, my husband said that Crown Prince Han met with misfortune. I even cried a lot on behalf of my lady. I begged my husband to search for my lady everywhere. Now that I see my lady safe and sound, my heart is at ease. Lady Zhao wore a pink satin jacket embroidered with peonies. Her head was adorned with pearls and jewels. Even though she spoke and smiled warmly, Jiang Wanchu could still immediately detect the falseness. Women are all actresses, it's just a matter of seeing who acts better. Jiang Wangshu's tears fell on command. Many thanks FO. Or Madame Feng's concern. This concubine being able to return alive is also thanks to my husband's blessing from the Yellow Springs. The two exchanged a few more polite, intimate, sisterly remarks. Jiang Wanchua took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes, feigning an unintentional question. It's so lively in the manor today. Is there some joyful occasion? Madame Zhao replied, this concubine heard my husband say there's an distinguished guest. This concubine is a woman of the inner chambers, so I don't know much. After speaking, she picked up a handful of sunflower seeds from the table and began to crack them. A flicker of disgust flashed and vanished in Jiang Wangshu's eyes. She thought to herself, a minor noble is still a minor noble, completely lacking in guest-receiving etiquette. But on her face she maintained a frail and dignified appearance, probing for information while chatting. When powerful noble families entertain distinguished guests, whether the other party stays overnight or not, they will always prepare a guest room. After rambling on for a while, she finally managed to extract a bit of useful information. The sixth prince's guest room was arranged in the east courtyard. Jiang Wanchua knew that the sixth prince would be attending a banquet at the general's manor today. Since it was a banquet, there would certainly be no shortage of beautiful women and fine wine. In her eyes, the sixth prince was still a mere young lad. How could he resist Feng Yan's cunning? After a round of drinks, he would surely be dead drunk. At that point, she only needed to usher the prepared beauty into the guest room, and the matter would succeed. Jiang Wanchua knew this was her last chance. As long as the rice is cooked, everything would be easily resolved. Her widow status could be concealed. The only problem was, she still had a son. After chatting with Madame Zhao for a long time, Jiang Wanchua stood up and returned to the guest room that had been prepared for her. As she passed through the courtyard, she saw Han Jun gazing at the plum blossoms in the courtyard. Jiang Wanchua also looked up at the plum tree. Snow pressed down on the cold plum branches. There was nothing beautiful about it, yet the boy looked as if he was captivated. At the inn, whenever he had a moment, he would run outside to admire the plum blossoms, not bothering to speak a single word to his own birth mother. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanshue felt annoyance in her heart. There was a time when she hoped he could bring glory to their ancestors, so that his mother could rely on her son to enjoy honor and wealth. But now, Han Jun had become a stumbling block on her path to wealth. If only Han Jun were no longer around, how wonderful would that be? After all, she was still young and beautiful, she would still have children. The sixth prince's birth mother, consort Gao, was currently favored. Her maternal family also held significant power. Who knew, perhaps in the Futu Ri he could even contend for the imperial throne. At that time the child she bore would be a prince, much more noble than a son born to a concubine of the Han Duke's heir apparent. The more she thought, the faster Zhang Wangshue's heart beat. Beside the plum tree was a lake. Due to its large size, last night's snowstorm had not caused the water in the lake to freeze. Zhang Wanshue walked step by step, stiffly, approaching Han Junyi. The crunching sound of footsteps on the snow made Han Junyi turn his head. The boy looked at his mother, not saying a word. Zhang Wangshue's hand reached out, stiffly touching Han Junyi's shoulder, brushing off the snow on it. She tried to make her voice sound gentle. "What are you looking at?" Han Junyi still said nothing. Zhang Wanshue saw herself with a pale face in his clear eyes, looking exactly like a female ghost. Her heart skipped a beat. She stood up, intending to leave, not wanting to talk to him anymore. But then she heard Han Junyi say from behind, "Father." Zhang Wangshue's pupils contracted. She turned her head, yelling, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Junyi's chubby finger pointed at the plum tree. "Father is on the tree, always watching mother." Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Zhang Wanshue only felt the fine hairs on her back stand on end. She turned to look at the plum tree. There was clearly nothing there, but it still made her not dare to look a second time. She growled at Han Junyi. "Who taught you to say these words? Was it that lowly ma? I Tan Van?" Han Junyi's bun-like face remained bewildered. Naive father said. The tune mother played was very beautiful. This sentence made Zhang Wangshue's complexion even paler. Once upon a time, she and Han Zichen would also play the zither and flute together every year under the cold plum tree. She turned her head to look at the blossoming plum tree again. There was clearly nothing on the tree, but her eyes were still full of terror, her lips trembling, as she fled from the courtyard like a ghost. Han Junyi watched his mother's retreating back. His eyes dark like grapes, profound, inscrutable. Something was moving in his chest, making his robe puff out, accompanied by a cheeping sound. Han Junyi took out the chick hidden in his robe, then took a small pouch and poured some millet into his palm. The small chick pecked at the millet enthusiastically. Han Junyi stroked the stiff downy feathers on its back. His gaze deep. "Grow up fast, little one." Yan Mingwa saw Lin Chu off at the North City gate. He intended to meet Yuan San and the others, but unexpectedly ran into them on the way. "Brother Yan." Yuan San and the others called from afar. Whipping their horses fiercely, several war horses galloped forward, trampling on the snow and ice shards. What did Deputy General Ma and his men say? Yan Mingwa asked as Yuan San and the others approached. Wang Hu had a fiery temper. As soon as he heard Yan Mingguo's question, the anger in his gut could not be contained. He cursed and then said, "That old man Ma Xintong. He's supposed to be the vanguard, but he's as timid as a turtle shrinking into its shell. I told him the barbarians were 30 li away, but he said I drank too much and was talking nonsense." Yan Mingwa said nothing, his gaze falling on Tangjiu. Duangqiu was thin, had regular features, but always kept half a blade of grass in his mouth, looking like a soldier. Seeing Yan Minhua look at him, he also said dejectedly, "As for Deputy General Liu, there's no need to mention him. What real talent can someone who relies on flattery to get promoted have?" Yan Minhua looked at Vien Tam again. Vien Tam just silently shook his head. Yan Minhua's already cold face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. He tugged on the reins, leading the charge. "Call the brothers to Deputy General Vong's house. All reconnaissance soldiers belong to Deputy General Vong." Yan Minhua had been vigilant before, dispatching Thatch Luke out of the pass to scout, and had already been able to discover that the barbarian tribes were advancing massively towards this direction. No matter how useless Deputy General Vong's reconnaissance soldiers were, when the enemy had already arrived, they had to have discovered them. Everyone quickly arrived at Deputy General Vong's house. As soon as they broke down the door and entered, they found that apart from a few old servants in the mansion, everyone else who could leave had already left. Yen Min Kwa drew the saber from his W.A.'st, pressing it against the neck of an old servant. Speak, where has Vong Man gone? The old servant trembled like a sieve. General. Yes. Yesterday he said he was taking his wife to her birth mother's home in Jitan for a trip. He'll be back in a few days. It was clear that Vong Man had betrayed them. Damn him. That turtle's grandson Vong Man ran away. Vong Ho furiously punched the stone jar in the courtyard. The jar immediately cracked. The old servants cowering in the courtyard cried out, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yen Min Kwa's face was as cold as water. He turned and walked out to the general's residence. Everyone spurred their horses to the general's residence, but were blocked by the guards at the gate. Who are you, daring to barge into the general's residence? Centurion Yen Min Kwa, I have an urgent matter to see the general about. The trusted guard glanced at the people accompanying Yen Min Kwa, and said, then please Centurion Yen, wait a moment, I will go in and report to the general. Such a wait lasted half an hour. Veen Tam's warhorse restlessly stamped its hooves. He rode a few steps closer to Yen Min Kwa. Big brother, it's been half an hour, and no one has come out. Could it be that they want to leave us hanging here? Yen Min Kwa's ice-like eyes narrowed. Amidst the falling snow, his gaze was strangely cold, yet it seemed as if something was shielding it, making it impossible for anyone to see through it even a little. Winter night fell extremely quickly. Although the sky was still white, it was clearly much darker. Yen Min Kwa flipped off his horse, his cold lips uttering 3 words, charge right in. Vong Ho had waited until he lost patience. Hearing Yen Min Kwa say this, he was like a wild beast released from its cage. He leaped down from his warhorse. His build was twice that of an ordinary guard. Charging forward with such a ferocious expression, the guards in front of the general's residence were all terrified. In front of the general's residence, how dare you act so brazenly? The guards stood in formation, their sharp long spears pointed directly at Yen Min Kwa and the others. Vong Ho excitedly roared. In his bones was a bloodthirsty belligerence. The sharp spears pointing towards him, he easily broke them. The guards had never seen such a sight, and were scared pale. Vong Ho, as if carrying a chick, easily picked up the guard closest to him and tossed him backward. That soldier fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. The commotion outside the residence startled the soldiers inside the general's residence. The red-painted gate opened, and mansion soldiers wearing silver armor, holding long spears, swarmed out. Yen Min Kwa looked at the sky, which was growing darker, his expression becoming a few shades more serious. Because the number of soldiers increased, the few of them were almost surrounded, each taking a corner. The barbarian army is approaching. I urge. NTLY request the general to ascend the city wall to direct the battle. Yen Min Kwa said loudly. The manor guards looked at each other momentarily. Jiangqing had 8 months of war out of 12 months. They were accustomed to it. But the city wall had no warning signals whatsoever. Centurion Yen, do you know that reporting false military intelligence is a capital crime? Feng Engian's guard captain stood behind the line of manor guards, the corner of his mouth curling into a sarcastic smile as he looked at Yen Min Kwa. Then do you know that delaying military intelligence is also a capital crime? Yen Min Kwa glanced at him coldly. The guard captain was suppressed by Yen Min Kwa's gaze. As he was hesitating, the manor guard who had just gone in to report to Feng Engian ran out and whispered something into the guard captain's ear. The guard captain looked back at Yen Min Kwa, a few more parts of ridicule and mockery in his eyes. Centurion Yen, if you don't go, I will report to the general and charge you with the crime of reporting false military intelligence. Yen Min Kwa's facial muscles tensed. Only those familiar with him would know that he was furious. Yen Min Kwa was seen kicking the wrist of the nearest manor guard. The soldier groaned, and the spear in his hand fell. Yen Min Kwa hooked it up with his foot, then kicked it with force. That spear flew straight towards the guard captain. The spear shaft pierced directly into his chest. Blood slowly flowed out from beneath the thick armor. The guard captain's eyes widened, and he fell straight down. The guard captain dead. The manor guards panicked, instinctively stepping back. The sky gradually darkened, the last moment of light seemingly also swallowed. Yin Minhua looked at the snow flying across the sky. In his eyes were coldness, compassion, and a few other things. It's too late. No one understood what he meant by that sentence. Yin Minhua entered the manor, pressed a knife against the throat of a servant, and forced him to lead the way to the main hall where Feng Engian was entertaining guests. From afar, the sound of zither and flutes could be heard. When the large door of the main hall was kicked open, the sound of zither and flutes suddenly fell silent. Cold air rushed into the room, which had been heated by an underfloor heating system. A Huji wearing a waist-bearing top was dancing in the middle of the hall, trembling from the sudden cold. Feng Engian on the host's seat saw Yin Minhua, his small eyes narrowing. The sharp light in his eyes carried cunning and calculation. Centurion Yen, you carry a sword and blade, bursting into my city lord's manor, are you trying to rebel? Yin Minhua ignored him. He looked at the sixth prince, who was red-faced from drunkenness and surrounded by several beautiful women on the guest of honor seat, then strode forward. The singing girls and dancing girls surrounding the sixth prince, seeing Yin Minhua's murderous express. Shaun had long since fled in scattered panic, no longer daring to remain beside the sixth prince. Feng Engian saw Yin Minhua wanted to take the sixth prince away, and immediately all trace of a smile vanished from his face. He drew his precious sword and pointed it directly at Yin Minhua. Do you still want to conspire to harm the prince? In Yin Minhua's cold eyes, a look of sarcasm appeared. General, you should still think about what you will say if Zhangcheng falls. Feng Engian narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering the meaning in Yin Minhua's words. When the sound of the alarm drums echoed from the city wall, his expression finally changed. He threw his precious sword, rushing out of the room. When he saw the wolf smoke rising in the distance, his legs went limp. If he hadn't held onto the doorframe, he would have almost failed to stand firm. Wolf smoke. The barbarians are attacking the city, an unknown person shouted. And the sixth prince, who was originally dead drunk, upon hearing this, suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking towards the black smoke hanging suspended in the evening sky. Convey my order. Reorganize the three armies. Before Feng Engian finished speaking, a trusted subordinate soldier ran in, interrupting him in fright. General, the city wall has fallen. Feng Engian only felt his vision darken, then he fell down. General! Immediately, another scene of people falling and horses toppling ensued. What are you going to do? The sixth prince stood up straight, looking at Yin Minhua with a solemn expression. There was no trace of his previous drunkenness. Zhangcheng has been breached. One is to die, two is to flee. Yin Minhua's voice was cold. Outside the city lord's manor, screams could already be heard. Twilight had completely enveloped everything, and the firelight dyed half the sky of Zhangcheng red. In the cold wind that blew in, it carried a strong smell of blood. What is the survival rate if we flee? The sixth prince was unusually calm at this moment. As long as I am alive, I will not let anything happen to your highness, Yin Minhua said. The sixth prince looked at Yin Minhua for a moment, then said, very well, I entrust this life of mine to you. Big brother. The barbarians have breached the city. Wang Hu entered, his face covered in blood. His face, already fierce, now looked even more ferocious. Looking closely, his eyes were bloodshot. Should we charge out and fight? Zhangcheng, ever since Marquis Anganyan the Suong drove the barbarians out of the pass, had never fallen. 200,000 barbarian troops. Let alone 100 of us, even 10,000 people could only be trampled into minced meat. Duangqiu abandoned his usual frivolous demeanor. His voice uncharacteristically serious. The city wall fell so quickly. That old man Wang Man. By the end of his speech, he too was gritting his teeth. In the darkness, Yin Minhua's expression was unreadable. Escort the sixth prince out of the city. Nie Yun and Yuan San, along with everyone else, escorted the sixth prince out of the manor. Yin Minhua looked back at this magnificent general's manor. Before his eyes were only servants fleeing in panic. A faint hint of sarcasm and compassion flashed in his eyes, then he resolutely turned his back. Yin Han. Feng Engian behind him suddenly called out his name loudly. Yin Minhua turned his head, looking at Feng Engian, who seemed to have collapsed, with a cold expression. This defeat at Zhangcheng, you are taking revenge on the imperial court, aren't you? Yan Minhua paid no heed, and stepped into the darkness. Feng Engyan laughed maniacally. Iron Cavalry of Shizhao, Yan family banner, white bronze battle blade guards Zhang Pass. Your father Yan the Suan guarded the city his entire life. Yet you handed it over to the barbarians. Iron Cavalry of Shizhao, Yan family banner, white bronze battle blade guards Zhang Pass. Shizhao Te Ma Yan Zi Qi Bai Tong Zhan Dao So Changguan means Iron Cavalry of Shizhao, Yan family banner, white bronze battle blade guarding Zhang Pass. These are two lines of poetry praising the bravery and loyalty of the Yan family in defending the border, passed down by local people, showing respect for the Yan family. The Yan banner will once again be planted on the walls of Jiangcheng. Beneath the firelight and white snow, Yan Minggua's excessively handsome face bore an indescribable demonic charm and malevolent aura. Carrying the lives of several hundred members of the Yan family on his shoulders, he was no longer the brocade-clad horse-riding youth of yesteryear. The Crown Prince incident back then was merely the Emperor's suspicion, but the price paid was the entire loyal Yan family. The defeat at Zhangcheng was merely the first step in his revenge. This world owing a debt to the Yan family must finally pay. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. The war cries of the barbarians, the screams of women and children, became even more piercing in the dark night. The firelight spread to this place, as if fresh blood was snaking across this land. Heavy snow continued to fall, the chill of the north wind seeping deep into the bones. The screams in his ears mingled with the screams of the Yan family annihilated 5 years ago. Yan Minggua's lips pressed into a cold straight line. He walked step by step into the endless night, like a solitary wolf prowling the northwestern steppe. Feng Yan looked at Yan Minggua's proud back and let out a sorrowful laugh. Yan Xing, you have guts. No one answered him. Everyone rolled up their belongings, fleeing in panic. On the ground, hairpins, jewelry, and gold and jade objects occasionally fell from the servants' bundles. From a distance, a beautiful woman in a light pink satin dress ran over. Her face panicked. What's happening? A servant bumped into her, making her fall head over heels, but without apologizing, picked up a fallen bundle and ran off. Madame Zhao looked at the gold hairpin that fell from the bundle, early furious, and raised her hand to slap this slut, daring to steal my things. Who would have thought? The servant who was always obedient actually gave her a resounding slap back. Madame Zhao was stunned by the slap, watching helplessly as the servant carried the bundle and ran away. With a face full of shock and grievance, she ran towards Feng Yan. General. That bitch has rebelled. Not only did she steal my things, she also hit me. Feng Yan looked at his beloved concubine. No ripple in his eyes. The city has been breached. The city's breached, so what? Madame Zhao only reacted halfway through speaking, suddenly widening her eyes, her face terrified. The city. The city has been breached? She immediately burst into loud sobs. General, let's run quickly. The piercing scream of a maidservant came from the main gate, along with the arrogant laughter of the barbarians, followed by the sound of tearing fabric. True, this face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She looked in that direction, no longer bothering with Feng Engyan, her 3-inch lotus gate feet moving like a sparrow, rushing towards the side door. Feng Engyan casually picked up a knife, aimed directly at True T, and threw it. The knife plunged into True This back, piercing in white, pulling out red. True T struggled to turn her head to look at Feng Engyan, falling onto the steps with an unwilling expression. Feng Engyan looked at True T through the panicking servants fleeing in the courtyard. I will end your life with my own hands, rather than you fall into the hands of the barbarians. This time the screams came from not far away. A maidservant was pushed down into the flower bushes by a burly barbarian. A barbarian spotted him, raised his saber, and walked towards him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Feng Engyan shouted loudly before the barbarian swung his saber, I have the military defense map of Daiqiu's northwest. The barbarian did not understand what he was saying, and with one strike, severed his head. Zhang Vantuet ran out in the chaos, just in time to see this scene. She covered her mouth but still couldn't suppress a scream. The woman's scream stimulated the barbarians. The barbarians, killing until their eyes were red, turned their heads, saw a delicate beauty, and all roared with excitement. Zhang Vantuet turned to run, But how could a delicate woman like her run faster than the barbarian she was quickly caught up to? Jean Van Tuet knew what her fate would be if she fell into the hands of these people. She picked up a knife, pressed it against her neck, and screamed in terror, "Don't come closer. Don't come closer." The barbarians were clearly not threatened by her, still smirking as they advanced. Tears streamed out uncontrollably. Jean Van Tuet's hand holding the knife slowly lowered. She wanted to live. The layer of snow in the courtyard had long been trampled into a muddy mess. Her white robe was also stained beyond recognition, just like her life could never wash away its blemishes. Behind her were roars like those of wild beasts. The stench of blood and sweat assailed her senses. Jean Van Tuet embraced the mud and wept uncontrollably. She hated this fate. If the Yen family hadn't met with misfortune that year, she wouldn't have broken off her engagement with Yen Min Kwa. She would have become the wife of the heir of Marquis Vinnen, not Han Tu Then's concubine. She hated Han Tu Then for his unfeeling disloyalty, hated Yen Min Kwa for disregarding their past affection, hated Han Quan Deep for being useless. Why, after all her painstaking calculations for herself, would heaven still not let her be in peace? Throughout the night, Quang Tan echoed with desperate screams and cries. The next day when dawn broke, the snow finally showed signs of stopping. Amidst a blanket of white, piles of corpses could be seen everywhere. Fresh blood was covered by snow, but had already seeped deep into this land. At the desolate gate of Quang Tan, an old soldier over half a century old was impaled dead on the city gate with a long spear. He had guarded the city gate his entire life, and finally died at the city gate. The barbarians occupied Quang Tan, but after the brutal massacre of the previous night, this place had become a dead city. The barbarians plundered everything they could, then continued southward, not staying long. Jutan occupied a strategic, dangerous terrain not easily attacked. In this battle, the barbarians achieved a great victory. Riding on their victory, one contingent moved towards Kim Dong Pass, while another advanced towards Jutan. Lam So arrived at Jutan early on the second morning. Having traveled all night, not only the people but also the horses could not endure it. Jutan's gate was not as dilapidated as Quang Tan's. On the city wall, a red flag with a black Chiu character fluttered in the wind. The city gate was also much taller and grander, made of refined iron, conveying a sense of weightiness. Through the city gate one could see the bright, bustling market inside Yao City, like a paradise of immortals. Passing by the city gate, the guards requested to inspect the carriage and asked where they were from. Lu replied that they were from Jiang City. One guard said, "Then you people are lucky. We heard Jiang City was destroyed by barbarians. The entire city has become a dead city." Lu, who was exhausted after a night of driving, suddenly seemed to awaken. "Jiang City has fallen?" Seeing his expression, the guard said, "You must have left early, so you didn't receive the news on the way. We also just heard from our superiors this morning. If you survived, cherish it." Another soldier said. Lu seemed to lose his soul. "Dead? How could everyone be dead? Where's Big Brother? I must go back to find Big Brother." Saying so, he suddenly jumped down from the carriage. The guards at the city gate, seeing this, all showed unusual expressions. Lin Chu in the carriage also suddenly realized something was wrong. It seemed Lu didn't know the battle in Jiang City had been so tragic. Logically speaking, even if Yan Minghua had discovered barbarians arriving at the city's foot, he should have thought of a way to respond to the battle, not rush to take her out of the city. Suddenly, she recalled Yan Minggua's gaze at her after she had hinted at him many times. Yan Minghua. Did he also know in advance that Jiang City would have this tragic battle? Lu's actions made Lin Chu temporarily put aside all thoughts in her mind. She was afraid that Lu in his panic would say things he shouldn't. After all, if mistaken for a deserter, that crime was not light. She quickly lifted the carriage curtain, calling Lu several times, "Xiao Lu! Xiao Lu!" Lu's eyes were bloodshot, completely unmoved. Lin Chu quickly said to the guards, "Gentlemen, please help me knock him unconscious. I'm afraid he'll do something foolish." The guards, seeing Lin Chu sticking her head out from inside the carriage, all showed expressions of surprise. One of them, listening to Lin Chu, prepared to knock Lu unconscious. Unexpectedly, Lu reacted quickly and dodged, which surprised the soldier a little. Lin Chu quickly shouted loudly, "My husband!" Lu thought Yan Minghua had returned, and with a joyful expression, looked out beyond the city gate. In the vast wilderness there was no sign of anyone. A guard seized this opportunity, using a single strike with his saber to knock Lu unconscious. 2 soldiers struggled to get Lu into the carriage. Lin Chu continuously thanked them. "Many thanks, gentlemen." It was rare to see a beauty outside the pass. The soldiers couldn't help but add a few words that lad getting a wife like you is his good fortune. Lam So lung tung inoi de la huenda qua tuong tsong ta. May nuoi lin gac lap tiusikova mat kyk. De jai tik tai sa thatch luk lai mat bin tin. Lam So inoi von din du ton mua sam du tet. Kong ngio lai gap phi chiani. Noi din de mat nong ta du ho. Lin gac kung kong tien lam ko emoti nuoi nu nan vua gap tai hoa nu vei. Lam So beat noi nu se sign nu, theta lua duok ho, nong kong noi gi them. And hung nuoi lin gac condin jup nong tim emoti nuoi din xe. Tithe Lam So trio are koi xiangua. Emoti te kio de quang, emoti te vung roi, din xe veo tan. And hung nuoi lin bandao koi nong la emoti nu nen yu dui. They can nai do nut nuok bot. Thoi onagwai qua ai nai the 2 man mi emoti chut kung chong ko gi za. Dak duong angua xe nu nuok. So voi su hong vang von gio non qua quang tan. Du tano cap inoi do the hien su jiao ko va fan vin. Lam So din xe din emoti chuantiro. No tu nhi jup du a thatch luk lin fong. Nong dua them at bac no tu nhi cham soc thatch luk. Vada lai loi nin rang nong dra song tan. Mac du beat yen min qua chikazi. Ong sa in hung trong long Lam So van vio kung batin. Kai di qua sen chuan tiaro. Nong nathe mu nuoi dang bon luan vi tran chien o quang tan. Man tak lon nai veo qua ai. Giat het in hung ai ko the giat. Quap het in hung gi ko the quap. Nuoi ne kong koi tho dai. Lai ko nuoi noi tuong quan fung qua quang tan dung man phi thuong. Kan ju quang tan nam nam chua tung that bai. Sa lon nai dan chua din nua gated a tam bai ha? Fung angian dung man sai noi gi. Bai gio dao hong kong dang trio tren tuong quang tan day. Theo ta van la thoi lao how jia yen kan ju te back nai moi yen on. Man tak vuan in the ko hu chu yen la chan run ban bat. The John Kong Kon Vin and Hao Yen the Suong, Te Bak Nai Kung Kong Kon Tai Ben Nua, Ko Nuoi Tho Dai, Lam So Are Koi Chuan Tiaro, Di Tang Din Song Tan, Tren Duong Thin Thoing Ko Nuoi Nin Cham Cham Veo Nong, Lam So Beat Dung Mao Kwamin Ko Fan in Oi Bat, Nongi Veo Luk Nai Van Nin Kin Than Ti Han, Lin Di Veo Emoti Team Bon Sun Fan, Nong Mua Emoti Hop Fan Hong, Boi Din Mat Fate Min Emoti Chut. Luk Nai Nong Kong Kong Kwa Noi Bat Nua. De Ko Them Tin Ti Zi Quang Tan. Lam So Gi Ven and Din Tuong Tan. Luk Ne Di Veo. Nong Thay Ben Kan Tuong Tan Ko Mo Ti Chuantra. Chuantra Nai Nuoi Ra Ka Veo Tap Nap. Meng Theo Nu Tin Tuc. Kai Nong Di Bo Toi. Nong Fat Hien So Voi Villain Leo Truok Du Kwa Tuong Tan. Bai Gio Tren Fo Ko Nu Nuoi Kwa Lai Han. Du La Nu Nen He Tre Kon Kwanao Du Kage. Ong Phi Loi Kui Jia, and Hung Du Rat Tim Tat. Chuan Tra Nam Gon Song Tan. Tambien Lon Ko Chu Tra Truat Quada by Gio Mua Lam Bei Si Mao. At this moment there weren't many people yet. As soon as Lin Chu stepped in, the waiter enthusiastically greeted her. Lin Chu only ordered a bowl of hot tea. She didn't know since when, but she had been sitting here all morning. She listened to the resting guests discuss the tragic plight of Jiang City. Her heart felt heavy again. Her eyes longingly looked towards the city gate. If anyone fled from Jiang City, they would definitely have to pass through the city gate. She sat until noon. The customers in the tea house gradually thinned out. Lin Chu felt a bit embarrassed. She had been sitting here for so long only ordering one bowl of tea. Just as she was about to speak to the tea house owner to buy something else, she saw a few familiar figures at the city gate. Lin Chu lifted her skirt and ran over Brother Yuan. Yuan San and his group were all injured, their faces smudged, looking extremely disheveled, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. They were talking to the guards. Glancing up to see a black lump of charcoal running from the side, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, Yuan San had met Lin Chu many times. Lin Chu had also just called his name. Only then did Yuan San reluctantly recognize that this black lump of charcoal was Lin Chu. Sister-in-law, to make it convenient to go out. Lin Chu looked around, not say. Yen Minghua. Her heart tightened. Looking back at Yuan San and the others, even with their smudged faces, she could still see the unease on their faces. Where is my husband? His entire body weight was almost entirely on Nye Yun. The sixth prince suddenly cried out in pain. Only then did Lin Chu see that his shoulder had been hit by an arrow. His ivory-colored robe was stained red over a large area. Your Highness, we have arrived at Yao City. We are safe. There were bloodstains on Nye Yun's face. Eunuch Bai was not by the sixth prince's side, clearly having not survived. The sixth prince nodded with difficulty. Seeing Lin Chu as black as charcoal, his pale face froze as if he wanted to laugh, but because of the painful wound, it turned into a strange expression. Nye Yun, fearing something might happen to him, shouted at the guards, if the sixth prince suffers any mishap, all your heads combined won't be enough to be chopped off. The guards' expressions changed simultaneously. This young man was actually the sixth prince. Not long after, a carriage arrived. General Nding Yuan of Yao City personally came to welcome the sixth prince. Yuan San seized this moment to say to Lin Chu on the way, a group of barbarians relentlessly pursued us. Big Brother Yen, to cover us, went to lure the barbarians away. In other words, Yen Minghua's life or death was currently unknown. Lin Chu told herself that according to the plot, Yen Minghua would be fine. But seeing everyone injured and looking tired, her heart tightened again. The sixth prince has been safely brought to Yao City. I will go back to look for Big Brother Yen. Yuan San called out to the guards at the city gate, requesting another horse for himself. Those who were tired, lazily leaning against the wall, like Wang Hu, upon hearing this, immediately stood up, going to look for Big Brother Yen. Oh, go to! Oh, go to! Oh, go to! Clearly a scattered group of soldiers, but at this moment, their aura was like a pack of wolves on the steppe. The sixth prince had been carried onto the carriage. Along the way, he had witnessed the capabilities of these men. Even without Yen Minghua, some among them could take on the role of a great general. Seeing this, feeling regretful for their talent, he said, Generals, the barbarian army is closing in. This time there's little good and much ill. Everyone should still discuss it thoroughly. Wang Hu, hot-tempered, immediately roared, if it weren't for you, would Big Brother Yen have risked his life? The sixth prince's expression remained normal, but the depths of his eyes clouded over for a moment. Yuan San glanced at the sixth prince, cupped his fists and said, my apologies. We brothers are all coarse men, not knowing how to speak properly. It's all right. Yen Bai, who risked his life to save this prince. This great kindness, I will certainly engrave it in my heart and mind, the sixth prince said, his face once again contorting in pain. Nye Yun hurriedly said, quick. Why call a physician? The sixth prince laboriously propped himself up. It's all right. Nye Yun, you go with this general and together go find Yen Bai Hu and bring him back. But your highness. Nye Yun hesitated slightly. His mission was to protect Shun San, not leaving him for half a step. Now that we've reached Yao City, what unforeseen trouble could I possibly encounter? The sixth prince glared at Nye Yun. Many thanks for your highness' kind intentions. It's enough for me to take a few brothers. Yuan San looked at his group of brothers, Tangjiu, Songwu, Machang, Lu Bin, Sun Yaozu. You all follow me out of the city to find Big Brother Yen. The rest of you remain in Yao City awaiting orders. Third brother. Why won't you let me go? Wang Hu angrily shouted. Fifth brother, you lead the remaining brothers to wait for news in Yao City. Wang Hu still wanted to say something. Yuan San roared, this is a military order. Wang Hu could only respond yes with reddened eyes. Yao City General Nding Yuan said to them, the barbarian army is moving in this direction. If you all don't return by Shenhour, the city gate, once closed, will not open again. Not a single person showed any fear. All mounted their war horses, cracked their whips forcefully, and galloped towards the wide sand-yellow road outside the city gate. Witnessing this scene, many people were deeply moved. The sixth prince's gaze fell upon Lin Chu. Madam Yen. There's a lot of wind and sand at the city gate. Perhaps you could. LD moved to the general's manor to await your husband's return. Lin Chu bowed respectfully to the sixth prince. When she raised her head, her back was perfectly straight. Many thanks for your highness' kind intentions. This commoner woman will wait for her husband right here at the city gate. It was originally a kind offer, but it was rejected repeatedly. The sixth prince no longer had a pleasant expression. He gave a look, and the Yao city general immediately ordered the carriage to depart. Lin Chu looked at the vast, desolate road full of yellow sand outside the city gate, and a tragic yet heroic feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. Lying drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh at me. How many have returned from ancient wars? Madam, please, you and these gentlemen, come sit at the tea house over there, and drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourselves. The tea house waiter suddenly ran over, his face filled with reverence. Lam So looked at the sky, deciding to go with Yen Min Kwa's brothers to the tea house to wait. The tea house proprietress was a clever person. She wore cloth clothes, her head wrapped in a scarf, her figure full. When she smiled, she looked especially benevolent. She not only told the waiter to serve hot tea, but also brought out a steamer of white manta buns fresh from the oven, saying loudly, "Gentlemen soldiers from Kwangtan, this humble shop has nothing valuable. This steamer of mantu, everyone please eat your fill, and after eating go drive those barbarians out of the pass." The crack in their hearts, colder than the north wind, was filled with a bit of warmth because of the proprietress' words. The soldiers vied with each other to eat the mantu buns. Lam So knew that making a living in these times was very difficult. While everyone was eating and drinking, she went into the kitchen to find the tea house proprietress. "Although I don't know what to call you, Nuong Tu, I am extremely grateful for your kindness today. It's not easy to earn a living in these times. Nuong Tu is a businesswoman, just letting us drink tea is enough. You should still accept the money for these mantu buns." Lam So offered a small piece of silver. The proprietress, busy in the kitchen, saw this and quickly said, "No, no. These are all gentlemen soldiers from Kwangtan. If they weren't guarding the front line, how could our lives in Jutan be as good as they are today? How much are a few mantu buns worth? My surname is Tan. Madam can just call me Tan Nuong Tu." Saying this, she brought out another plate of freshly fried cakes. "Gentlemen soldiers, please eat freely. This humble shop will not take your money today." Hearing the lively noise, a little boy poked his head out from inside the house. His head was shaven, with only a tuft of hair left at the front of his forehead. The boy looked very adorable. His small figure weaved through the tables and chairs without anyone noticing, until Vong Ho felt someone touch the saber hanging at his waist. He looked down. It was a small, sturdy person. An idea to tease him popped into his head, and he picked the boy up. "Whose child is so bold, daring to play with this old soldier's saber?" The boy stared at Vong Ho's full beard, then suddenly grabbed Vong Ho's large beard, excitedly calling "Father." This made all the other soldiers burst into laughter. "Fifth brother, is this your son?" Vong Ho glared at the young soldier. "This brat needs to be taught a lesson. This old man hasn't even taken a wife yet. Where would a son come from?" Someone else laughed. "Who knows? Maybe it's a seed fifth brother left behind when he got his pay, after playing around somewhere in this Jutan. Go away, go away, go away." Vong Ho was too lazy to pay attention to these monkeys. He continued to ask the boy, "You foolish little brat, you don't even recognize your own father." The boy retorted, "No. I do recognize him. My mother said that a big person with a full beard is my father." This statement made the other soldiers burst into laughter again. "Little one, tell us, who is your mother?" While they were talking, the tea house proprietress came out, lifted the boy up with one hand, and scolded this impudent brat. "If I don't keep an eye on you for a moment, you run out to cause trouble again." Her voice sounded fierce, but her tone was very benevolent. "I wasn't causing trouble. I found my father," the boy argued back. The tea house proprietress was about to go look for a rolling pin, when the boy and the situation was not good, immediately hid behind Vong Ho. Wang Hu was forced to stand up, looking awkwardly at the tea shop owner's wife. "This lady, is this child yours?" The tea shop owner's wife looked unhappy. "If it's not mine, is it a rat's?" Wang Hu scratched his head foolishly. "So, where's the child's father?" The fact that Lady Qin was a widow was no secret in the Nanyao Chengcheng district. She said calmly, "He's dead. Died in battle at Zhongqing several years ago." These words made everyone feel a little sorrowful. Lin Chu feared Wang Hu's hot temper might say something inappropriate, and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. "Lady Qin, how do you make these steamed buns? Mine don't turn out this sweet. For this you have to pay attention to the dough proofing technique. The topic was successfully diverted. Jiangcheng. A man and a horse charged into this land of death. That person stood outside the city gate, looking at the two words Jiangcheng for a very long time, then dismounted and kowtowed 3 times. On his handsome face was an indifference and coldness as if he was accustomed to life and death. Father, it's not that your son didn't defend this pass, but that your son couldn't defend it. The crown prince was Emperor Zhaodi's eldest son. Father and son were only 20 years apart. Emperor Zhaodi was old, his body weakening day by day, but his grip on power grew even tighter. He was always worried that the crown prince would usurp the throne. Hoff the crown prince was a moderate person. His wife's family, the Yan clan, held military power. Emperor Zhaodi worried day and night, to the point of falling ill. When the crown prince was tending to his illness, the emperor drank medicine fed by the crown prince, choked, couldn't breathe, alarming the Imperial Medical Institute. The second prince's mother, concubine Song, was originally very assertive. While the imperial physicians had not yet determined the cause of the emperor's illness, she resolutely stated that the crown prince had poisoned him. The crown prince was imprisoned. When the emperor awoke and knew it was a misunderstanding, he not only did not explain but also saw it as a good opportunity to eliminate the crown prince's faction and consolidate his own position. After all, he couldn't truly kill his own son, and could also eliminate the Yan family, a latent danger in his heart. The crime of poisoning the Son of Heaven, with extermination of 9 generations of relatives, would still be considered lenient. Recalling the past, after 5 years of training at the border, Yan Mingguo's eyes were so calm that nothing could be discerned. Only the hand hanging loosely by his side unconsciously clenched into a fist. 5 years ago when he was exiled here, the second prince had secretly ordered him to be killed. It was just that the barbarian tribes frequently encroached, and Feng Yan was merely a talker, completely relying on him to repel them time and again. Only then did Feng Yan gradually abandon the idea of killing him, treating him as a tool to guard the city, while he himself relied on Yan Mingguo's military achievements to gain promotion. This relationship thus balanced out. Until the last time he went to battle, he nearly died at the hands of the barbarian tribes. It wasn't that his martial arts or strategy were inferior to others, but that Wang Meng had secretly shot him. Yan Mingguo realized that not everyone in Jiangcheng was the second prince's person. For example, Wang Meng was sent by the third prince. Presumably, having known that Feng Yi had guarded the pass for 5 years without incident, the third prince then wanted Wang Meng to act secretly. When Jiangcheng is in chaos, the general will certainly be replaced. Feng Yi, belonging to the second prince's faction, will become a discarded pawn. What Yan Mingguo did not expect was that the second prince was so wary of him, directly sending Han Zishan to kill him. But the second prince should indeed be wary. The feud of the entire Yan clan, as long as he, Yan Mingguo, lives, must be blood for blood. With Han Zishan dead, Feng Yi knew it would be difficult to explain to the second prince, and could only protect the general while abandoning the pawn. Coincidentally, the sixth prince arrived at the border as an overseer at this very moment. Feng Yi had no choice but to rein in his actions. The third prince, in turn, saw this as an excellent opportunity. Though the struggle among the princes was between him and the second prince, the sixth prince's faction could not be underestimated either. Given Consort Gao's level of favor, if the sixth prince died in Jiangcheng, Consort Gao would likely risk everything against the second prince's faction. They could also join forces with Consort Gao's maternal family. What excellent schemes indeed. He could see through everything but could change nothing. As long as Feng Yi was there, he was like a dog tightly chained. And now, his chain was gone. Yan Mingguo knelt in the snow for a long time, until the melted snow seeped into his knee pads. Only then did he stand up, slowly leading the black horse into Jiangcheng. Before his eyes was a desolate scene. Walking on the road, his feet occasionally stepped on a corpse. Passing through the East City Gate, he saw an old soldier impaled on the city gate by a long spear. That was Uncle Song. Yan Mingguo walked over, took his body down, and buried it in the slush. Throughout the process he did not say a word. After burying the man, he continued to lead the black horse forward. Arriving in front of the general's mansion, he still couldn't help but stop. This place was originally not Feng Yi's mansion, but where his father once lived. In his childhood he also lived here. Yan Mingwa stepped inside. His gaze swept across the courtyard, unexpectedly discovering a boy squatting on the ground. Perhaps having been cold for an entire night, Jiti Han Junye's face was pale. In front of the boy was Zhang Wanxue, who even in death carried an expression of suffering and unwillingness. Zhang Vantuet's corpse was covered by snow. That layer of snow was even whiter than the white dress she usually wore. Only her face had been wiped clean by Han Quan Deep. Yin Minhua stopped before Zhang Vantuet's corpse. Little Han Quan Deep seemed to only now realize someone had arrived. His lips were purple from the cold. His round, empty eyes looked at Yin Minhua. His voice as tiny as a kitten's. Isn't my mother very cold? Her body is frozen. On his body were still a few blades of straw and chicken feathers. Yesterday, after parting ways with Zhang Vantuet, remembering his father, the boy ran into the chicken coop to hide and cry. Before, the boy had seen his father and mother play the zither together under a plum tree. But that day at the inn, the boy saw his mother play the zither for a strange man. Although young, the boy's soul was very sensitive. The boy knew his mother probably didn't need him anymore, which was why he deliberately said those words. After crying for a while in the chicken coop, the boy fell asleep. In his groggy state, he heard a commotion outside. The boy secretly poked his head out to look. Everywhere, people were killing others. The boy was scared and kept hiding in the chicken coop. Also thanks to the boy's small size, no one thought someone would be hiding in a chicken coop full of straw, so he pet death. When it was quiet outside, the boy ran out. He realized there was no one left to talk to. He dug through the snow for a long time before finding his mother. Yin Minhua silently sat down, reaching out to close Zhang Vantuet's eyes. But he stroked 3 times, and Zhang Vantuet's eyes remained wide open. Yin Minhua said, whether this life was good or not, forget it. Only then can you be reborn into a good family in the next life. This time when he stroked her eyes, Zhang Vantuet's eyes closed. Han Quan Deep stared blankly at this scene, naively saying, is my mother asleep? Yin Minhua didn't answer, and the boy spoke to himself again, then I won't make noise and wake mother up. Mother will get angry. Mother doesn't like me anyway. Yin Minhua stared at Han Quan Deep, saying to the boy in a cold but firm voice, you no longer have a mother. Han Quan Deep stared blankly at Yin Minhua for a moment. His eyes were empty, not a single tear could be seen. The boy said, my chick is also dead. Only now did Yin Minhua see the chick the boy had hidden in the front of his shirt. Its beak was open, clearly dead. He was not good at comforting others. His lips parted, about to say something, when he saw Han Quan Deep close his eyes and fall. He quickly caught the small lump of flesh, looked at the boy's face which was identical to someone from the past, thought for a moment, then took off his cloak, wrapped it around Han Quan Deep's frozen body and carried the boy away. Sitting at the tea shop, afternoon arrived very quickly. Jutan had no snow, but the wind blowing in was dry and cold, and not pleasant either. Seeing the hour of Shan drawing closer and closer, the group of people who had been laughing and joking carelessly before now fell silent. All of them simultaneously looked towards the city gate. Thatch Luke woke up at the inn, asked the waiter where Lam So had gone, then hurriedly ran to the city gate. Knowing Yen Minhua still hadn't returned, and Veen Tam and everyone else who had gone out to search hadn't returned either, Thatch Luke immediately headed towards the city wall. Vong Ho called him back. Little Luke, where are you going? Thatch Luke resolutely said, I am a scout. I know how to avoid the eyes and ears of the barbarian tribe. I will go bring big brother Yin and third brother back. Vong Ho, a man 8 thwok tall, also almost had red eyes because of Thatch Luke's words. He patted Thatch Luke's shoulder, just about to say something, when the ground suddenly vibrated lightly. Thatch Luke's expression changed. He quickly lay down on the ground, leaning his ear to listen. A moment later he raised his head, his face beaming with joy. They're here. 2 groups of people. The front group is small, the rear group has mixed horse hoof sounds. It's big brother Yin and them. The whole group cheered, running out to the city gate. From afar, yellow sand was already seen flying everywhere in the sky on the main road. The city gate. Guards panicked. In these years, with Kwang Tan blocking in front, the cities behind them had never seen such a sight, and immediately trembled, shouting hoarsely, close the city gate. Quickly close the city gate. Thatch Luke yelled loudly, my big brother Yen hasn't entered the city yet. The gate guarding general's expression was stern. Do you think Dutan is your broken city? Close the city gate. Even if the barbarians had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be able to get in. If the barbarians are allowed to cross the underground river boundary, then all the strategic strongholds of Kwangtan will become useless. During the argument, Dutan's guards had jointly closed the thick iron gate, weighing tens of tons. Evong Ho with red eyes let out a roar. Lam So's palms were covered in cold sweat, but her mind was unusually calm. She said to the city wall, "Get the archers ready." This sentence seemed to awaken the valiant remaining soldiers of Kwangtan. They ran up the city wall, Lam So following them. The gate-guarding general grabbed Lam So's arm. Women are not allowed on the city wall. Lam So slapped back, light the wolf smoke. Beat the alarm drums. You idiot. This gate-guarding general was a descendant of a capital noble family. He claimed to have come to the frontier to train for a few years, but in reality, he was just finding an idle position, waiting for enough time to pass before being transferred back to the capital. He was not someone who had worked his way up from the military camp. Seeing the approaching army, he immediately panicked. He was stunned by Lam So's slap, momentarily not knowing how to react. The deputy general was even more surprised by how formidable this dark-faced maiden was. Therefore, when Lam So yelled at him, telling him to lead people to bring up bows and arrows and trebuchets, he nodded and ran faster than a rabbit. Dutan City's wall was extremely high. From here, it was clear that Yen Minqua and his group had left the barbarians 5 arrow lengths behind them. Thatch Luke couldn't help but curse these cowards in Dutan. They clearly could have waited for Big Brother Yen and them to enter the city before closing the gate. Dutan City's gate was made of refined iron, sturdy and unbreakable, and at the same time extremely heavy. Each time it was opened or closed, it required hundreds of people working together. Now, if they were to open the city gate again, it was clearly too late. Below the city wall, Veen Tam on horseback raised his head to look up at the city wall, and suddenly said joyfully to Yen Minqua, big brother, "Is that person on the city wall sister-in-law?" Yen Minqua heard this, looked up. His gaze immediately locked onto the short, dark lump standing crammed among the soldiers. Yen Minqua said nothing, only forcefully whipped his horse, and deeply shouted, "Run!" In his heart was the young boy Han Quan Deep, who was running a high fever. Lam So also saw why. And Minqua, but the distance was still very far. She saw that the deputy general had brought archers up, but these people were clearly in disarray. The remaining soldiers from Kwangtan saw Yen Minqua, also cheered excitedly, but their actions were completely undisciplined. Lam So realized that Vong Ho and the others were formidable when separated, but without Yen Minqua and Veen Tam, they were like loose sand. If this continues, how can Yen Minqua and they safely enter the city? Lam So looked at the group of archers that the deputy general had brought, and sternly asked, "Who among you is skilled in horse riding and archery?" "I am." A Kwangtan soldier immediately stepped forward. Lam So said, "Now you are in charge of this group of archers. Do exactly as Yen Minqua did before." The Kwangtan soldier nodded, quickly arranged the archers to fill every embrasure on the city wall. The reserve archers stood waiting behind, only waiting for the archers in front to run out of arrows before replacing them. The gate general ran up the city wall, saw the large army approaching and panicked quickly withdraw the underground river planks, open the sluice gates to block them. The so-called underground river was actually a moat protecting the city outside Dutan. Normally it was covered with iron planks. When two armies engaged in battle, those covering planks would be withdrawn. A dam had been built on the mountain, filling with water every rainy season. If faced with an enemy attacking the city, opening the sluice gates would fill the moat with water from the reservoir, forming a defensive fortification. Lam So coldly watched the gate general who was running up. The war saber was too heavy, inconvenient to hold. She used an arrow to press against his throat, threatening the Dutan guards on the city wall. "Which one of you dares to try withdrawing the underground river planks?" Lam So's ferocity made Vong Ho and everyone see the shadow of Yen Minqua in her. All of them calmed down, focusing on their own tasks. The gate general was threatened, and the Dutan guards dared not act recklessly. Lam So said, only when I tell you to open the underground river, are you allowed to open it. The gate general, wanting to save his life, naturally told his subordinates to obey Lam So. Actually, he also breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He had been captured. If anything happened to Jutan, it would be that woman's fault. He could pretend to be innocent. Lam So waited for Yen Minhua and his party to ride past the boundary of the underground river, then ordered in a low voice, open the underground river, release the sluice water. The barbarians had just reached the boundary of the underground river when they suddenly fell, both men and horses falling. The moat, 3 truong deep and 5 truong wide, blocked the path of the barbarians behind. The fallen barbarians wanted to cling to the bank to climb up, but the suddenly erupting floodwaters swept them into the current. The barbarians were closely pursuing Yen Minhua and his party. When they reached firing range, they were greeted by a dense rain of arrows. Seeing that Yen Minhua and his party were about to reach the foot of the city wall, this time, without Lam So needing to say anything, Vong Ho directly ordered the pulleys to be lowered. Yen Minhua and Vien Tam, along with everyone, all sat into the pulleys. The soldiers on the city wall pulled them up with all their might. A few barbarians swam across the river, and seeing this scene could only grit their teeth. They dared not rush into firing range. But outside of firing range, they also could not hit Yen Minhua and his party. Seeing the hoist was about to be pulled up, but Yao City was not a place of frequent warfare. The hoist rope was old and worn. Yen Minghua's hoist rope showed signs of being about to snap. Lam So's heart leaped into her throat. She instructed the guards pulling the hoist, be careful. Yen Minhua looked at Lam So, who was lying prone on the city wall looking down. He placed Han Quan deep into the basket of the hoist, then jumped down. Big brother. Yen Minhua. Chapter 25. At that moment, Lam So's hands and feet turned icy cold. The barbarians at the foot of the city wall saw someone fall from the hanging basket, and one by one shouted with excitement, as if waiting for Yen Minhua to fall and shatter into pieces. Lam So pressed herself against the battlements, half her body extending outwards. Seeing Yen Minhua as he fell, had deeply plunged the sharp knife in his hand into a brick crevice on the city wall, one hand gripping the knife hilt tightly to steady himself. Lam So finally let out a long sigh of relief. Wang Hu and the others also stood on the city wall. And seeing this scene, everyone broke into a smile. Big brother grabbed the rope. Wang Hu found a coil of coarse rope, holding one end tightly in his hand, and throwing the other end down towards Yen Minhua. Yen Minhua looked at the coil of rope Wang Hu threw down, used his left hand to grab it, and wrapped it twice around the back of his hand to tighten his grip. With both hands now having a grip, he used the tips of his feet to push off the city wall, gaining momentum to climb up. Without the weight of an adult man, the rope of the small basket containing the baby Han Quan Deep finally did not break and was slowly pulled up. Yuan San's and the others' hanging basket was too heavy. Dozens of soldiers on the city wall pulled with all their might. Everyone's face flushed red. Yet it was still extremely slow. Yen Minhua, directly gripping and climbing the rope, even managed to get above them. Lam So saw the large rope of the hanging basket continuously rubbing against the battlements, and a calculation suddenly arose in her mind. Friction increased resistance. No wonder these soldiers were struggling so much. Originally a natural science stud, and who dealt with mathematics, physics, and chemistry every day, Lam So immediately thought of a pulley system model. If a pulley system were built to pull these hanging baskets, it would not only help the hoist run smoothly, reducing friction on the rope, making the rope less likely to break, but also could increase the corresponding pulling force, helping soldiers save significant effort. If the battle was urgent, it could also increase the speed of pulling people up. Big brother, give me your hand. Wang Hu and everyone else were pulling the rope with all their might. Yen Minhua himself was also pushing his feet against the city wall to gain leverage to climb, and in a moment he was almost at the top. Wang Hu extended his hand to receive Yen Minhua, who was also preparing to extend his hand. Lam So glanced downwards, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she cried out loudly, "Get back!" The whistling wind tearing through the air also startled Yen Minhua. He immediately let go of the rope, allowing his body to fall once again. A finely forged iron arrow flashed with a cold light, brushing past his scalp, the sharp arrow cutting off a few strands of hair. A clink sound, that arrow plunged halfway into the solid brick wall, and that entire section of bricks immediately cracked like a spider web. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, even though it was on a battlefield. The entire space became as silent as a sheet of paper. Until Yuan San saw Yan Mingguo fall due. And beside him, he immediately threw down the saber hanging at his waist. Yan Mingguo drew his military saber, and following the old method, thrust the tip of the saber into a brick crevice on the wall. Only then was he able to steady his falling body. Outsiders saw him embed the saber into the brick crevice as easily as cutting tofu, but only those in the profession understood how much grip strength and arm strength were required. The walls of Yaoqing City have always been known as an iron fortress because when the walls were built, molten iron was poured into the center of each brick to solidify it. One can imagine how sturdy these city walls were. Seeing this scene, a gasp of astonishment erupted on the city wall. Yan Mingguo, with one hand gripping the hilt of his saber tightly, looked up towards the barbarian tribes on the other side of the river. With the underground river as the boundary, on the other side was a densely packed barbarian army. The leader, riding an unusually tall Fergana horse, had a thick mutton chop beard that obscured the features of his face. Only his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were visible. Huyan Lai. Yan Mingguo almost ground his teeth as he uttered these words, his gaze dark to a terrifying degree. On the city wall, Wang Hu and the others saw Yan Mingguo steady himself again before they could even rejoice. They saw the person on the other side of the river, and their expressions changed in unison. That barbarian brat Huyan Lai isn't attacking. Jin Tong Pass. Why has he come here to cause trouble for this treacherous young region? Little Han Junya's hanging basket had now been pulled up. Lin Chu didn't have time to make arrangements for the boy. He merely had a junior soldier carry the child down from the city wall first. Keep pushing. Pull up all the hanging baskets. Lin Chu shouted. All the officers and soldiers, shaken by Huyan Lai's arrow, only now seemed to awaken and continued to exert themselves pulling the hanging baskets. Yuan San's and Yan Mingguo's hanging baskets were very close to each other. He extended his hand towards Yan Mingguo, but Yan Mingguo shook his head, his heavy gaze fixed on the other side of the river. Indeed worthy of being a descendant of Yan Shichang. You haven't shamed your old man. Huyan Lai's voice resonated like a brass bell. He chuckled a few times, then drew 3 arrows and placed them on his bow. Beneath his thick leather armor, the muscles on his arm could still be seen bulging as he drew the bow taut. 3 arrows were now ready. You avoided one of my arrows, but can you avoid 3 more? Swish, swish, swish. The 3 arrows were aimed at Yan Mingguo's head, chest, and abdomen respectively. He was only relying on the saber stuck in the brick crevice to maintain his body position. There was no way he could dodge. Catch them. On the city wall, Lin Chu's loud shout suddenly rang out. Yan Mingguo looked up and saw Lin Chu throwing down several sabers. He immediately released T. His saber he was gripping, and with all his might leaped forward, using his feet to kick 2 sabers into brick crevices, then stepped on them. With his 2 feet now having a foothold, his hands also caught 2 sabers. Nearby, several heavy clanging sounds rang out, as 3 arrows from Huyan Lai embedded deeply into the spot where he had just stood. A brick on the wall, unable to withstand the force of the arrows, shattered, and a shard of rock flew out, cutting a streak of blood on Yan Mingguo's face. This streak of blood on his exceptionally handsome face created an unusually sinister allure and danger. Yan Mingguo stared intently at Huyan Lai across the river bank, his eyes fierce like a wolf. Huyan Lai evidently also did not expect such a turn of events. His sharp eyes narrowed, and his hand placed 3 more arrows on the bowstring. Yan of Min Sun, Wolf of Dezhao, if not eliminated today, will surely become a great disaster in the future. Sharp arrows carried by the whistling wind continuously shot towards the city wall. The generals and soldiers on the wall, one group gritting their teeth, continued pulling up several hanging baskets that were almost at the wall, while another group continuously threw swords and sabers down in the direction Yan Mingguo was moving. In Yan Mingguo's ears, there was nothing but the howling wind. He casually picked up a long sword or a great saber that had fallen, stuck it into a brick crevice, and immediately after, his foot stepped onto it. The thin blade could not bear the weight of a grown man. In the moment the blade trembled and bent, he immediately took another new sword or saber, stuck it into the city wall, and leaped across. The spot where he had just stood was immediately struck by arrows. From the middle of the city wall, He had used swords and sabers to create a path leading up to the ramparts. By the time Yan Mingqua set foot on the ramparts, all the hanging baskets had also been pulled up. Jiang Cheng's brothers rushed forward, encircling him, everyone's eyes red-rimmed, carrying joy and the luck of escaping death. Yan Mingqua spoke a few simple words to his brothers. His gaze shifting outside the city, he said, "Bring me my bow." Yuan San handed Yan Mingqua his Xianthaiate great bow. Yan Mingqua placed only one Yanlin arrow on the string, aiming straight at Hu Yanlai on horseback. With a whoosh, the Yanlin arrow tore through the wind and flew away. Hu Yanlai's pupils constricted. He urged his warhorse back a few steps, but the Yanlin arrow still grazed past his ear by a hair's breadth. Clearly not injured, but because the Yanlin arrow was too fast, pulling the airspeed with it, Hu Yanlai still felt half of his face go numb. The warhorses of the barbarian tribe neighed loudly and retreated a few steps, the infantry behind them becoming even more terrified. Compared to their previous arrogance at this moment, the barbarians seemed to have all their spirit extinguished. Yan Mingqua threw down his bow, placed both hands on the ramparts, and shouted towards Hu Yanlai, "As long as one person of my Yan family remains, you shall not dare to advance one more inch into Dezhou. Intruders into my land shall be killed without mercy." These words immediately ignited the hot blood of the soldiers on the wall. Tens of thousands of people shouted together, "Intruders into my land shall be killed without mercy." The shouts echoed to the blue clouds, making people's hearts boil with fervor. Hu Yanlai was not stupid naturally. He would not attack the city when Dezhou's soldiers were brimming with morale. Swallowing his unwillingness, he led the numerous barbarian army to temporarily retreat. Previously, when the wolf smoke was lit and the alarm drums echoed, the common people in Yao City, having just heard that Zhangchang had been breached, upon hearing that the barbarians were attacking, were all bewildered and terrified. Now, hearing the resounding shouts from the ramparts, those who were originally packing their belongings, preparing to flee back to the central plains, immediately cast aside everything in their hands, cheering and running out onto the main street. Have the barbarians been repelled? Did we win this battle? I've said it before, those barbarian savages from the grasslands can't do anything. We won, we won. On the ramparts, Yan Mingqua exchanged a few words with his brothers, then searched for Lin Chu's figure in the crowd. He saw an Yon short and looked more carefully several times, but unfortunately, none of them were Lam So. From early morning, knowing the news that Quang Tan had fallen, Thatch Luke's heart was almost ice-cold now. Seeing that most of his brothers were still there, he felt a little more at ease. He looked at Yan Mingqua. His eyes red-rimmed. If it weren't for so many people on the city wall, he probably would have burst into tears. "Big brother," Thatch Luke called out in a husky voice. Before his emotions could well up, Yan Mingqua had already grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into a corner. Thatch Luke looked at Yan Mingqua, whose face was smeared with blood. Adding to his arrogant, wild appearance, he was momentarily a little stunned. "Where's sister-in-law?" Yan Mingqua asked directly. The tears Thatch Luke had been holding back suddenly vanished. He looked around at the passing soldiers, not seeing Lam So's figure, and could only scratch his nape. "Well, I haven't seen her either, but just now sister-in-law was still at the ramparts." Yan Mingqua turned and walked away, then grabbed the collars of several other people and asked again, only then learning that Lam So had carried Han Quan deep to the tea house. Commander Jutan and Din Vien received the news and immediately arrived, knowing the battle had ended, and was about to meet Yan Mingqua, but he didn't even bother to pay attention, his steps going straight towards the tea house. Inside the tea house, Lam So asked Madame Tanef or a bowl of hot water and fed it to Han Quan deep little by little. Because they had just won the battle, people passing by were all joyful, and the tea house was also more crowded than usual. Madame Tan also had children, so to make it convenient for Lam So to take care of Han Quan Deep, she invited Lam So into the inner room. Han Quan Deep was in a high fever and unconscious. Lam So fed the boy 2 sips of warm water, and laid him on the bed to sleep first. Half a day on the city wall, she had been constantly worried and afraid and was utterly exhausted. At this moment of relaxation, she suddenly realized her limbs felt weak. As Lam So poured herself a cup of water to drink, the room door was abruptly pulled open by someone. Seeing clearly that the person who arrived was Yan Mingqua, she let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to ask if he wanted water, unexpectedly, He lifted her up and pressed her against the table. Lam So was a little dazed, looking at the cold and alluring thin lips of the man so close. She nervously swallowed. "You. What are you doing?" Chapter 26. Yen Minqua's deep black eyes tightly locked onto Lam So without saying a word. Lam So felt his slightly alluring thin lips seem to be getting closer and closer. Her heart suddenly beat faster. Lam So's mind was a little hazy when outside the door. A loud shout suddenly came, "Big brother, Commander Dutan will..." After that, the room door was pushed open and the latter half of Duong Q's sentence got stuck in his throat. He stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the scene before him, then quickly slammed the door shut. Vien Tam and the group who followed also originally wanted to find Yen Minqua. Seeing Duong Q's strange actions, they then heard Duong Q reveal a sly smile. "Everyone, have some tea and wait a moment, Big brother Yen. What's going on?" The room door opened. Yen Minqua stepped out, his gaze sweeping over Duong Q. It was clearly just a calm glance, but Duong Q felt a chill down his neck, and he dejectedly shrank his head and hid behind Vien Tam and the others. Vien Tam and the others could only see through the crack in the door. Lam So sitting by the window taking care of that child, not thinking much of it, also ignoring Duong Q, who was like a sack for venting anger. "City Lord Ju wants to meet Big Brother," Vien Tam said. Yen Minqua nodded. "I'll go immediately, you brothers rest first." After giving his instructions, he strode quickly like the wind, heading towards the city tower. Duong Q saw that Yen Minqua had left, and the whole group also dispersed, gathering into smaller groups. He slowly ambled to the door and squatted down with Thatch Luke. "Little Luke, do you think our big brother has changed?" Duong Q habitually wanted to chew on a blade of grass in his mouth, but there was none here. He twitched his mouth, immediately feeling all sorts of discomfort. Although Thatch Luke was ranked 6th, in reality he wasn't much older than Duong Q, and his temperament was also relatively gentler. However, Thatch Luke usually hated it the most when Duong Q called him Little Luke. As soon as he heard Duong Q call him that, he swung his hand and gave him a tap on the head. "You should call me Brother Luke, there's no big or small difference." Duong Q tisket. Thatch Luke didn't mind and then followed up on the previous remark. "Yes, I feel Big Brother has changed. Now that he has a wife, he doesn't need them anymore." Inhuman. Duong Q couldn't find a blade of grass, so when he drank tea, he bit on a tea leaf in his cup. Seeing Vong Ho over there playing with the child, his eye twitched suddenly. "Fifth brother. When did he become so fond of children?" A soldier sitting on the ground next to him, drinking tea, laughed and said, "This afternoon when you brothers weren't here, that kid grabbed fifth brother and called him father." As soon as these words came out, Duong Q burst out laughing. "Fifth brother did it. He has a son that big already." "The son isn't fifth brother's, it's the tea shop owner's. The owner is a widow." Looking at this, fifth brother has already set his sights on the owner. Another person laughed and said, "Wait until the day there's no more fighting. This old man will also go back home, marry a wife and have a bunch of chubby kids. Your face is so fierce, will any girl be willing to marry you? Don't scare people into crying." The whole group burst into laughter. Although they were joking from the eyes of these soldiers, one could see that they were also looking forward to a day without war. Inside the room, Lam So was feeding ginger soup to dispel the cold to little Bun Han Quan Deep, when she heard the soldiers outside talking about marrying wives and having children. Recalling what had just happened where Yen Minqua pressed her down onto the table and was seen by others, she couldn't help but feel a few more layers of shyness in her heart. She patted her face, which was still burning hot, secretly scolding herself for her weakness for handsome men. She also couldn't help but mutter a few words about Yen Minqua. Why did he press her down onto the table without a word? Couldn't he have said it properly? Rogue. On the city tower. Everywhere, discarded swords, sabers, and arrows could be seen. Quite a few soldiers wearing Yao City uniforms were clearing the battlefield. Normally, these logistics personnel were all old soldiers, quite lazy in their work. But perhaps because victory was achieved today and morale was high, these usually lazy old soldiers were particularly quick in their work. At a crenellation, the middle-aged general, wearing armor, leaned his hands against the city wall. His features were heroic, and when expressionless, he exuded an imposing aura without anger. At this moment the general frowned, looking down at the path on the city wall studded with sabers and swords, his eyes filled with shock. Centurion Yen Minguajer. It is the general. Yan Mingwa stood 5 steps away from General An and performed a military salute. Hearing the voice, General An straightened up, turned his head, and assessed Yan Mingwa. His imposing gaze swept over the distinctly lean body beneath the tattered armor. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. He pointed at the row of sabers and swords. These things, were they all stuck in by you? Yan Mingwa, neither arrogant nor obsequious, answered with a single word, yes. General An was clearly still incredulous. How much strength do you have in your hands? I can lift a 1,000-gene tripod with one hand. As soon as these words were uttered, the deputy general next to General An all gasped in cold air. Only then did General An let out a hearty laugh, taking a step forward and patting Yan Mingwa's shoulder. Such divine strength in a young general. You must be a reincarnated celestial general. This is a blessing from my great Zhao. General, you flatter me. Yan Mingwa cupped his fists, lowering his gaze to conceal all expressions in his eyes. General An came from a military background. His abilities were naturally extraordinary. His recent pat on Yan Mingwa's shoulder was by no means light, yet Yan Mingwa's body did not budge at all, showing that his martial arts skill was truly formidable. It's also Feng Yan's fault for not knowing how to use people. A fierce general like the young general, yet only granted a lowly position of centurion. General An being a man who valued Tao, and couldn't help but feel a little regret for Yan Mingwa. When your border soldiers from Jiang City arrive at Yao City, I will grant you the position of Marquis Qianhu. If you achieve further merit in the future, I will promote you to commandant. That year, after the incident involving Yangon Marquis Manor, all forces belonging to the Yan family in the northwest region were purged by the emperor. Military generals, unlike civil officials, had a level of loyalty to their commanders that far surpassed their loyalty to the emperor. The emperor feared that the former soldiers of Yangon Marquis would be disloyal to Great Zhao. General An himself had only been transferred here 5 years prior, which was why he did not recognize Yan Mingwa. Many thanks for the general's appreciation. Yan Mingwa's attitude seemed respectful at first glance, but in reality, it held a hint of coolness. Although today's battle against the barbarians attacking the city was won, General An still had many tasks to attend to, so he dismissed Yan Mingwa first. After Yan Mingwa left, the deputy general beside General An then said, "This fellow is too unappreciative. The general values him so much, yet he acts so high and mighty." General An said, "If he is truly a person who disregards honor or disgrace, then the younger generation is formidable. There's still a long road ahead. Whether he's a fame seeker or not will become clear later." Since General An had spoken thus, the deputy general dared not say anything more. Seeing General An patrolling the city tower, he followed closely behind. Not far away, Li Jianya, the gate commander of the south gate, was scolding a young soldier. This Li Jianya was forcefully placed here by his father, who was the Minister of Works. Aside from flattery, he had been in Yao City for several years and had shown no real ability. Li Jianya seemed not to notice General An approaching and continued to scold the young soldier. "You were made to spin like a top by one woman. Fortunately, Yao City was held today. If it hadn't been held, would chopping off your head atone for the crime or chopping off mine? And now you don't even know where that woman went. Are you blind? Why weren't you paying attention?" The deputy general coughed a few times from afar. Li Jianya turned his head and saw it was General An, and a smiling flower immediately bloomed on his face. "Maternal uncle, why have you come?" Li Jianya's mother and General An's wife were sisters, which was also the reason his father, the Minister of Public Works, felt at ease sending him to this Yao City. General An heard his words, and his expression immediately sank. "This is on the city wall. There are only soldiers and generals, no relatives." Li Jianya hurriedly changed his tone. "General, your humble subordinate has not failed the general's trust, leading the soldiers and officers in an arduous resistance against the barbarians assaulting the city, and finally managed to hold this south city gate." General An's expression softened a little at this moment. Although he normally disliked this nephew like mud that couldn't be plastered onto a wall, he unexpectedly did not disgrace himself at the crucial moment. Thinking of this, General An felt a renewed sense of comfort in his heart. He patted Li Jianya's shoulder. "You've made such progress, your parents should be happy to know." Li Jianya immediately beamed with joy. General An suddenly asked, "You just mentioned women, what women was that?" The wind on the city wall was strong, and the distance earlier was far. He truly hadn't heard clearly. Li Jianya's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, reporting to the general, "Your humble subordinate was just admonishing these subordinates who don't know how to strive for improvement." As soon as they received their military pay, they ran off to the brothel to find women. That's enough, that's enough. General An didn't want to hear him talk about these matters. You did very well today. Later I will record your merits. Continue to guard the South City Gate well. I will go check other places. Your humble subordinate respectfully sees the general off. Li Jianya immediately fawned. After General An had gone far, Li Jianya kicked the junior soldier again. Search. Dig 3 feet deep. You must find that person for me. That woman was born with dark skin. Surely no one would want to marry her. This old man will take her as a concubine. I don't believe she won't be grateful and thankful to. Help me guard this city gate. Yan Mingwa left and did not return. Not long after, the brothers who were resting at the tea house also all left, saying they were going to the Yao City barracks for reorganization. Fortunately, Yan Mingwa had asked someone to send a message back to Lin Chu, telling her to find a place to stay first, as he might return a little late. Lin Chu remembered that the inn room had not yet been paid for, so she asked the junior soldier to relay a message back to Yan Mingwa, saying that she would wait for him at the inn. Little Bun Han Juni drank a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold, and his fever slowly subsided. Lin Chu then went to the inn to get a carriage, preparing to take the boy back to the inn. Before leaving, Lady Qin pulled Lin Chu's hand and said, "Little sister, as soon as I saw you, I could tell you were a kind person. Although we haven't been together long, I also know you are a kind person. There are a few words I won't hide from you. Your man. One look and you know he's capable. The proverb says it well, don't fear a thief striking, only fear a thief coveting. No matter how good your feelings for each other are, keep a tight hold on your man. It definitely won't be wrong." Lin Chu found it amusing in her heart she and Yan Mingwa hadn't reached the point Lady Qin was talking about, but the other person also had good intentions, so Lin Chu smiled and thanked her. She didn't take these words to heart. She took little Bun Han Juni back to the inn and waited until it was almost bedtime, finally hearing a knock at the door. She thought Yan Mingwa had returned, but the person knocking was Shirlu. "Where's my husband?" Lin Chu was a little puzzled. Shirlu awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Brother Yan has been promoted to battalion commander. Brother Yuan San and the other brothers have also been promoted to centurions. The general has also bestowed a residence. Brother Yan and the others are now at the residence over there." Yan Mingwa and Yuan San being promoted should have been a joyous occasion, but Shirlu occasionally glanced at her furtively from the corner of his eye, clearly looking extremely guilty. Lam So felt a little doubt in her heart. Did something happen over there? Thatch Luke shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Lam So furrowed her brows. Then why are you feeling guilty? Thatch Luke was clearly also extremely awkward. Finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll tell you the truth. Big brother Yan took a concubine behind your back." Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Yan Min Kwa taking a concubine? Lam So's 2 rows of eyebrows began to clash. The main villain in the original work was originally very clean, only dedicated to the imperial cause. In the years he held power that overturned the court, what kind of peerlessly beautiful women did the court officials not offer before Yan Min Kwa to curry favor with him? Yan Min Kwa was never seen accepting anyone, so what's happening today? Thatch Luke thought she was grieved, and hurriedly comforted her. "Sister-in-law, don't be sad." Lam So interrupted him. "When did this happen?" Thatch Luke was stunned by Lam So's calm expression, stammering to, "Today." Lam So secretly thought, could it be that General Jutan saw Yan Min Kwa's high martial arts skills, wanted to use that as an excuse to win him over, and so gave him a beauty? Tell me in detail what exactly happened. Lam So wrapped the little Bun Han Quan deep tightly in a blanket, then carried him onto the carriage. This story is a bit convoluted. 5th brother was appointed an official today, so he was too happy and ran to the tea house at the south gate. Coincidentally, he saw the magistrate of the south gate making trouble for the tea house owner. 5th brother got angry and beat him, injuring him. Who knew that person turned out to be General Jutan's biological nephew? Thatch Luke was driving the carriage outside, but his voice already revealed the indignation in his heart. Why is the tea house owner also involved? Lam So was puzzled. Madame Tan had left a good impression on her, while that magistrate of the Southgate had a despicable face and did things like bullying men and women, so being beaten served him right. Thatch Luke said, the magistrate of the Southgate said he was interested in a young lady, and that young lady was close to the tea-house owner, so he wanted to inquire about the young lady's whereabouts from the tea-house owner. I don't know what kind of taste that guy has. I heard the young lady he's interested in is extremely dark-skinned. Lam So. She seemed to know who that young lady was. Just then, Thatch Luke continued, General Juton heard that the young lady was fierce, thought she could manage his nephew's virtue, and intended to arrange a match, but unexpectedly Big Brother Yen said that dark-skinned young lady was his concubine. Lam So. She mostly understood the whole story. Lai Qian Engi might have wanted to seek revenge on her, and inquired at Madame Tan's place. That guy was a playboy, seeing Madame Tan was a widow. His actions were surely not too proper. Unfortunately, he was seen by Vong Ho. Vong Ho had feelings for Madame Tan, so he surely gave him a beating. Afterward, the matter escalated to the general. Lai Qian Engi couldn't say he wanted to take revenge on a woman, that would be too embarrassing. He could only make an excuse that he was interested in her. Although Lai Qian Engi did despicable things, he was still the general's nephew. Vong Ho beat someone, and although the general didn't say anything, he would have some misgivings in his heart. Yen Minhua saying she was his concubine was firstly to make Lai Qian Engi abandon the idea of looking for her, and secondly to give Vong Ho a more legitimate reason to beat someone. Although Vong Ho had feelings for Madame Tan had no kinship with him after all. Vong Ho intervened because Lai Qian Engi lusted after his brother's woman. Then it could be said that Lai Qian Engi was in the wrong first. Vong Ho had a reckless personality, he was a fierce general on the battlefield, but in matters of scheming and fighting, he would suffer greatly. Yen Minhua took on this matter for him. All spearheads were pointed towards Yen Minhua. After all, Vong Ho was also a subordinate of Yen Minhua. Both General Juton and Lai Qian Engi would settle this score with Yen Minhua. For a moment Lam So was lost in thought. Yen Minhua was cold-blooded and ruthless towards strangers, but he had never treated these brothers who had faced life and death together poorly. Even later he suffered a painful fall, almost unable to recover, all because of those brothers from back then. Remembering the person who would later betray Yen Minhua in the original work, Lam So suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She was momentarily dazed, then arrived at the residence bestowed by General Un. Lam So carried Han Quan deep out of the carriage, looked around, and found that the houses here were built very neatly, unlike the dilapidated feeling in the southern district of Kwangtan before. The people living here must not be commoners. General Un was also very thoughtful. Little Hoi rolled out of the carriage, tumbled once, then crawled up, wagged its head, and ran to Lam So's feet to rub against them, making soft whimpering sounds. Unfortunately, Lam So was carrying Han Quan deep and had no time to pay attention to it. Little Hoi could only take 2 steps, looked at Lam So forlornly, and seeing that Lam So did not stop, it started walking by itself on its short, chubby legs. General Un has arranged our residence here. Those 2 rooms are for Big Brother Yen. Thatch Luke led Lam So to a door, then carefully looked at Lam So's sister-in-law. When you meet that dark-faced young lady later, just bear with it first, don't get angry. Lam So? No way, is there really a dark-faced young lady? Could it be that her assumption was not correct? Thatch Luke knocked on the door. A moment later someone opened it. Duong Q looked at Lam So with a smiling face, but as soon as he saw her, his eyes widened in surprise. Is it too dark? Why do I see sister-in-law much whiter than before? Duong Q had never met her before. Today he met Lam So, who had previously smeared her face like a lump of black charcoal. Now that Lam So had washed her face clean, he almost didn't recognize her. Thatch Luke glared at Duong Q, thinking to himself, what time is it, and he's still smiling? Duong Q met with Thatch Luke's perplexed gaze, could only awkwardly rub his nose. Entering the courtyard, Lam So briefly assessed it, finding the courtyard much larger than the small one before. Although not overly elaborate, the brick wall looked very reassuring. At least there was no need to worry about thieves climbing in at night. In the corner of the courtyard was a pomegranate tree. But because it was winter, it had no leaves, bare, with only a lantern hanging on it. Yen Minhua and his group, in this cold weather, did not sit inside the room but instead moved a table out to sit under the pomegranate tree, enduring the cold wind. Seeing Lam So arrive, Yin Minhua stood up and strode towards her, taking Han Quan deep from her arms, and quietly asked, "Are you cold?" The great villain also knows how to care for others? Lam So was quite surprised, looked up at him, not cold. Lam So's gaze shifted, falling upon the dark-faced young lady in the courtyard, then falling into a strange silence. That young lady was indeed dark-skinned, and also strong and tall, her build almost matching that of an ordinary man. Yin Minhua saw Lam So looking at the dark-faced young lady, then waved for her to come. He said to the dark-faced young lady, "This is the madam. From now on you shall attend to the madam." The dark-faced young lady immediately knelt on one knee, cupped her hands. "This servant will certainly protect the madam thoroughly." Yin Minhua nodded with satisfaction, and only then did he say to Lam So, "Find her a skilled martial arts maid, and you can call her Kinhoa." This maid's demeanor was extraordinary, and moreover, she had just performed a salute in the military style. Lam So guessed that her identity was probably not simple, but this development seemed incorrect. Lam So was a little confused. "Didn't Thatch Luke say you took a concubine?" Yin Inhua glanced towards Thatch Luke. Thatch Luke immediately shivered, stammering, I heard that Big Brother had a dark-faced girl as a concubine. Initially, I thought Big Brother was talking about sister-in-law, but when I just returned and saw a dark-faced girl in the courtyard, I thought he knew he had caused a joke, so embarrassed that he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Duan Q slapped him on the back of the head, scolding, "What are you thinking, you blockhead? You only heard half a sentence and then blabbed nonsense to sister-in-law. Would you marry a wife who is both dark and strong like this?" The dark-faced girl next to them shot a sharp glance over. Duan Q shivered inexplicably. This girl's gaze was too terrifying. Thatch Luke, both embarrassed and aggrieved, rubbed the back of his head where had been hit, whispering to Lam So, "Sister-in-law, I spoke carelessly to you before clarifying things." Understanding it was just a misunderstanding, Lam So didn't mind, smiling and saying, "It's fine, we're all family." In fact, even if Yin Minhua had truly taken a concubine, she wouldn't have reacted at all. Vong Ho was usually a carefree person, but today he was particularly dejected, even saying, "Big Brother Yen, sister, I've bothered the two of you." Previously, these soldiers might have held some prejudice against Lam So, but after today's battle at the city tower, they truly recognized Lam So as their sister-in-law. Yin Minhua was born not knowing how to speak courteously. He merely patted Vong Ho's shoulder. "If we are brothers, don't say such things." Lam So also chimed in, "That's right, we're all family, don't say those polite words." Seeing that it was already dark, Yin Minhua said, "Thatch Luke, Duan Q, you two take Old Fifth back." Thatch Luke immediately flinched when his name was called, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing Yin Minhua tell him to take Vong Ho back. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he always felt Yin Minhua's gaze sweep over him, cold and gloomy. Thatch Luke was distressed inwardly. From now on, he would never run off after hearing only half a sentence. The group of people left, leaving only Lam So, Yin Minhua, and that dark-faced girl in the courtyard. "Kinhoa, go into the kitchen and see if the food is still hot," Yin Minhua ordered. The dark-faced girl Kinhoa responded and withdrew. Lam So was led by one hand by Yin Minhua into the room, discovering that everything had been neatly tidied, making it completely livable. In such a short time, even the kitchen had been arranged. Recalling his instructions to Kinhoa, Lam So glanced at him. "You haven't eaten yet?" "No time to eat." Yin Minhua responded indifferently to Lam So with a look, then slowly walked over and placed the deeply sleeping Han Quan deep onto the bed in the inner room. Previously, Lam So had wrapped Han Quan deep in a blanket, fearing the cold wind would make the child sicker. Now that they were home, Lam So wanted to remove the blanket and cover the child with a cotton quilt. After all, being continuously wrapped like this would not be comfortable for the child. She followed into the bedroom, assessing the room, which was also neatly cleaned. A few more traces of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Although the furniture was not much, it was neatly arranged, making it look very comfortable. Could it be that this guy told Thatch Luke to go pick her up, while he himself stayed home to clean? A man who knows how to do housework in this ancient era is truly rare. "Come here." Yin Minhua's words startled Lam So. She looked up, seeing Yin Minhua leaning back in a chair, his eyes half closed, half open, displaying a rare lazy demeanor. His doing this was not like the sixth prince, lazy and boneless, but rather an indescribable charm, making her clearly aware of the danger, yet still unable to help but want to get closer. Did you clean these things? Lam So couldn't figure out what this demon-like man wanted to do, trying to change the subject. Yen Min Kwa raised an eyebrow. The bedroom was indeed cleaned by me, outside was cleaned by Kin Hoa. He seemed to have seen through Lam So's thoughts. His pair of narrow, long eyes suddenly narrowed. Did you think you could escape me? Lam So? Her escaping him, what kind of joke was this? Yen Min Kwa suddenly stood up from the chair, striding with long steps towards Lam So, truly disobedient. Lam So didn't understand why either, but her first thought was to run fast. Unfortunately, before she could even act, she was scooped up by an arm, pressed against the wall, her chin was grasped, and a decisive kiss was thus pressed down. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Lam So's mind immediately went blank. She widened her eyes, looking at the magnified handsome face right before her eyes, for a moment forgetting how to react. Yen Min Kwa obviously also had no experience, only feeling that the thing touching his lips was soft, and the canine tooth that was itching at the corner of his mouth immediately took a daring bite. Ouch! Lam So cried out in pain, swinging her hand, and 3 bloody scratch marks immediately appeared on someone's face. Yen Min Kwa also gasped in pain, quickly stepping back 1 step, touching his face and discovering bloodstains on his hand. But he didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he was heard laughing and saying, "You woman, are you a cat?" Lam So clutched her lips, which were bitten and aching, her eyes like spitting fire, glared at him. That demon-like man, whose right cheek had previously been scratched by broken bricks, now had 3 more bloody scratch marks on his left cheek, looking truly symmetrical. Lam So's lips were not bitten open, it was just that Yen Min Kwa's canine tooth was too sharp, and when it bit down unexpectedly, it caused her terrifying pain. "Master, the meal is ready." Kinichua's voice came from outside the room. Yen Min Kwa, as if nothing had happened, extended his hand to Lam So. "Let's go eat." Kin Hoa was right outside, so Lam So found it inconvenient to act out. She only sullenly glared at Yen Min Kwa once. "I've already eaten, am not hungry now." Yen Min Kwa naturally saw that she was angry, but in his heart he found her bristly appearance truly adorable, so he continued to tease her. "I'm hungry, come eat with me." Why is this fellow so detestable? Her first kiss across 2 lifetimes had been lost so foolishly. The mastermind was none other than the man before her. He even dared to bite her. Lin Chu secretly thought, perhaps she should just take pliers in the middle of the night and break off his canine tooth. She gritted her teeth for a long while, finally forcing out a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "My lord has been tired all day. Please eat first, your concubine will come later." Her suddenly gentle demeanor made Yen Min Kwa raise an eyebrow in surprise, perhaps wanting to see what trick she was up to next. Yen Min Kwa looked at Lin Chu thoughtfully before stepping out of the room. The moment he stepped out, Lin Chu, without another word, slammed the door shut and carefully bolted it. Yen Min Kwa turned his head to look at this scene, and was so amused he burst out laughing. The petulant voice of his little wife came from inside the room. "The child has caught a cold. Your concubine must take care of him, fearing to pass the cold to my lord, so my lord should rest elsewhere. Look this Siyuan. Ning little wife, she even had her reason prepared." Jing He finished arranging the meal in the living room, and passing by saw this scene, her eyes wide. The master is this bloodthirsty lunatic, can he even smile? How terrifying. Yen Min Kwa heard Jing He's footsteps, and immediately wiped the smile completely from his face. Jing He quickly bowed her head. "Master, will you proceed to the living room?" Although Yen Min Kwa's face remained cold, it was still apparent that he was in a rather good mood. "Set the meal out in this courtyard." The cold winter night wind howled. The lantern on the pomegranate tree in the courtyard swayed back and forth. Jing He didn't understand why Yen Min Kwa wanted to eat in this bitterly cold, windy courtyard. But it was the master's command, she could only obey. Not long after, Jing He had set up the table and chairs in the veranda. Yen Min Kwa took a sip of warm wine, then tasted a mouthful of lamb, and declared loudly, "Good wine, good meat." The night wind carried the scent of the food from the courtyard into the room. Lin Chu, who had only eaten 2 steamed buns with meat filling for dinner. "You scoundrel!" She had previously thought they would stay at the inn tonight, so she had bathed early. Now she resolutely took off her shoes and lay down on the bed. Reaching out, she touched the forehead of the little bun, Han Junyi, and seeing no sign of fever returning, she felt a little more at ease. While at the inn, she had asked the waiter to buy goat's milk for Han Junyi to drink. Now Han Junyi's fever had subsided, and he was sleeping soundly, with no sign of waking up. Lin Chu carefully tucked the little bun in with the blanket, then used the remaining blanket to cover her own head and sleep. No matter how fragrant the meat smelled, once asleep she wouldn't know anything. She was tired all day today, comfortably lay down, and very quickly fell into a deep sleep. Yan Minghua was originally a person who didn't speak while eating or sleeping. He mumbled his way through this dinner alone. Unfortunately, there was no sound or movement in the room. Jing He had long since retreated to the kitchen, so in the vast courtyard, only little gray, round and fat like a ball, sat by the chair, tilting up its fluffy face, its eyes full of longing gazing at Yan Minghua. Yan Minghua initially ignored it, then he didn't know if little gray's gaze was too pitiful, or if eating alone was too boring. He occasionally threw little gray a piece of meat, a few cups of wine into his stomach. There was no hint of drunkenness on Yan Minghua's face, only his eyes became a few shades deeper. He didn't know what he was thinking of, suddenly letting out a soft chuckle. Why won't she tease me like this? Little gray glanced at Yan Minghua, and continued to lower its head and gnaw on the bone. Give it meat and it'll eat, but want it to badmouth its owner? No way. Not until midnight did Yan Minghua finish dinner, and Jing He went into the kitchen to clean up. Yan Minghua looked at the tightly closed door, his expression beginning to worsen. He drew the precious saber from his waist, gently unlatched the inner door. He stepped inside extremely lightly, fearing the cold wind might blow in. He quickly and tightly closed the door. Borrowing the dim candlelight, he saw one large and one small figure lying on the bed, their breathing even, clearly in a deep sleep. Yan Minghua sat by the bed, his rough hands chapped by the northern wind, gently tucked a strand of Lin Chu's temple hair behind her ear. He looked at his little wife's lips, soft as peach blossoms, and suddenly licked his canine tooth. "TSK, what should I do if I still want to bite her? A good night's sleep." Due to her biological clock, Lin Chu woke up early in the morning on the second day. Looking at the unfamiliar bed curtains, she was stunned for a moment, before remembering that she had arrived in Yao City. She sat up, checked the blanket of the little bun Han Junyi, saw that the child hadn't kicked off his blanket in the middle of the night, then touched his forehead. The fever had completely subsided. Now the little bun was breathing steadily, clearly in a deep sleep. Only then did Lin Chu completely relax. It's just, why does my mouth feel a bit sore? Yesterday, that demonic man only bit her lower lip, but today both lips felt a bit of a sting. There was a dressing mirror in the room. Lin Chu got up, picked up the bronze mirror on the table to look into. Perhaps it was still early, the light in the room was not good, coupled with the limited reflection of the bronze mirror. It only showed a blurred image, so Lin Chu also couldn't tell what exactly was wrong with her lips. Thinking it was perhaps too cold and her lips were chapped, Lin Chu didn't think much of it anymore. She finished getting herself ready, preparing to go into the kitchen to cook breakfast, but discovered that Jing He had already done everything. She didn't know if Yan Minghua had given instructions beforehand, but Jing He's attitude towards her was very respectful. Seeing Lin Chu enter the kitchen, she immediately stopped what she was doing and stepped forward. "Madam, why are you up so early?" "I went to bed early last night, so I woke up a bit earlier today." Lin Chu carefully assessed Jing He, discovering that although she had a sturdy physique like a man and her skin was dark, her facial features possessed a heroic spirit that ordinary women lacked. The original work did not mention this character, but such a skilled martial maidservant would certainly not be found in this border region. Lin Chu guessed that this must be a skilled martial maidservant previously raised by the Yan family, who escaped death due to some fortunate encounter, and then followed Yan Minghua. Qin Hoa heard Lam So speak, then replied, "Let this servant fetch water for Madam to wash her face, then you can have your meal." Lam So was a little puzzled. "General, is NT home today?" Qin Hoa replied, "Master went to the training camp early this morning. He will only return around noon." Going to the training camp so early? Lam So thought about her time in Guangtan, where Yan Minghua was injured and spent almost the entire day in bed. She had never seen Yan Minghua go to the training camp, so she didn't know when they had their morning training. Lam So thought that the little bun had just recovered from an illness, so she let him sleep a little longer, then quickly ate a bowl of congee by herself. She had originally intended to ask Kin Hoa to eat with her, but Kin Hoa refused no matter what she said. After the meal, Kin Hoa naturally did not let Lam So clean up the dishes. Lam So suddenly found herself free, feeling quite unaccustomed. She was about to stroll back to her room when she passed the east room and pushed the door open to look inside. She found that only a thin blanket was spread on the bed. Her intuition told her that Yen Min Kwa had slept here last night. Lam So suddenly felt a sense of schadenfreude, and even her morning mood improved. Having nothing to do, she found a brush and ink and began to draw a model of a pulley. In the original work, this battle lasted more than 2 years. Lam So felt that if this pulley were made, it would definitely be put to good use. Back then, her university's technical drawing professor was notoriously old-fashioned. To avoid failing the course, she had put all her effort into studying just like in high school, so she still clearly remembered how to draw blueprints. However, she could draw the model, but whether any blacksmith in this dynasty could actually manufacture it was another matter. After finishing the technical drawing, more than an hour had passed. Lam So thought of waking the little bun to eat something. Returning to the room, she found the bed empty. Could the child have run out on his own? Lam So was about to call Kin Hoa to ask if she had seen the little bun. Just as she turned around, a small dark shadow darted out from the corner of the room and tightly hugged Lam So's leg. Lam So was startled. Only when she clearly saw it was the little bun Han Quan Deep did she let out a sigh of relief. However, the child suddenly being so affectionate with her still felt strange to Lam So. She patted the little bun Han Quan Deep's head. "Are you awake?" The little bun lifted his small chubby face, his dark eyes brimming with tears, and said in a hoarse voice, "Mother, I'm very hungry." Lam So. Oh dear, did the future male lead damage his brain from the fever? Seeing Lam So's lack of reaction, Han Quan Deep immediately felt he had become the most pitiful little bun in the world. He tugged at Lam So's skirt hem, pouting, "Mother, hungry." Becoming the mother of this future male lead, Lam So dared not casually accept. She picked up the little bun and put him on the bed, letting him sit on the edge. "Hungry? Wait for me a moment, there's warm goat's milk in the kitchen, I'll go get it for you." Watching Lam So's back disappear behind the door, a few unfathomable depths were added to the little bun's clear eyes. He's been reborn at 5 years old again. Now he had no family. If he didn't want to suffer like in his previous life among the refugees, he could only win over Lam So first. The old man Yen Min Kwa, who had been single for countless years, already had a wife? Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The memories in Han Quan Deep's mind at this moment were a bit chaotic. When he was unconscious, although he couldn't speak, he could feel every movement outside. He felt like an outsider watching his younger self struggling. His archenemy from his previous life actually jumped down the city wall to save him. How interesting. When he had completely merged with the memories of the little bun, and clearly saw the faces of his father and mother, which had long been vague and unimpressive, he only felt sarcasm. That couple, both were people who would stop at nothing to achieve their own benefits. One could only say they were truly a perfect match. Han Quan Deep felt this was the biggest joke heaven played on him. That year he was young. He only remembered his father and mother falling one after another under Yen Min Kwa's sword, blood flowing everywhere. That had become his lifelong nightmare. But now, looking back at the old events as an outsider, his father and mother had become the ones who wanted to abandon him, and Yen Min Kwa was the one who saved him. Was this telling him that all the hatred from his previous life was a mistake? In his previous life he forced himself to learn martial arts and literature, all based on a heart full of hatred for Yen Min Kwa. Now the belief that had supported him for so many years suddenly collapsed, and he was utterly bewildered for a moment. Han Quan Deep didn't have time to think much. Lam So had already brought goat's milk into the room. "Come here and eat." Lam So placed the bowl of goat's milk on the low table. She vaguely noticed that the little bun's expression seemed a bit off. Han Quan Deep retracted all expressions on his face, only showing the innocent, naive look of a child. He jumped off the bed and sat beside the table. His body was small, and sitting on the low stool to eat was just right. Lam So had already seen this child eating by himself with a bowl, so she wasn't worried it would spill the goat's milk onto its clothes. Lam So rested one hand on her chin, watching the little bun obediently finish the goat's milk bit by bit. She knew Han Quan Deep was very smart. She even wondered in her heart if this little bun was deliberately feigning amnesia, just wanting them to adopt him. After all, the original work also mentioned that Han Quan Deep's childhood in the Han residence was a dark period for him. Children's minds are extremely sensitive. Whoever treats them well, they will become close to that person. Now, as his father and mother were gone, the only people he could be close to were her and Yen Min Kwa. But they were a male protagonist and an antagonist. Wasn't this an age-old enemy? It was easy to talk now while the child was small, but what would happen when he grew up? While Lam So was struggling internally, the little bun Han Quan Deep also secretly assessed Lam So. As his archenemy in his previous life, he naturally knew everything about Yen Min Kwa. In his previous life, there was absolutely no woman beside Yen Min Kwa. In this life, where did this old fox dig up a wife from? The two of them continued to look at each other strangely, until the little bun Han Quan Deep finished the bowl of goat's milk. Are you full? Lam So asked him with a smile. After all, he was only a 5-year-old child now. What kind of trouble could he cause? I'm full. Han Quan Deep revealed a harmless smile. Lam So used a handkerchief to wipe away the goat's milk residue still lingering on his mouth, then called Kin Hoa in to clear the dishes. Han Quan Deep assessed Kin Hoa. Naturally, seeing that Kin Hoa was a martial arts practitioner, he impudently demanded that Lam So carry him. Mother, carry me. He stretched out his hand towards Lam So. He deliberately called Lam So mother precisely because he wanted to use this to tell Yen Min Kwa that he had lost his memory. With his understanding of Yen Min Kwa in his previous life, this cruel villain would definitely not leave any potential threats. In his previous life, he was mixed among the refugees, so Yen Min Kwa didn't find him. In this life, he was right under people's noses. Although the feeling of Yen Min Kwa in this life was a little different from his sworn enemy in his previous life, Yen Min Kwa still killed Han Tu then. Some things had gone off track, but some things still couldn't be changed. Han Quan Deep couldn't grasp Yen Min Kwa's attitude towards him now. After much deliberation, it was still better to pretend to have lost his memory. At least this could prevent Yen Min Kwa from killing him so quickly. Being constantly called mother by a child, Lam So was also quite helpless. She pinched Han Quan Deep's chubby cheeks and whispered, "You should call me aunt." Han Quan Deep's big round eyes began to well up with tears. Mother doesn't want Neep Me anymore. Lam So. What to do when one's conscience starts to feel guilty? The adorable child cried, and she truly felt a little flustered. Hey, don't cry, I'm really not your mother. Lam So felt a headache coming on. As she was explaining, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the door. What's going on? Yen Min Kwa, still in his gleaming armor, stood silhouetted against the light in the doorway, giving off the aura of a war god descended to earth. His hair was neatly tied, further highlighting his extraordinary handsomeness, but the arrogant and oppressive aura around him made people feel breathless. It was the first time Lam So had Yen Min Kwa dressed in such formal battle armor, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. However, thinking of what happened last night, she still had some reservations in her heart, and her attitude was a little distant. You're back? Her gaze fell upon Han Quan Deep. The child probably had a severe fever yesterday. Today, he keeps talking nonsense. I'll take him to the clinic later to have him checked. Yen Min Kwa listened to Lam So speak, and his gaze also fell upon Han Quan Deep. Han Quan Deep suddenly cried out with a loud wah, tightly embracing Lam So's leg and refusing to let go, not even looking at Yen Min Kwa, only wailing and calling mother. Lam So was startled by the child's sudden loud crying, so she could only pick him up to comfort him. Be good, don't cry. Yen Min Kwa frowned. What's wrong with the child? Lam So glanced at him and whispered, are you too fierce? Yen Min Kwa. Lam So gave two awkward laughs. Perhaps you could try going outside? Yen Min Kwa gave Lam So a puzzled glance. Then his gaze fell back on Han Quan Deep. If you cry again, I'll throw you out. Han Quan Deep was so scared that he immediately stopped crying, only hiccuping continuously. Lam So felt a pang of pity, then discontentedly glanced at Yen Min Kwa. Yen Min Kwa didn't feel he had said anything wrong at all. He took 2 steps closer, and with one hand lifted Han Quan Deep up. A child's bones are fragile. Lam So was afraid of hurting its neck, and hurriedly called out T. Oh Yen Min Kwa, that's not how you hold a child. Yen Min Kwa naturally knew one should hold a child with 2 hands, it was just that he felt a bit annoyed at this moment. But since Lam So had spoken, Yen Min Kwa reluctantly held Han Quan deep with 2 hands, looking down from above at the bun-like face. The disgust in his eyes couldn't have been clearer. Han Quan Deep's heart raised in alarm. He thought to himself, this villain indeed has murderous intent towards him. After hiccuping for a while, he let out a loud cry wah again. Lam So worried if Yen Min Kwa's armor was too hard and hurting the child, so she hurriedly reached out to hug him back. Han Quan Deep immediately wrapped both arms around Lam So's neck, crying as if his heart would break. Mother. Yen Min Kwa looked at this tiny child and slowly said, after lunch I will go with you to the clinic. Lam So was a little surprised. Aren't you going to the barracks this afternoon? Not going this afternoon. Yen Min Kwa finished speaking and glanced at Han Quan Deep again. Only knows how to call mother but doesn't know how to call father. It seems he truly is stupid. Lam So. Han Quan Deep. The family of 3 had lunch in a strange atmosphere, after which Yen Min Kwa took Lam So and Han Quan Deep together to the clinic. Because there was no servant in the house yet, Yen Min Kwa had no choice but to drive the carriage himself. He thought when he had time, he would acquire a servant, otherwise when he wasn't home, if Lam So wanted to go out, there wouldn't even be a servant to drive the carriage. Not long after they arrived at the clinic. Although Yaotan was much more peaceful than Jiangtan, it was still a border region, and in these chaotic times, naturally there were many people seeking medical attention. The people queuing for examinations in front of the clinic had queued all the way to the door. The wind outside was bitterly cold. Lam So was afraid Han Quan Deep would suffer a relapse of the wind-cold illness, so she didn't dare let the boy get out of the carriage. Beside the clinic, several ruffians were squatting, and seeing a carriage stop here, they kept looking in this direction. Finally, a bold one came over to speak a few words with Yen Min Kwa. Only then did Lam So realize that they were squatting here to find people who wanted to see a doctor but didn't want to queue if paid 2 or 3 coins, they would help queue. Yen Min Kwa gave the ruffian 5 coins, and the ruffian was obviously very happy, immediately joining the long queue. The other ruffians standing by the wall, observing, seemed both envious and annoyed. Perhaps they thought it would have been better if they had been a bit bolder and gone to talk to that man who didn't seem easy to provoke. The ruffian went to queue, but Yen Min Kwa also didn't go inside the carriage to sit. Lam So thought to herself, this guy probably simply didn't want to squeeze into the crowd, but then she thought, Hat's right, if he stood among the crowd of patients with that gloomy expression, wouldn't he just scare people? There were many patients and the waiting time was also exceptionally long. Lam So was afraid Han Quan Deep would be bored, so she told stories to him. Throughout that time she pulled aside the carriage curtain to look into the clinic several times, seeing that the thug in line had still not reached the door. Lam So leaned against the side of the carriage, headache-ridden, thinking that seeing a doctor, whether in ancient times or modern, seemed to be equally difficult. Outside there was suddenly a clamor, and Lam So pulled aside the carriage curtain to look. She saw only a 7-foot-tall burly man leading a woman rush into the clinic, disregardingly pushing aside an old man who was being examined, to let the woman sit on the chair. The old man, whose limbs were inconvenient, was pushed by the burly man, staggered a few steps, then fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time, continuously crying out Ayaya, Ayaya. The people around couldn't help but point and say unpleasant things. The burly man, with a fierce expression, shouted at the group of old, weak, and sick people, and immediately no one dared to speak again. The doctor, who originally wanted to say a few words, seeing how ferocious the burly man was, also didn't dare to say much. The burly man plunged a large dao onto the counter and bellowed, "My wife had a miscarriage, examine her careful. Oh, why if you can't save this child, I'll take your head." The young woman sitting on the chair had almond eyes and peach lips, a beauty, one hand clutching her lower abdomen, her face showing a forced look of pain, but her eyes looked at the doctor with a hint of unease. Lam So found the woman somewhat familiar, couldn't help but look a few more times, and was surprised to realize it was a female family member who had been exiled and had previously entered the deputy general's tent. She was not the maid who accompanied the original owner, but a concubine from another family whose property had been confiscated. The original owner and she were not acquainted. only having some minor conflicts upon arriving at the border. Outside the carriage, Yen Min Kwa's voice suddenly came. "I'll be out for a moment, you all stay in the carriage and don't wander around." Lam So saw Yen Min Kwa striding towards the clinic, thinking that this villain suddenly wanted to do a good deed today, to teach that big oaf who didn't queue for a medical examination and also bullied others a lesson. His aura was too strong. Those surrounding the clinic door instinctively made way for him. The burly man, who was holding the dao and threatening the doctor, looked up and saw Yen Min Kwa. The hand gripping the dao couldn't help but tremble. He was so scared he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Seeing an opposite window, he didn't say another word, swiftly flew to the window, and stuck his head out. "Banned!" The woman sitting on the chair cried out. Unfortunately, the burly man did not turn his head back. Yen Min Kwa glanced at the dao the burly man had plunged into the counter, and pulled it out. The beautiful woman turned pale with fear, thinking Yen Min Kwa was the burly man's enemy, and hastily said, "I am just his concubine, he also has a main wife. You. Please don't kill me. I've only been his concubine for less than a month." To contend with the main wife, she even resorted to feigning pregnancy. Fortunately, Wang Mang had suddenly rushed them away the day before, and she unfortunately fell, coinciding with her menstrual period, so she used it as an excuse for a miscarriage. Who knew that today Wang Mang would so stubbornly drag her to this clinic? Yen Min Kwa completely ignored the woman, leaving only the words "continue the examination" for the doctor, then also jumped out through the window that Wang Mang had smashed. The woman originally had no illness to examine, and now her husband had also run away. She felt the gazes of the other patients, felt a little annoyed in her heart, and also stood up, flicked her sleeves and left. The chaotic scene at the clinic ended, and the doctor continued to examine the patients. Lam So lifted the carriage curtain slightly, watched the woman walk far away. When she turned a street corner, the woman suddenly let out a tragic scream, followed by several utterly mournful cries of "husband." Yen Min Kwa returned at this moment. The ruffian who had queued up to the door of the medical clinic was looking towards their carriage. Yen Min Kwa carried Han Quan deep down from the carriage, his voice calm. "Go examine this brat's head." Lam So originally intended to ask what was happening on the other street corner, but when Yen Min Kwa said that, she immediately fell silent. How does this sentence sound like scolding someone? She looked at the poor little bun being lifted, still couldn't resist hugging him into her arms. "Before, you used to carry the child all the way, what's wrong now?" Yen Min Kwa glanced at little bun Han Quan deep with disgust. "Don't know, now I find this brat an eyesore." Little bun Han heard that. His complexion changed. On the other street corner, a few screams suddenly erupted. "Murder! Murder!" Lam So looked at Yen Min Kwa. "Over there." Yen Min Kwa nodded, cleaning up a traitor of Kwang Tan. Having arrived at the door of the medical clinic, Lam So also knew these matters were not convenient to discuss here, so she fell silent. Seeing it was their turn, Lam So placed the little bun on the chair, and said to the physician, "Physician, please take a look. This child caught a cold yesterday." Whether the little bun truly lost his memory or not, Lam So actually didn't care. She only hoped this child would be healthy and safe. Having no father, no mother, and no complete family, she prayed to heaven not to take away his health. The physician's hand, dry like pine bark, was placed on Han Quan Deep's chubby wrist to take his pulse. After trying a few spots, the physician smiled and said, "Your child is so well fed, so plump, I almost couldn't feel his pulse." Yen Min Kwa leisurely said, "This child is even fatter than our little Hoi." Han Quan Deep with his bun face. He had to lose weight. The wind cold is almost completely gone. This child's health foundation is good. Medicine is toxic. I will not prescribe any more medicine. You two, husband and wife, usually pay a little more attention. Just don't let the child get cold again," the physician said, stroking his goatee. Lam So was about to thank him, but then heard Yen Min Kwa say his brain wasn't damaged by the fever, was it? The physician glared at Yen Min Kwa, and the patients behind them also murmured, evidently discussing what kind of father Yen Min Kwa was. Han Quan Deep buried his face in Lam So's shoulder. His small face turned away from Yen Min Kwa had completely darkened, gnashing his teeth. Yen Min Kwa didn't care about the looks from the physician and the patients at all, and continued, "Otherwise, why would this stupid brat not know how to call father?" Lam So's expression was a little hard to describe. She hadn't expected the villain to say such words. Big brother, your face is so fierce, don't scare the child, you've scared him, how would he dare call you? A patient auntie said. Someone echoed, that's right, so fierce even with his own son. Yan Minghua, who had successfully brought trouble upon himself and was criticized by everyone, left the medical clinic with little Bun. Lin Chu carried Han Junyan to the horse carriage. When Yan Minghua also got in, he reached out and pinched little Bun's cheek, his voice once again full of amusement, stinky brat. Han Junyi buried his head in Lin Chu's embrace, looking as if he was acting coy, but in his eyes was a complex expression only he understood. It was already dark when they arrived home, and Jinghe quickly prepared dinner. Little Bun Han Junyi had eaten another bowl of goat's milk, so he only picked a few favorite dishes for dinner. Perhaps children easily get sleepy in the evening after dinner. Little Bun was a bit drowsy, his head constantly nodding like a chicken pecking at grain, which made Lin Chu both laugh and feel a pang of tenderness. Are you sleepy? Shall auntie take you to bed? As soon as Lin Chu touched little Bun Han Junyi, he immediately woke up. Little Bun looked at Lin Chu, stunned for a moment, seemingly trying to figure out where he was. He grabbed the hem of his clothes and mumbled 2 words, his bun-like face trying to maintain a solemn expression, which looked very funny. Want to bathe? This made Lin Chu a little awkward. They had only moved here yesterday, and new clothes and such were not yet prepared. Fortunately, it was a cold winter, so it was fine not to bathe for a day. Lin Chu could only coax softly, Bun. Auntie will take you to buy new clothes tomorrow. Can you bathe after we buy them? Han Junyi heard the 2 words Bun, and his eyebrows twitched. He looked at his chubby arms, and his expression immediately turned serious. Must lose weight. Lin Chu used hot water to wipe little Bun's face, then soaked his feet, and only then did she put the child to bed. She went outside to pour out the water. As she was about to return to her room, she saw Yan Minghua standing there like a door god. Lin Chu saw his solemn expression and thought something had happened, so she asked, what's wrong? Yan Minghua took out the pulley model drawing she had made that morning, his expression rarely so cold. What is this? Drawings of pulley models. Yan Minghua frowned, clearly not understanding what she was saying. Lin Chu was afraid of disturbing little Bun, who was sleeping in the room, so she lowered her voice and said, the child is sleeping. I'll tell you tomorrow. She had originally intended to tell Yan Minghua about this today. After all, Yan Minghua was an ancient person. Seeing his dark iron bow, one knew that this era must also have extraordinary blacksmiths. If pulleys could be made, nothing would be better. Unfortunately, something happened with little Bun afterward and she completely forgot. Now she was also a bit sleepy, so she thought she would tell Yan Minghua when she had time tomorrow. To her surprise, Yan Minghua directly picked her up horizontally and went straight into the east room. Little Gray lay at the door. Seeing Lin Chu being carried away by the bandit, he stood up on his front 2 paws, lifting his upper body. Probably knowing he couldn't fight off that bandit, Little Gray lethargically lay down again, hugging his bone and continuing to gnaw. Lin Chu was afraid of waking little Bun and also afraid of startling Jinghe, so she didn't dare to shout loudly. She only put all her strength into pinching the soft flesh on Yan Minghua's arm. But even though her hand hurt from pinching, Yan Minghua didn't make a sound. This guy, his whole body was as hard as rock. Inside the room, Yan Minghua didn't put Lin Chu down. He said softly, if you don't let go, I'll throw you onto the bed. These words were full of hidden meaning. Lam So immediately awkwardly withdrew her hand. Spring hadn't even arrived, and recently the villain seemed a bit unusual. Yan Minghua let out an enigmatic laugh, put Lam So down, walked to the table, lit another candle, then placed 2 blueprints under the candlelight, motioning for Lam So to come with his gaze. Lam So could only yawn widely and slowly walk over. What is this used for? Yan Minghua seemed very interested in the pulley. Lam So thought for a moment, feeling it would be easier to explain with an example. She said, if you put a rope on this, just like when you sit in a basket to be hoisted up the city wall, the soldiers on the city wall will pull the basket much more easily. There are many other places where this can also be used. Yan Minghua sounded like he understood, but didn't, yet from his expression, it was clear he knew the importance of this item. If you know any craftsmen, you could ask them to try making it to see if they can, Lam So said. Yan Minghua suddenly looked up, his gaze filled with scrutiny and coercion. Why do you know these things? Or rather, I should ask, who exactly are you? Lam So cursed inwardly. It's over. Her identity was exposed too unexpectedly. But if she wanted to make this item, she still needed Yen Minqua's help. Lam So was still extremely scared inside, afraid that the villain, seeing her as someone he couldn't control in the palm of his hand, would crush her. Lam So glanced at Yen Minqua's expression, seeing no other emotion besides solemnity, and could only whisper, "Don't worry, I am of course a human." Yen Minqua's facial muscles twitched. Lam So cursed silently in her heart, thinking, when you pushed me to kiss me it wasn't like this. Thinking so, her temper flared, and she said softly, "If you don't believe me, then just pretend I didn't say anything." How could she explain to an ancient person that she was actually a transmigrator from a distant, different era? If she hadn't originally lived a carefree and unburdened life, she probably wouldn't have been able to accept the fact that she had arrived in an unfamiliar dynasty. Yen Minqua suddenly leaned close to her, his nose almost touching Lam So's nose. Lam So startled and took a step back. "What are you doing?" Yen Minqua said with a serious expression, "Smelling you to see if there's any demonic scent." Lam So, if she hadn't known she was reading an ancient romance novel, she would have almost believed this guy. A seductive smile suddenly bloomed at the corner of her mouth. Her fair jade-like hand gently brushed up from Yen Minqua's chin, stopping at the slightly upturned, narrow, long corner of his eye. Here, if there were one more mole, this demon-like man would probably bring harm to the human world. "My lord, if I were a demon, what would you do?" Lam So's eyes were like willow threads. Yen Minqua squinted, assessing her for a moment, then used 2 fingers to push her forehead, pushing her approaching face back. "Don't you know your face looks bigger when you do that?" Lam So. She turned to go out, but a long arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her down onto the hard bed. Seeing someone start to take off his outer garment, Lam So unconsciously clutched her own clothes, stuttering, "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Yen Minqua glanced at her, as if criticizing her for asking such a question again. "To sleep." Lam So. "Then you should rest early. I won't disturb you anymore." She scrambled up, intending to sneak away, but Yen Minqua pressed her back with one hand. He had already taken off his outer garment and looked down at her from above. "Just now, weren't you voluntarily trying to seduce me?" Lam So. "How could that be? I was just joking with my husband." Lam So forced a smile. "Why?" Yen Minqua glanced at her, used a blanket to wrap her up, then embraced both her and the blanket. He threw something, and the entire room plunged into darkness. Lam So's heart pounded like a drum. Yen Minqua only hugged her, making no further moves. A long while later he finally spoke, his voice full of amusement. "My wife, your heart is beating too fast." This was the first time Yen Minqua called her my wife, and Lam So was momentarily unable to react. But thinking about it again, wasn't she also opening her mouth and calling him husband? It was just a way of addressing someone. What was there to worry about? Lam So didn't take it to heart either. She only heard Yen Minqua say, "I don't care if you are human or demon, Lam So, you just need to remember that in this life, you are the wife of this Yen Minqua. As long as I exist in this world for one day, I will protect you for one day." Was this a declaration of love from the great villain? Lam So's head was like exploding fireworks. She was stunned for half a day, unable to think of a single reply. Yen Minqua gently patted her back with one hand. "I know you are smart, but don't easily reveal yourself later. Great wisdom may appear foolish." Was he saying she shouldn't reveal her true identity to him? Or was he saying she shouldn't show her face at the city tower, which led to Li Qianengip taking a concubine? Or both? Lam So suddenly realized she didn't understand this villain very well. She tentatively asked, "Then, how will the matter of you taking a concubine be explained later?" Although she hadn't been here long, Lam So also realized this dynasty was very strict with women. Most people scorned women who appeared publicly. This was also something Lam So quite admired about Madame Qin, who raised her child alone, relying on the tea house to sustain her life for all these years. Yen Minqua said the dark-faced girl was his concubine, but didn't directly say she was his wife, out of fear that later she would have difficulty moving around in the circle of madams. Rumors are terrifying in front of her. There might even be people praising her as a daughter no less than men, but behind her back, who knew what rumors would spread? That was the sorrow of women of this era. In the dark night, Yen Minqua's voice was especially deep and low. Now in these chaotic times, Few people have the leisure to care how many concubines I take. Lam So thought about it carefully and agreed General Yao Tan still heavily relied on Yan Minhua, so naturally, he couldn't make things difficult for him. She only feared that Li Qian and Geep, that petty villain, would cause some trouble. She didn't know since when he had already stopped many things for her. Lin Chu wondered if there was anything she could remind him of. Driving the barbarians out of the border was a long-term war. Lin Chu remembered that the original text mentioned one time the barbarians almost burned the provisions of the great Zhao army. The provisions were ultimately preserved. They encountered heavy rain, and the barbarians, to vent their anger, ripped open the sacks of salt carried by the transport convoy. All the salt delivered to the border melted in the rain, seeping into the mud. The imperial court knew the border lacked salt, and the increasingly incompetent emperor bluntly said that it wasn't a lack of provisions. So what was there that the officers and soldiers of the three armies couldn't do to go into battle and kill the enemy? That battle could be said to be utterly tragic. But it wasn't past the year yet. The heavy rain was after spring arrived. This matter was still early, and Lin Chu reminding him now would be useless. Thinking that the sixth prince was still at the border, Lin Chu wondered if she should remind Yan Minhua to be closer to the sixth prince. After all, that was the future son of heaven. But very quickly she rejected her own thought. The great villain was no one else. She still shouldn't presume herself clever enough to control his thoughts. If you still don't sleep, I'll do something else. Yan Mingguo's low voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. Lin Chu opened her eyes wide. How did you know I wasn't asleep? Yan Minghua chuckled. Your eyes are so round, do they look like someone who's sleeping? Alright, good night vision, well done. I'm sleeping now. She closed her eyes intending to sleep, then suddenly remembered, there was only one thin blanket in this Aro. And he had wrapped it all around her. So what was he covering himself with? Lin Chu felt a pang of conscience, and glanced at Yan Minghua again. What's wrong? He asked. You don't have a blanket, won't you be cold at night? Yan Minghua was silent for a moment. Just as Lin Chu thought he wouldn't answer, she heard Yan Minghua say with a teasing tone, Are you inviting me to share the blanket with you? Lin Chu. No, I think you should still endure the cold. Yan Minghua, my wife is so enthusiastically inviting. How can this husband refuse? A moment later Lin Chu bristled. Let go of my hand. If my wife doesn't want her husband to hug her through layers of clothes, then take them off so your husband can hug you. His voice was slow, and no matter how she heard it, it sounded detestable. Yan Minghua, you bastard. At the post station. Having slept for an entire day due to his injury, the sixth prince was not sleepy at all at this moment. He held a book, leaning against the headboard, but had not turned a single page for half a day. This ordeal in Jiangqing seemed to have made him mature a lot. He was clearly still that young man, but there was something different between his eyebrows. Someone pushed the door open and placed a bowl of white fungus porridge on the low table next to him. The sixth prince reached out, saw the distance was a bit far and frowned. He leaned forward to pick up the bowl of porridge, but it was too hot and he spilled it. Nye Yun saw this sen. Ian quickly knelt down. Your Highness, forgive me, it was my oversight. The sixth prince impatiently waved his hand. This prince has no intention of blaming you. Neep Van stood up. No one in the room said anything, and it fell into silence again. Previously, matters of bringing porridge and adding clothes for the sixth prince were all done by Eunuch Bai. But now Eunuch Bai was no more. The sixth prince sat alone by the bed for a while, then suddenly forcefully threw the book in his hand. The book hit the opposite wall, knocking over the vase on the table, and the items on it fell and shattered with a clatter. Neep Van lowered his head, not daring to speak. Neep Van, the sixth prince's voice was a little hoarse. In the letter sent back to my imperial concubine mother, say that I am safe and sound. Neep Van hesitated a little. As the sixth prince's personal guard, allowing the sixth prince to be injured during the trip to the northwest was already a dereliction of duty. If he were to lie about the sixth prince's injury, he feared that upon returning to the palace, the sixth prince's imperial concubine mother would fly into a rage. Listen to me. Now that I am not in the capital, imperial concubine mother will certainly be worried and anxious. The news of Jiangqing's massacre has reached the capital. Do you think she will be at ease? If she also learns that I am injured, I fear imperial concubine mother will be incited by consort Ming's faction to directly Rant's second imperial brother's faction, and then we will be used as a knife by Consort Ming's faction. The sixth prince's voice sounded very tired. Consort Ming was the birth mother of the third prince. Neep Van heard these words, finally understood the crux of the matter, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. People say that the water in the imperial family runs very deep, and it was indeed true. Even a simple letter reporting safety could have so many complications. This subordinate understands. He bowed and said. Only then did the sixth prince nod. He then asked, has Yen Xing returned alive yet? He had been injured before, and after taking medicine, he had been unconscious for a whole day. Only now did he have time to deal with these matters. Those scattered soldiers really had some capability. Most of them returned alive. Yen Xing and the group under his command have all been reassigned by General Yao Cheng. Yen Xing has now been conferred the title of Commander of 1,000 households. Neep Van said in the afternoon, General Yao Cheng sent someone to visit Your Highness again, bringing many gifts, but at that time Your Highness was still asleep, and this subordinate did not allow them to disturb Your Highness. And Ding Yuan is a loyal subordinate, and it is natural for Yen Minghua to be under his command. How about this, tomorrow you select a few items and have someone deliver them to Yen Xing's residence. The sixth prince finished speaking, wearily rubbed his forehead and habitually called out, Heezy, massage me. As soon as he called out, the room fell into an empty silence again. Baishi was Eunuch Bei's name. But that stout eunuch on the way to Yao Cheng would never return again. He was clearly such a person who clung to life and feared death, yet every time danger arose, he would shield him. Ever since he had memories, that stout eunuch had always been by his side, serving him. What were the last words he left for him? Your Highness, this old servant no longer has the fortune to serve you. You must live well. The sixth prince's hand, rubbing his forehead, slowly slid down, covering his eyes. His voice at this moment seemed to have become hoarser by a few degrees. Neep Van, is it still snowing in Jiangcheng? Still snowing. Neep Van replied. The sixth prince said, then it must be very cold. You take a few people and bring Eunuch Bai back. He lived in the capital his whole life, accustomed to its prosperity. How can we leave him in that impoverished rural place? Neep Van was the sixth prince's personal guard, and had also worked with Eunuch Bai for many years. Hearing these words from the sixth prince, he couldn't help but feel a sting in his nose. He bowed deeply, saluting the sixth prince. Sixth prince, rest assured, your subordinate will definitely bring Eunuch Bai back. He backed out and closed the door. With no one else in the room, the sixth prince finally dared to curl up, allowing himself to be weak for a moment. He could not stop. The position of crown prince, even though he had no intention of contending for it before, now he could not help but fight for it. No matter whether the third prince or the second prince inherited the throne, his and his birth mother's lives would not be easy, and neither would his maternal relative's family. If he didn't want the Chao family to become a second Yen family, only he could sit on that position. A suffocating, oppressive feeling made the sixth prince unable to breathe. Living in this world, how many people could truly be free and unconstrained? He had hidden his talents for so many years, yet now he still became a pawn in the two imperial brothers' struggle for the throne. Royal kinship was indeed the most ridiculous thing in the world. The next day when Lin Chu woke up, she found that Yen Minghua was no longer there. This made her sigh in relief, sparing her from awkwardness. But because the bedboard was too hard, Lin Chu woke up feeling as if all her bones were protesting, aching unbearably. She walked out of the room with difficulty, discovering that the little dumpling Han Junyi was already awake, playing with little Hui in the courtyard. Seeing her strange posture, Jing He tried to suppress her laughter, but even the little dumpling Han Junyi had a peculiar expression. Lin Chu seriously suspected she was overthinking things. What could a little dumpling possibly understand? Besides, her condition was a consequence of sleeping on a hard bed. Where was that girl Jing He's mind wandering to? At breakfast, Lin Chu noticed that the little dumpling's appetite had shrunk. Half a bowl of goat's milk that it had eaten was left over. Lin Chu thought it wasn't feeling well and even asked a few questions. But the little dumpling was busy playing with little Hui, seemingly unwilling to pay attention to Lin Chu. Lin Chu thought perhaps the child was just playful, and didn't take it to heart. Fearing the little dumpling would get hungry after playing for a while, She immediately told Jing He to make another bowl of goat's milk and keep it warm on the stove. Thinking it would be another idle day, she didn't expect guests to arrive not long after breakfast. The sixth prince's subordinate came to visit, bringing abundant gifts, but merely left the items, exchanged a few polite words at the door, and then departed. Lin Chu checked the gift list, and found that the sixth prince had given quite a lot of items. Among them were several rolls of premium silk, and she was thinking of making new clothes for Yan Minghua and the little dumpling. Although she didn't know how to sew or embroider, having the fabric and finding a seamstress to make them would save some money. Recalling that hard bed, Lin Chu immediately decided to make a few more cotton quilts. After all, the Lunar New Year was approaching, and if a guest happened to stay overnight, there would be something to use. Thinking of the Lunar New Year, Lin Chu began to calculate the household expenses. The pouch of silver that Yan Minghua had given her had only been used a little. This residence was bestowed by the general, but for such a large family now, expenses were still necessary. For the past few days, everything in the house had been managed by Jing He, and Lin Chu had not asked about the money. While cleaning up the gifts bestowed by the sixth prince, Lin Chu asked a few questions about household expenses. Jing He was also quick-witted, immediately knowing what Lin Chu wanted to ask, and brought out the account books for Lin Chu to see. Looking at the black and red marks in the account books, Lin Chu belatedly realized that this was Jing He's way of recording because she was illiterate. Lin Chu casually pointed to any mark, and Jing He could answer everything, but apart from her, no one could understand this ledger. Lin Chu thought that this ledger had only been recorded for a few days, so for convenience, she told Jing He to read it aloud while she copied it down. Hearing that Lin Chu knew how to write, Jing He was quite surprised. She came from a bodyguard background, so she hadn't learned to read or write. Only young ladies from wealthy families would invite teachers to teach them how to write if a maid also knew how to write. It proved that the master valued her. Jing He diligently helped Lin Chu grind ink, and when she saw Lin Chu write her first character, her expression was a little st. Range. Little Bun Han Juni was playing with Little Gray nearby, stood on tiptoe to take a look. Then his face was full of disdain. Chapter 30. Lin Chu was used to hard pens and had never learned calligraphy before. She held the brush pen, only feeling its tip was soft and flimsy. Her hand paused slightly, and the ink immediately smudged into a large blot on the paper. Fortunately, she wrote gently and smoothly, still managing to write characters in a makeshift manner. After writing down one item from the ledger that Jing He read, Lin Chu straightened her back, looked at the line of characters she had just written, and thought it wasn't too bad. Your handwriting, each character, it's like defeated soldiers, just short of lying prostrate on the ground. A clear voice suddenly came from above her head. Lin Chu turned her head in surprise, unexpectedly seeing Yan Minghua's handsome yet detestable face. She was about to speak when she saw Yan Minghua pick up the ledger with a somewhat indescribable expression and also, "Are you only half recognizing characters? Some characters even have only a part or a single stroke." Lin Chu looked at the simplified character that Yan Minghua pointed to, immediately blushed, and she said, "My teacher taught it that way." "Oh right, ancient people use traditional characters." Yan Minghua looked at her for a long time, finally finding it amusing. "I've never seen anyone as unreasonable as you. You weren't serious when you learned to write, and now you're blaming your teacher." Lin Chu was too embarrassed to speak. Yan Minghua showed no intention of stopping. "But you're also quite impressive. Jing He can only use black and red marks and the length of the strokes to record things, yet you've managed to create so many characters on your own." His words made even the usually stern Jing He burst out laughing. Lin Chu glared at him indignantly. Today Yan Minghua seemed to be in a good mood. He picked up a brush himself, then motioned for Lin Chu to come closer. "All right then, I'll see if I can teach you again." The great villain was skilled in both literary and martial arts after all. He was once the heir of the Yangon Marquisate, and his calligraphy was taught by renowned masters. Lin Chu felt it was a bit strange to have him teach her calligraphy in front of Jing He, so her step seemed hesitant. Fortunately, Yan Minghua said nothing, only handed the brush to Lam So, teaching her how to hold it. "Your posture for holding the brush just now was incorrect. When holding the brush you must pay attention to pressing down, hooking, clamping, bracing, and your wrist must be lifted high." He was right behind her, and because he leaned slightly, his warm breath brushed against Lam So's earlobe, both itchy and numb, and his voice was also extremely deep. Lam So forced herself not to lose focus, trying to place her attention on his hand. His hands, because they were exposed to the north wind all year round, were very apt and looked rough, but his finger joints were very slender, distinct like bamboo segments, and looked very pleasing to the eye. If he hadn't picked up a brush today, who would remember that these hands once held brushes to write poetry and paint pictures? Focus. Yen Min-kwa calmly uttered these two words. Lam So, who had been absent-mindedly looking at his hands, felt embarrassed once again. Yen Min-kwa held her hand and wrote the character Y number 1. This traditional character has quite complex strokes, but Yen Min-kwa wrote the intertwined strokes in an orderly manner, with balanced composition, looking very beautiful, and although he had greatly restrained himself when putting brush to paper, a hint of sword energy still subtly emerged between the strokes. In the next few days I won't be home. You should practice this character Y well, Yen Min-kwa said suddenly. Lam So looked at him in surprise. Where are you going? Yao City is difficult to attack. The barbarians are now concentrating their main forces on Kim Dong Pass. Currently, the Imperial Court's relief army has not yet arrived. If Kim Dong Pass falls, the barbarian cavalry will advance south, and I fear the people of Zhongyuan will not be able to celebrate this new year. Yen Min-kwa spoke calmly, but Lam So could hear that the current situation was not very optimistic. She couldn't help but worry. In the original work, most of the content was about the male and female protagonists with no overall detailed descriptions of the past events that the villain had experienced. So you all must go to Kim Dong Pass now? Lam So asked. Yen Min-kwa released her hand, turned and walked to an armchair and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. Compared to the Imperial Court's relief army, our movement from Yao City there can resolve the urgent situation at Kim Dong Pass more effectively. Lam So threw down the brush and ran after him. So, when are you all setting off? Yen Min-kwa's tea-drinking motion paused slightly. This afternoon. Lam So immediately frowned. Kin Hoa. Pack the belongings that the master needs to take. Yen Min-kwa interrupted her. This isn't my first time going to the battlefield. There's nothing to pack. He looked at Kin Hoa. Prepare the meal. I'll go to the barracks later. Kin Hoa hurriedly nodded and ran into the kitchen. Han Little Bun looked at Yen Min-kwa a few times. His expression was a bit strange. Lam So's heart, however, was incredibly conflicted. This villain rushed back from the barracks just to have a meal with her? During the meal, Lam So ate normally. Yen Min-kwa also ate like a bottomless pit as usual, while Han Little Bun only drank half a bowl of goat's milk, then picked up 2 more chopsticks full of vegetables. Lam So picked up a piece of braised pork for him. He wanted to put down his chopsticks but couldn't bear to. His hesitant expression looked both pitiful and amusing. The meal passed seemingly no different from usual, but the atmosphere had an indescribable heaviness. When Kin Hoa cleared the dishes, Lam So sat with Yen Min-kwa in the living room. Yen Min-kwa said nothing, and she was also silent. The only activity was little Bun Han Quan Dai playing with little Hui. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lam So looked at the time, feeling that Yen Min-kwa should already be at the barracks, but Yen Min-kwa still had no intention of leaving. She had no choice but to remind him, husband, don't miss the time to go to the barracks. Yen Min-kwa stared at her, saying nothing. Lam So was looked at with confusion, secretly wondering if she had done something wrong. Fortunately, Yen Min-kwa quickly shifted his gaze away, let out a soft hum, and still had no intention of leaving. Could it be that he wanted her to say something sweet? Lam So felt that she truly couldn't say it. She struggled for a long time, only managing to say one sentence, husband, rest assured, I will practice my calligraphy well. Yen Min-kwa looked at Lam So again, still with a faint hum. Lam So couldn't understand what this lord wanted. Little Bun, playing with the dog nearby, rolled his eyes, quickly replacing it with an innocent, foolish expression. He took a piece of cake from the plate on the table, deliberately crushed it, and then walked with his short legs to give it to Yen Min-kwa. Piece. Want to eat the cake he gives? No way. Even if it's crushed, I won't give it to you. He's just pretending. Yen Min-kwa looked surprised, while Lam So suddenly understood. People of old going to battle all wished for good fortune. Yen Min-kwa, for the sake of his pride, found it inconvenient to ask her, why didn't she react faster? Yen Min-kwa looked at the crushed piece of cake in little Bun Han's palm, didn't accept his cake, instead pinched his chubby cheek. I'll borrow your good words, little fatty. Little Bun Han. He must be crazy to help this villain. Lam So felt that even a child had such consideration. She naturally couldn't pretend not to see. She stood up. Husband, please wait a moment. I also have something I want to give you. Yen Min Kwa's expression remained calm, but his eyes lit up for a moment. Little Bun Han disdainfully looked at the villain, wanting his aunt to give him a keepsake when he departed for battle, but was too embarrassed to say it. This villain is only so much. Thinking of that, Little Bun Han felt sad again. He also missed his wife, but he was only 5 years old now. His wife was still in her mother's womb. Lam So returned to the bedroom, looked around and found nothing that could be used as a good luck charm for Yen Min Kwa to carry. Normally, as Yen Min Kwa's wife, it wouldn't be wrong to give him a hairpin or some jewelry, but Lam So felt that would be too sentimental. Her gaze swept across the thick bronze mirror on the dressing table, and Lam So's eyes suddenly lit up. She removed the stand of the bronze mirror, leaving only a thick bronze mirror, the size of a plate. Going to the battlefield, there's little good and much bad. She might as well take this bronze mirror as a heart protector for Yen Min Kwa to carry. It's much more practical. Yen Min Kwa saw his young wife rushing in, with a barely discernible hint of joy in her eyes. Seeing Lam So offering him a thick bronze mirror as if making a sacrifice, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Lam So naturally also noticed that Yen Min Kwa seemed displeased with this peace charm. She said, "My lord, please carry this bronze mirror as armor to protect your heart. I see it is quite thick. Swords and knives cannot pierce through it." Yen Min Kwa looked at her for a moment, then silently took the bronze mirror. "My wife has gone to trouble." Yen Min Kwa departed on horseback. Lam So saw him off all the way to the gate. His armor was very thick. Hiding the bronze mirror against his chest made no difference compared to before. He remained dignified and handsome. "My lord, swords and knives on the battlefield have no eyes. Please be careful yourself," Lam So said. Upon hearing this, a few more traces of joy finally appeared on Yen Min Kwa's face. He looked at Lam So. "Practice your calligraphy well. If your writing hasn't improved when I return, household punishment will be served." "Household punishment? What household punishment?" Lam So wore a bewildered expression. She intended to ask a few questions, but saw that Yen Min Kwa had already whipped his horse and ridden far away. She looked at his handsome retreating figure, with a hint of a smile in her eyes that she herself didn't notice. With Yen Min Kwa not at home, all shopping was handled by Kin Hoa, and Lam So rarely went out. Bored to distraction, she diligently practiced calligraphy every day. Believing the battle at Kim Dong Kwan would end quickly, she unexpectedly received no news from Yen Min Kwa for 10 consecutive days. Lam So calculated the distance from Dutan to Kim Dong Kwan. The round trip would only take 3 days. On the 11th day, she told Kin Hoa to go to the market to buy things and, while there, to inquire about news. Unexpectedly, before Kin Hoa returned, a messenger arrived. Lai Qianengip led a squad of soldiers to surround the house, shouting loudly in the courtyard, "Tie up the wives and concubines of that Yen fellow for me." At that moment, Lam So was practicing calligraphy in her room. Hearing the commotion outside, she immediately hugged the little dumpling Han Quan Deep, who was playing with a dog nearby, and hid him in the wardrobe. Then she ran to the dressing table, felt for a very sharp hairpin, and pinned it onto her head. Bang! With a sound, the door was kicked open. Seeing Lai Qianengip and his group rush in, Lam So shouted, "Who are you people? Breaking into a civilian's home? Is there no royal law anymore?" Upon seeing Lam So, Lai Qianengip's eyes clearly lit up. His gaze swept over Lam So several times, then he swallowed in. "D said, that Yen fellow truly has good fortune, to have married such a beautiful wife. Since you know my lord, you'd best be a little more sensible." Lam So thought that General Jutan valued Yen Min Kwa, which would more or less make Lai Qianengip wary. To her surprise, Lai Qianengip laughed loudly 3 times. "Your lord, a traitor who surrendered to the barbarians. It would be strange if the general didn't flay him alive. Little lady, just follow me, and you will enjoy good fortune in the future." Chapter 31. Surrendered to the enemy? Lam So frowned as she repeated the question, then sneered, "Do you take my lord for a coward as weak as you? You woman who doesn't know what's good for her." Lai Qianengip, with a grim expression, ordered his subordinates, "Tie her up for me. And there's another dark-faced woman, find her for me." Immediately soldiers searched everywhere. To call it a search would be better to say it was a rampage, smashing everything they could get their hands on. Whatever they grabbed they threw and broke. Not long after, soldiers who had searched other rooms came to report, "General, your subordinates have searched the entire house, but found no dark-faced woman." Lai Qianengip impatiently waved his hand, signaling the soldier to withdraw, and then he himself rummaged through the room. Wherever he went, it was as if a robbery had just occurred. Lam So was furious. Two tall soldiers walked towards her. Lam So knew that with her current body she couldn't fight against two soldiers. Behind her was the wardrobe hiding Han Quan deep. She didn't know if these soldiers would murder a child if they found one, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She only glared fiercely at Lai Qianengip. "You say my husband surrendered to the enemy. Where is the evidence? If there is none, my husband is at the front lines fighting and killing the enemy, and yet you treat his family like this? Where is the justice?" Lai Qianengip also circled the room, probably not finding anything valuable, and his expression was displeased. Hearing Lam So's voice again, he sneered, "It seems the beauty is not only pretty, but also quick-witted." He approached Lam So with a lewd smile, "But I heard your husband also has a dark-faced concubine. Where is she?" He looked Lam So up and down, then suddenly said, "Looking at you like this, you and that dark-faced concubine seem to have similar builds." Lam So's heart tightened. Outside in the courtyard, the sound of fighting suddenly erupted. Lai Qianengip with a gloomy face walked towards the door. Who dares to cause trouble again? His foot hadn't even stepped out the door when a soldier, thrown towards him, crashed straight into him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Lai Qianengip cursed, pushed the soldier away and tried to get up. The two soldiers preparing to tie up Lam So were also startled by this sudden turn of events. One of them even intended to go help Lai Qianengip, but Lam So reacted faster than them, grabbing a crude ceramic vase from the table and with a clang, smashing it against the back of Lai Qianengip's head. Lam So executed this sneak attack very skillfully. She had accidentally bought this crude ceramic vase. She had originally intended to buy a white porcelain one, but white porcelain was too expensive. Although crude ceramic looked heavy and clunky, it was much cheaper. At this moment it served perfectly as a weapon. Lai Qianengip's upper body, which was trying to get up, went limp. He was probably stunned by that vase. Lam So, mimicking how she had previously kidnapped Zhang Van Tuet, quickly picked up a shard of broken ceramic and pressed it against Lai Qianengip's neck, threatening the soldiers who were about to charge, "Dare to take one more step." No one knew better what kind of person Lai Qianengip was than his own subordinates, and immediately no one dared to act rashly anymore. Lai Qianengip, as if suddenly realizing something, laughed wildly. "It's you? That day on the city wall, it really was you." He wanted to turn his head to look at Lam So. Lam So was startled and pressed the ceramic shard in her hand a little harder, carving out a trace of blood on his neck. Lai Qianengip, however, seemed to fall into a frenzy, completely disregarding his current situation, and with one hand, he grabbed Lam So's wrist holding the ceramic shard. The disparity in strength between male and female was too great. Lam So only felt her wrist about to be crushed by him. Just as Lai Qianengip was about to counterattack Lam So, Qin Hoa, having dealt with the soldiers outside, strode in, grabbed Lai Qianengip by the collar with one hand, lifted him up and slammed him to the ground. Lai Qianengip's body curled up like a struggling shrimp, and only after a long moment did a pathetic scream escape him. "Madam, are you all right?" Qin Hoa supported Lam So. Lam So shook her head, still not appeased, and kicked Lai Qianengip a few more times, kicking and cursing. "A scumbag like you, alive you waste air, dead you waste land. You can wreak havoc in this Yao city. Why don't I see you go to the battlefield to kill some barbarians?" The two soldiers in the room, initially subdued by Qin Hua's aura, now seeing Lam So furiously kicking Lai Qianengip, still intended to rush forward to help. Qin Hoa swung her left arm, then her right, and those two soldiers were also thrown out of the room, lying prostrate in the courtyard, screaming miserably, unable to get up. "You hussy, don't let me get my hands on you." Lai Qianengip, after being kicked several times by Lam So, still had the strength to speak. Lam So let out two cold laughs at him, then searched the room for a rope and threw it to Qin Hoa. "Tie this fellow up for me." Qin Hoa didn't say another word, took the rope and began to tie the person tightly. Her arm strength was astonishing. Even Lai Qianengip, a large man, was merely like a weak chicken struggling in her hands. Lam So searched the entire room, finding no dirty socks or anything similar, only a rag. She thought a rag would suffice, and stuffed it into Lai Qian Engip's mouth. Outside in the courtyard, a soldier, perhaps Lai Qian Engip's deputy, had fired a signal flare into the sky. Lam So heard a boom like firecrackers exploding, and immediately knew something bad was happening. She led Han Tu Banbao out from the cupboard, intending to head towards the back door. However, the other squad of soldiers arrived much faster than Lam So had imagined, and in no time, they had surrounded the entire courtyard like an iron barrel. Qin Hoa held a saber, shielding Lam So from behind, and said in a deep voice, "Madam, rest assured, even if this servant dies, I will protect your safety." Lam So had always known Qin Hoa was loyal, but hearing these words at this moment, a warmth still welled up in her heart. She said, "Things haven't reached that point yet, don't talk about death." The one leading the troops this time was the Deputy General of Ndin Vien, the commander of Jutan. As he entered the gate, he saw soldiers lying scattered, and his expression became serious. Lai Qian Engip's aide, crawling and running, reached Ndin Vien's Deputy General, pointing at Lam So and the people in the room. "General, please quickly save young General Lai. He was tied up by those two vicious women." Ndin Vien's Deputy General knew what kind of person Lai Qian Engip was, but because he had a father who was a minister of works and was also related to Ndin Vien, the Deputy General didn't want anything to happen to Lai Qian Engip in his territory. He then had to shout inside, "You people have great audacity, daring to beat an imperial official." Although Lam So didn't understand what Lai Qian Engip meant by saying Yen Min Kwa had surrendered to the enemy, with her understanding of Yen Min Kwa, he absolutely could not have done such a thing. She then loudly shouted, "General, what you say is truly ridiculous. My husband is on the battlefield, his life or death still unknown, and I worry day and night, unable to rest. But you lot are something else. While my husband is bravely fighting and killing the enemy, you come straight to my house to plunder? Where is heavenly justice? Are you not afraid of disheartening the entire army of officers and soldiers?" Lai Qian Engip, with a rag stuffed in his mouth, still glared, making "ah-oh" sounds, speaking words no one understood. Han Tu Banbao, with a gloomy expression, looked at this good-for-nothing, then suddenly jumped forward, both feet kicking directly into Lai Qian Engip's groin. He was a little ball of fat, and suddenly slamming down like that, the weight was still quite astonishing. In an instant, Lai Qian Engip immediately rolled his eyes back, letting out a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. The Deputy General looked at the house, which had been turned upside down beyond recognition, and also felt a bit disgraced. Suddenly hearing Lai Qian Engip's agonizing cry from inside the room, he was again afraid something might happen to Lai Qian Engip, and he said, "You people don't know what's good for you." He signaled, and the soldiers behind him uniformly pointed their long spears into the house, creating a tense standoff. This Highness, standing a street away, could hear all the commotion here. "What are you doing?" Outside the gate, another group of people suddenly walked in. The leader wore brocade robes and a jade belt, draped in a sable fur coat, exuding an overwhelming noble aura. The imperial guards walking beside him also had steady breathing and powerful strides, clearly people with high martial arts skills. This humble general greets his 6th Imperial Highness. The Deputy General cupped his fist in salute. That day, when the 6th Imperial Prince was injured and arrived in Jutan, he and Ndin Vien had personally gone to receive him, so the Deputy General naturally had an impression of this esteemed figure. "Yan Qian, who has gone to the battlefield, are you planning to destroy people's homes?" The 6th Imperial Prince smiled, yet not quite, and anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. The Deputy General naturally also heard the 6th Imperial Prince's protective tone towards Yen Min Kwa in his words. A bead of cold sweat ran down his forehead, and he said worriedly, "Your Imperial Highness has misunderstood. The Jutan troops sent to reinforce Golden Cauldron Pass, along with the Gold and Cauldron Pass soldiers, are now trapped inside, and no news can be transmitted out. Are you afraid that the Jutan troops there will betray us, implicating Jutan, and so you first imprison their family members?" The 6th Imperial Prince smiled extremely politely, but precisely within that politeness, the sarcasm became even clearer. The Deputy General knew he had lost face and didn't reply. Only then did the 6th Imperial Prince speak. "Yan Qian, who and I are old acquaintances. Even if he dies in battle at Golden Cauldron Pass, he could never surrender to the barbarians. Put away this foolish game of yours, and go back to General An to receive your punishment. This was General An's intention, the Deputy General said. It was the first time the 6th Imperial Prince had met someone who dared to defy him. He stared at the Deputy General for a long time with a dark gaze before bursting into laughter. General An is a veteran general on the battlefield. He would not do something that invites disaster upon himself. But if it is the general's intention, then this Imperial Prince will personally make a trip to the general's residence to inquire. Only then did the Deputy General feel a bit of panic. When Ndin Veen received the letter from Golden Cauldron Pass, he was also extremely worried. It was he himself who had said he could control the family members of those people, so that they wouldn't dare to harbor intentions of surrendering to the enemy. Only then did Ndin Veen entrust this matter to him. He also knew that the Yen family situation was due to Li Jianye going too far. If everything came out and reached Ndingyuan's ears, no matter how angry Ndingyuan was then, he wouldn't be able to do anything to his nephew, and the unlucky one could only be him. Your Highness the 6th Prince. It's due to this subordinate's clumsy tongue. It's all this subordinate's fault, the Deputy General said in a panic. The 6th Prince looked at him as if looking at an ant. Ndingyuan has placed great trust in Yen Minhua, so naturally Yen Minhua has his extraordinary qualities. Yet you play these tricks behind his back. The 6th Prince let out a cold laugh. Do you really think that with just these petty tricks you can suppress Yen Minhua? Cold sweat drenched his back. The Deputy General hadn't expected his petty thoughts to be seen through so easily. He stood dumbfounded, not daring to speak. But fortunately, the 6th Prince left immediately after saying that. The Deputy General no longer dared to act presumptuously. He merely ordered someone to carry Li Jianye, who was in so much pain his eyes were rolling back out. He left 2 guards at the gate, then hastily retreated with the remaining soldiers. On the way back to the post station, Nye Yun saw the 6th Prince, buffeted by the cold wind, coughing incessantly, and couldn't help but worry. Your Highness, you knew the Yen family was being targeted and rushed a long-distance tea. Oh, help them, but you didn't say a word to Yen Minhua's wife and concubines. Isn't this bestowing favor in vain? To place a favor directly before someone makes it seem intentional. Cough cough. That's no longer a favor. Cough cough. But a transaction. A favor given subtly, on the contrary, makes people remember it even more. The 6th Prince hugged his hand warmer, still coughing incessantly. He clearly didn't want to explain much on this matter, only saying you still have much to learn. He leaned against the carriage wall, not wanting to say more, but felt a touch of bitterness in his heart. All these things were what Grand Eunuch Bai had once taught him. Lu Fuling. This was the essential road from the capital to Kimdong Pass. Heavy snow covered the mountains, and the eye could only see an expanse of white. Only a few trees in the distant forest could be seen, their bare branches laden with snow. The sky was grayish-white, looking cold and gloomy, and heaven and earth seemed to have lost their boundaries. A boundless sea of ice 100 zhang wide, sorrowful clouds congealed for 10,000 li, roughly described this scene. The carriage traveled a short distance before getting stuck in the snow again. The convoy transporting provisions moved with extreme difficulty. The 2 sides of the valley, originally desolate and silent, suddenly echoed with earth-shattering shouts. The official in charge of transporting provisions saw the barbarians riding tall oars, raising their swords and slashing down from both sides of the mountain. So scared his legs trembled, he shouted loudly, "Quick! Pull the provision carts away quickly!" The army escorting the provisions was far inferior to the ferocity of the barbarians, but fortunately, there weren't many barbarians coming to raid the provisions, so they could still barely hold on. "My lord, the wheel is stuck again." A soldier responsible for transporting the provision carts heard the sounds of fighting behind him, his face also showing worry, but he was helpless because the snowy road was too thick, and the provision carts moved with great difficulty. If it's stuck, find a way to pull it out. If this batch of provisions is lost, all of us will be beheaded. The official in charge of transporting provisions was also in a state of confusion. A provision soldier suddenly said, "My lord, let's scatter the salt from the carts onto the snow." The provision official lashed the young soldier with a whip. "You scoundrel, don't say such words that disturb morale." What will the soldiers at the frontier do without salt? The young soldier received the full whip, a blood mark appearing on his face, yet neither arrogant nor submissive. He said, "My lord, salt scattered on the snow will melt the snow immediately. Then our provision convoy can still be saved. If we continue to stalemate like this, I fear neither the salt nor the provisions will be saved." The army transporting provisions had never faced the barbarians before. Initially, they had the advantage of overwhelming numbers, but then gradually became terrified by the barbarians' brutality, slowly falling into a disadvantage. It was clear they could no longer hold back the barbarians. The provision official also knew the gravity of the situation, and said with a heavy heart, "Send the salt carts to the front, scatter salt on the snow, and clear a path for the provision carts." Nearly 10 salt carts moved forward. The soldiers on the carts cut open the salt bags, and each bag of salt was scattered onto the thick layer of snow. Before long, the thick snow layer completely melted into water. The soldiers waded through the mud to move the supply carts forward. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. After those soldiers left, only 2 guards remained at the gate. Lin Chu motioned for Jing He to close the courtyard gate. Jing He closed the gate, letting out a heavy snort through her nose. The 2 guards stood like statues, showing no reaction. Lin Chu sat down to check Han Xiaoban Bao, and only felt a little relieved when she saw that he hadn't stumbled or bumped into anything. Lin Chu pinched his cheek and said, "Ban Bao, don't rush out like that again. Right now you still can't fight those bad guys. Angering them will only make them hold a grudge and seek even more brutal revenge. So some anger right now can only be endured. Wait until you are strong enough to make those people not dare to easily provoke you anymore. Then make them pay back bit by bit." People often say, "A gentleman's revenge, though 10 years late, is never too late." Do you understand? Han Junyi feigned innocence, but his heart felt heavy. This woman seemed forthright, but in reality she was much smarter than he had imagined. She knew that Yan Mingqua was not in Yao City right now, and she herself certainly couldn't go head-to-head with Li Jianyi, and those people she could only contend within certain limits. Enduring a moment of anger bought them safety for this period. If one day she were to come into her own, how arrogant would she become? Lin Chu didn't expect this child to fully understand her words. Seeing Han Junyi's silence, she just affectionately stroked his head. She looked at the messy room and asked Jing He, "When you were out on the street, did you manage to find out any news?" Although she had already guessed 80 to 90% from the conversation between the 6th prince and that deputy general, she still wanted to know more details. Jing He said, "This servant heard that the barbarians have surrounded Kim Dong Pass from 3 sides, and the people within the pass had already fled south for refuge. Kim Dong Pass is now out of salt and provisions. If the Imperial Court's relief army doesn't arrive in time, the fall of Kim Dong Pass is only a matter of time." Lin Chu was startled to hear this and hurriedly asked, "Then is there any news about the general and them?" Jing He merely shook her head with a heavy express. "Ion, fewer than 1,000 cavalrymen from Yao City went. All the soldiers conscripted from Quang City were dispatched to Kim Dong Pass. The commander of Yao City said that they had always been in Quang City before, had extensive contact with the barbarians, and knew how to fight this battle. However, on the way back, this servant saw many soldiers barging into civilian homes, and heard the women being escorted away by soldiers crying and cursing, thinking their husbands were also dispatched to the Kim Dong Pass battlefield. This servant worried that Madam might encounter an accident, which is why I hurried back." Lin Chu pieced everything together in her mind and understood the whole story. The commander of Yao City worried that the generals and soldiers sent to Kim Dong Pass would eventually be unable to endure and surrender, so he wanted to hold their families hostage. Of course, outwardly it was said that they were brought back for care. Li Jianyi was the nephew of the commander of Yao City. Knowing the commander's intentions, and having already formed an enmity with Yan Mingqua over the black-faced concubine incident, he thus wanted to exact personal revenge under the guise of official business. Now, only 2 guards were left at the gate, also thanks to the 6th prince showing respect. Regardless of the 6th prince's intentions, Lin Chu was still very grateful in her heart. Lin Chu and Jing He cleaned up the house together. A basket of vegetables that Jing He had bought earlier had been scattered all over the courtyard during the fight with the soldiers. Some were still edible, while others were completely ruined. Lin Chu told Jing He to use the excuse of buying vegetables to probe the guards' attitude, to see if they would allow them to go out. The truth proved that they would not. Lin Chu had secretly been calculating an escape plan. Hearing that answer, she ran to the gate and caused a ruckus, scolding the two guards terribly, and finally managed to draw one of their junior leaders over. The junior leader, seeing that the sixth prince had spoken up for them earlier, did not dare to be too harsh with Lin Chu. He said that although they were not allowed to go out, every early morning if a vegetable vendor passed by, they could call them over and buy vegetables right at the gate. Lin Chu then scolded this junior leader severely to vent her anger, and then slammed the gate shut with a bang. Inside the house, Qin Hoa was still furious. This is clearly holding us under house arrest. Compared to Qin Hua's anger, Lam So, after entering the house, was extremely calm, directly finding a map in Yen Minqua's bedroom and spreading it out on the table to look at, as if the person who had just stood with hands on hips cursing outside the gate wasn't her. Qin Hoa cursed for a long time. Seeing Lam So had no reaction, she also curiously came closer to study the map with Lam So. Qin Hoa was illiterate, but could still distinguish where He mountains were and where the rivers were. "Madam, you also know how to read maps?" Qin Hoa was a bit curious, and also had a few more parts of admiration for Lam So. The person her master favored truly was not simple. Lam So's slender jade-like finger traced a line on the map. "This is our current location. This is Kim Dong Pass. If we cross these two mountains, we will reach Kim Dong Pass faster than taking the official road." Han Xiaobanbao heard Lam So speak, and also stood on tiptoe to look at the map. He saw the route Lam So chose and couldn't help but frown. Qin Hoa meanwhile widened her eyes. "Madam, you want to go to Kim Dong Pass?" Lam So shook her head. "Not necessarily, but we must first find a safe place to take shelter. At least, if an incident truly occurs at Kim Dong Pass, we cannot fall into the hands of others, becoming a burden to my husband." Because of this statement, Qin Hoa had a few more parts of goodwill for Lam So. Lam So said a sentence as if unintentionally, "If only we had more people." Qin Hua's eyes lit up, and she opened her mouth as if to say something, but then held it back. In Lam So's heart there was added certainty. Indeed, she had guessed correctly with Yen Minqua's caution. He would never fail to leave himself a way out. There's an old saying, a centipede even when dead does not fall. Although Yong and Marquette had declined, it was still a century-old noble family after all, and its accumulated strength could not be underestimated. Yen Minqua alone could hold out for many years at the frontier. Lam So had long since speculated that he must have a private dark guard army belonging to the Yong and Marquette. Previously, Yen Minqua suddenly found Qin Hoa, a female martial artist like that. In Lam So's heart, she had basically determined that the force behind him was stationed near Yao City. But because Yen Minqua didn't say anything, she was also wise not to ask further. Currently, Lam So also did not ask Qin Hoa further. That private dark guard army could be Yen Minqua's last trump card. With his unpredictable personality, it was also normal for him not to easily let others know. That night, Lam So only roughly planned the escape route. Unexpectedly, the next morning, as soon as they finished breakfast, another squad of soldiers arrived. This time they didn't search the main rooms, but went straight into the kitchen like bandits, pouring all the salt from the salt jar into a large bag they carried. From the moment those people entered the door, Qin Hoa had carried out the firewood chopping knife to block in front of Lam So. Seeing that those soldiers only robbed salt and then went to another house, she then realized their looting actions and couldn't help but curse a few words. Lam So again smelled an unusual scent. She ran out to the gate. Two guards crossed two long spears, blocking her steps. Opposite their house was a minor official in Yao City. One only saw those salt robbing. Soldiers directly push open the door and rush in. Not long after they came out again. The lady of the house was a stout woman, crying and chasing after them. "You scoundrels, you even rob salt." That soldier shouted, "The three armies lack salt. We are acting on the commander's orders, coming to take salt." Lam So was startled. This matter. In the original novel, didn't it happen after spring ended? What exactly is amiss? She longed to know the answer, but currently she was no different from being under house arrest, completely unable to get news from outside. That afternoon Madame Qin came again. Two soldiers blocked Madame Qin, not allowing her in. Lin Chu opened the gate, put her hands on her hips and cursed, "Do you still have any law? Did my husband commit a crime or did I commit a crime? It's bad enough that you stand here like gatekeepers every day, not letting this old woman out, but you won't even let others come visit me? Even those locked in prison are allowed visitors. Did your general say not to allow outsiders into this courtyard?" The two soldiers were scolded soundly. They had already experienced this woman's cursing talent. The important thing was that Lin Chu spoke with reason and emotion. This matter was originally General Yao Cheng's fault. Moreover, in their hearts, Lin Chu was protected by the sixth prince, so they dared not anger Lin Chu, and thus let Madame Qin in. "Madame Qin, why have you come?" Lin Chu led Madame Qin into the room and personally poured her a cup of tea. Madame Qin's face and hands were red from the cold, perhaps from crying, as her eyes were also red and swollen. She held the hot cup of tea, and before she could drink, tears were already welling up again. Lin Chu was startled and quickly asked, "What happened to you? Tell me, don't cry." Madame Qin wiped her tears with her sleeve, then said, "Sister, I consider you family, so I'm not going to beat around the bush. Do you know any news about Wang Hu and them?" Speaking of the two words Wang Hu, her eyes turned red again. Lin Chu had a bad feeling, and she said, "Madam, as you can see, since yesterday I've been under house arrest in the manor. I have no knowledge of outside news at all. Did something happen again at Kim Dong Pass?" Madame Qin looked at Lin Chu a little hesitant, but finally braced herself and spoke at this moment. "I won't speak nonsense to spare your feelings anymore. This morning, as soon as my tea house opened, I heard many people saying that Kim Dong Pass is probably going to fall. 200,000 barbarian cavalry, even if they used corpses to pile up, could pile them up against Kim Dong Pass. Furthermore, a team of barbarians bypassed Lu Fuling and robbed the supply carts. Although the food supplies were ultimately saved, the salt sent to the border was completely destroyed. Not a single bag remained. Therefore, the border is short on salt, and soldiers are going from house to house to collect salt." The more Lin Chu listened, the heavier her heart became. She knew Madame Qin came here, perhaps fearing that Yan Minghua might have sent her a letter, thus wanting to probe her for news about Kim Dong Pass. If Wang Hu could survive and return from the battlefield, perhaps he could still have a connection with Madame Qin. Lin Chu also didn't know how to comfort Madame Qin, only saying, "My husband and they are always blessed by heaven. They will surely return safely." Madame Qin suddenly realized that her words might have caused Lin Chu more worry, and quickly said, "Sister, don't worry too much. Your husband, one can tell at a glance, is a capable person. This battle at Kim Dong Pass, who knows, maybe it will be won?" Both of them were not in good spirits after exchanging a few perfunctory words. Madame Qin stood up and bade farewell. Lin Chu ran back to her room, made a noisy fuss tidying up, and then told Jing He to go to the kitchen to help, baking many pastries. No matter how slow Jing He was, she also realized that Lin Chu intended to escape. She also became aware of the seriousness of the situation, fearing Lin Chu would act recklessly, and said, "Madam, don't worry." Before Master left, he left a small team of people, saying that if anything unexpected happened, they would take you to another place to take refuge. This was exactly what Lin Chu was waiting for. She used a clean cloth to wrap the freshly baked pastries and said, "We're not running south. Go tell someone to find a person familiar with this border terrain to come. Tonight at the hour of Z we will set off." Lin Chu had thought that only they were around, but when Jing He let out a few bird calls, and a few similar bird calls echoed not far away, Lin Chu's eyes widened. It turned out there really was a way to transmit messages using secret signals. The backup was settled, so Lin Chu ran back into the room to get the map. Opening it, she discovered clear ink marks on it that were not hers. Lin Chu was stunned for a moment, then carefully looked at the route marked out in ink. The more she looked, the more surprised she became, and finally her gaze stopped on Han Jun. "This? Did you draw this?" Chapter 33. Beside her, Han Jun was petting the dog, his body clearly stiff. He tried to pretend nothing was wrong, but Lin Chu had already sat down in front of him. "Tell Auntie, did you draw this?" Lin Chu held the smudged ink, like scribbled drawings on the map, in front of Han Jun's. Han Jun's small chubby face immediately became serious. Just as Lin Chu thought he would give her an earth-shattering answer, she only saw Han Jun cautiously glance at her, his clear black and white eyes beginning to well up with moisture, his voice a sob. I didn't mean to make it dirty. Lin Chu. Oh well, she had thought too much. The several superfluous strokes on the map truly looked like scribbles by a naughty child. But why was it such a coincidence that it blurred the route she had drawn earlier? Precisely because that route was covered. When Lin Chu tried to piece together the original route from the surrounding areas, she then discovered that between those two high mountains was a valley. They could easily cross the first mountain, but once inside the valley, if discovered by the enemy, it would be no different from walking into a trap. This route definitely had to be abandoned. But for now, she was not in a hurry to reach Kim Dong Quan. The border region lacks salt. The army could directly come and seize the people's salt, so what would the common folk do? In the original work, it was written about merchants who, after bribing the officials with a sum of money to avoid disaster, had specially imported a large quantity of salt from the south, finally selling it at high prices to the border residents, truly making a huge fortune from a national calamity. This place belonged to the Northwest region. If in Lin Chu's original world, the Northwest region had many salt lakes. She just didn't know if it was similar to her original world here. Because she was preoccupied with other matters, Lin Chu also did not pursue the matter of the map further. On the contrary, Han Juni, seeing Lin Chu's heavy expression as she pondered something, couldn't help but anxiously clench his hands, trying to squeeze out tears for a long time, finally managing to squeeze out a few golden tears. He pitifully tugged at Lin Chu's skirt hem. I truly didn't mean to. I know I was wrong. Please don't aba. Night. Seeing the child's tears falling continuously, Lin Chu immediately felt overwhelmingly guilty. She wiped away the tears on Han Junya's small face and gently said, "All right, don't cry anymore. Auntie isn't blaming you." Han Junya sobbed without speaking, his small jade-carved face almost crumpled into a ball, making Lin Chu feel extremely heartbroken. Thinking that this child had lost both his father and mother, his mind must be extremely sensitive, and if she questioned him like this, she was afraid he would overthink it. So she said many more kind words to coax him. Seeing that he had tricked Lin Chu, Han Junya finally stopped squeezing out tears. He just felt his facial muscles aching. A man would shed blood but not tears to squeeze out 2 drops of tears. How could it be easy for him? Everything was ready, only waiting until the hour of Z. The soldiers guarding the gate at night changed shifts every 2 hours. Otherwise, on such a cold winter night, forcing people to stand guard all night, truly few people could endure it. Seeing that there was still half a hour until the shift change, the 2 gate guards were also a bit negligent, leaning against the wall under the courtyard gate, not only avoiding the cold wind but also being able to doze off for a while. Lin Chu had prepared 2 packages, and also brought along a roll of white silk fabric that the 6th prince had given her previously. In the packages were water and baked goods. Now that war had broken out, chaos was everywhere on the road. It was feared that there would be no place to eat. Jinghe could understand Lin Chu carrying dry rations, but carrying white silk fabric, she felt confused. However, Jinghe was not one to pry, thinking that she had strength anyway, so carrying everything was fine. It was midnight now, and Han Junya was a child who seemed to be fast asleep. Jinghe carried him over the wall to get out without seeing any signs of the child waking up. There were 5 people supporting them, all dressed in civilian clothes to avoid drawing attention. The leader was a yellow-faced man. Jinghe was about to hand Han Junya to that man and then go to help Lin Chu, when she saw Lin Chu clinging to a ladder climbing the wall, with a pitch-black object in her arms. Jinghe subconsciously looked at what she was holding in her arms. "Jinghe, give the child to someone else to carry. You help me catch Xiao Hui," Lin Chu said in a low voice. Jinghe, with a bewildered expression, handed Han Junya to the yellow-faced man, while she took a step forward, signaling to Lin Chu that she could throw Xiao Hui down. Xiao Hui perhaps also sensed the danger here. Its 2 front paws clinging to the wall, looking down at the height below, it turned its dog face to look at Lam So pitifully. Lam So stroked Xiao Hui and softly said, "Xiao, be good now, I'll take you to hide, don't make a sound." She threw Xiao Hui down. Jinghe caught Xiao Hui neatly. Xiao Hui was so sca. Red, its eyes widened but it didn't bark aloud. Jinghe placed it on the ground. Xiao Hui stamped its 4 paws and seeing that it was standing firmly, it seemed to come back to life, softly gurgled twice, then turned its head to look at Lam So, who was still clinging to the wall. "Madam, you jump down, this servant can catch you," Jinghe said. Lam So looked at this wall, which was more than 2 thwak high, gritted her teeth and jumped down. She was originally slender, so Jinghe catching her didn't take too much effort. For fear that the carriage's noise would alert the soldiers, the yellow-faced man and his companions had parked the carriage at the head of the street, with dozens of other people waiting for orders by the carriage. Getting into the carriage, Jinghe used a felt blanket to cover Lam So. It's still early now. There's still some time until dawn when the city gates open. Madam can catch a nap for a bit. Lam So also knew that the next few days would involve arduous travel, and she feared there would be no time to catch up on sleep. If she could rest a little now, she should. But she didn't know if it was because she was too worried or too excited so she couldn't sleep. Shall we curled up at her feet? Lam So used a felt blanket to cover Han Little steamed bun, and asked Jinghe, "Have you found a local person familiar with the terrain beyond this pass?" "Yes, old Chef Zhao is coming along. He grew up beyond this pass since childhood. He is one of us." Jinghe's answer made Lam So very satisfied. She said, "I want to meet him." Jinghe was a little surprised, not understanding why Lam So wanted to meet old Zhao so urgently. She said, "Madam, it's late already. If you have anything to ask, wouldn't it be better to wait until tomorrow morning?" Lam So shook her head. "Only after clarifying the terrain can I decide where the next step will be." Jinghe pursed her lips and said, "Madam, rest assured, the general and his people have been beyond this pass for many years. They know where it's safe. You don't need to worry." Lam So glanced at Jinghe, suddenly withdrawing the casualness in her eyes. "Jinghe, just do as I say." In that moment, an imposing aura emanated from her. Jinghe knew she had overstepped her bounds, bowed and withdrew. Not long after, Jinghe led old Chef Zhao to wait outside the carriage. Lam So was afraid of disturbing the child, so she only lowered her voice to ask, "I heard that Venerable Sir grew up beyond this pass. Venerable Sir, do you know if there are any lakes nearby?" "A lake. Outside Yao City there's a lake. Go west past Lianqing Mountain and there's also a lake on the mountain. Although it rarely rains beyond this pass, there are many lakes." Old Chef Zhao seemed not to have expected Lam So to ask such a question. Having received the answer, Lam So then dismissed old Chef Zhao. Near dawn, she intentionally told the coachman to go to the tea house at the South City Gate. Li Jianye had been badly beaten and hadn't come to the South City Gate these past few days. Moreover, it wasn't yet time for the city gates to open, so that place was particularly deserted. Lam So knocked on the door. Madam Qin was brewing morning tea, and seeing it was Lam So, she was stunned. "Madam Yen, you are..." Lam So didn't beat around the bush, telling Jinghe to carry the child in. "Madam Qin, I want to go find my husband. Bringing the child along the way would be inconvenient. During the days I am not at home, please help me look after this child. If I don't return, please ask Madam Qin to find a way to take this child to the general's residence, or to the courier station to find young Master Lu. At that time you give them this letter, and they will know how to arrange things for the child." She had written this letter all night. No matter what she had to do next, she couldn't involve this child. If something happened to her in Yan Minghua and Han Junye's identity was exposed, he would be taken back to the capital by the Han family, and would also be considered to have a place to rely on. Lam So said this while placing a bag of silver on the table. "Madam Qin, keep this silver, consider it as payment for helping me look after this child." "No, are you trying to escape?" Lady Qin's face was filled with worry. Yesterday she had just visited Lin Chu, and the government officials wouldn't let her leave the gate. Now she was secretly leaving the city. What if she was discovered? "I'm worried about my husband. I can't afford to think too much," Lin Chu lied without batting an eye. She glanced at the large pot Lady Qin was using to boil tea, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Do you still have large pots like that? Could you sell me too?" Lady Qin's train of thought was a little slow to catch up. She was just about to comfort Lin Chu, but Lin Chu immediately started talking about buying pots. She ran a tea house. It was usually busy and used a lot of water, so she had bought a very large pot for boiling water. There were also 2 spare pots in the storeroom. She immediately said, "Yes, I'll have someone get them for you." Han Quan Deep, who was pretending to sleep in Qin Icho's arms, suddenly opened his eyes. He had a pathetic look as if about to be abandoned. "Mother, don't leave me behind." Lin Chu didn't expect Han Quan Deep to wake up at this moment. She stroked Han Quan Deep's small head and said, "Be good. Auntie won't abandon you. Auntie is just going on a long trip. When Auntie returns, I'll come pick you up immediately." Han Quan Deep's eyes were red-rimmed. No, I want to go with mother. Lin Chu's expression turned cold. Be obedient, stay here. Seeing that the sallow-faced man had led people to carry the pots onto the cart, and as dawn had broken, Lin Chu led Qin Hoa and the others out. Han Quan Deep wailed piteously, calling for his mother. Lady Qin chased after her to return Lin Chu's money purse. Lin Chu had already gotten into the cart and said to Lady Qin, at this moment I won't be long-winded with you anymore. I am going to find my husband. The dangers are unpredictable. In these turbulent times, carrying silver on one's person is no different from carrying a bag of rocks. Please consider it as helping me keep it safe. Time is running out, I must go. She steeled her heart and did not look at Han Quan Deep. The horse-drawn cart had already gone far. Han Quan Deep, held by Lady Qin's hand, stood at the gate, his eyes red-rimmed, as if he had truly been crying. That foolish woman not taking him along, truly too foolish. The horse-drawn cart exited through the North City gate. Qin Hoa had originally wanted to say a few words to Lin Chu, but then discovered Little Gray was still in the cart. She immediately felt a headache. Madam, I forgot to leave Little Gray with Lady Qin. Lin Chu said, take Little Gray with us, it will be very useful on the journey. Qin Hoa was clearly very confused. Arriving at the lake, old Chef Zhao had mentioned, Lin Chu carried Little Gray down from the cart. Because the ground was covered in a layer of frost, Lin Chu told someone to clear the frost next to the lake, and only then did she let Little Gray down. Little Gray, try licking it. Little Gray only took one lick, then rubbed against Lin Chu's leg. It seemed this was not a saltwater lake. Animals' sense of taste is very sensitive. They also like salty food. Normally, plants around saltwater lakes as well as cows, sheep and some small herbivores love to eat them and sometimes even lick the soil there. Lin Chu had originally intended to rely on the state of cattle and sheep eating plants to judge whether it was a saltwater lake, but now, not to mention the fact that plants withered in winter, due to the war alone, there were not many cattle and sheep breeders left. The group traveled for nearly half a day more before reaching the foot of Lintan Mountain. Yao City had no snow, but here the mountains were completely covered in snow. The mountain road was rugged, the horse-drawn cart couldn't ascend. The group had no choice but to abandon the cart, load all their belongings onto horses, and arduously make their way up the mountain. The lake on Lintan Mountain was extremely vast amidst an expanse of ice and snow. It resembled a vivid green jade, exceptionally beautiful. Due to water scarcity in winter, the lake's water level did not appear deep, and there were even signs of drying up around it. The snow around here is so thick, yet there is no snow accumulated by the lake. The yellow-faced man was cautious, and immediately noticed this anomaly. The soil around the salt lake has a very high salt content, so snow naturally cannot accumulate. Little Gray waddled into the snow, ran to the lakeside by himself, licked a mouthful of soft mud, immediately stuck out his tongue, made a smacking sound and then continued to lick. A smile bloomed on Lin Chu's face. Previously, she wasn't sure if there was a salt lake here or not, which was why she thought of bringing Little Gray along. If it really didn't work out, she would find a place with high salt content to dig wells for well salt. Now that there's a salt lake, it saves a lot of trouble. She put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly, set up the pots, light the fire. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Jing He and the others were all bewildered. Madam, are you planning to cook here? Jing He asked with uncertainty. Lin Chu's joyous mood suddenly halted. She said sternly, we're making salt. As soon as these words were uttered, the yellow-faced man and his companions all looked incredulous. How can salt be made from this? The companions couldn't help but start murmuring. Lin Chu also didn't know how to explain the process of making lake salt to people of ancient times. In ancient times, there were mainly two types of salt production: sea salt and well salt. Coastal dwellers would expand salt fields in areas near the sea, let seawater in, then enclose it, use sunlight to evaporate the water, and collect the salt once it naturally crystallized. In inland regions, the main method was well salt production, digging wells in places with high salt content, drawing up the brine from the wells, then boiling it to evaporate the water and collect the salt. The technique for refining lake salt had not yet been invented at this time. Thinking that directly producing lake salt would be more convincing than explaining it extensively, Lin Chu said, in my homeland there's a method for making salt using lake water. Everyone just needs to follow my instructions. The yellow-faced man and his companions were still mostly skeptical, but having traveled arduous mountains to reach Mount Lianqing, they might as well try it once. Everyone quickly followed Lin Chu's instructions, set up large pots, and found dry branches nearby to light a fire. Lin Chu led a few strong men to the lakeside. In the autumn and winter in the northwest, rainfall is particularly scarce, and this salt lake, after a long period of evaporation, had its water level drop significantly. Areas previously submerged by lake water were now exposed, covered with a layer of salt rock encrusted with scale and moss. These were crystallized salt blocks, also known as raw salt in the process of lake salt refining, which could be directly excavated without further processing. Lin Chu told the men to bring up the crystallized salt blocks and scrape off the moss, scale, and some other large impurities. When the earthy yellow salt rock was revealed after scraping off the moss and scale, the men were all extremely excited. Salt refined in ancient times was not pure, and the salt used by some poor families still contained many impurities, appearing this color. "We have salt!" a man shouted joyfully. Some of the men on the shore who were lighting the fire heard this shout and also rushed over to see. Lin Chu smiled and rubbed her temples, saying, "This amount of salt cannot be used directly yet. Pee it in white silk cloth and put it into a large pot to boil until it dissolves." The yellow-faced man and his companions had not expected Lin Chu to truly know how to make salt, and now they all obediently followed her instructions. They brought several salt blocks from which impurities had been removed, wrapped them in white silk cloth, tied knots, and dropped them into the large pots to boil until dissolved. Seeing the salt blocks wrapped in silk cloth gradually shrink, and finally the entire silk cloth floating to the surface, Lin Chu then told Jing He and the others to scoop out the silk cloth. During the drying and crystallization process, the salt rock had become mixed with a lot of mud, soil, and other small impurities. By dissolving the salt rock and then filtering it once, insoluble impurities like mud and soil could be removed. Lin Chu considered that the conditions here were limited, and that after a large pot boiled, its rim would be very hot, making it difficult for anyone to lift it to pour into another pot for filtering. So she directly wrapped the salt rock in white silk cloth and dropped it in to boil. Salt, upon encountering heat, would dissolve on its own, and what remained in the silk cloth would be impurities such as mud and soil. After removing impurities like mud, the brine still contained mostly some mineral ions. Lin Chu rummaged through her pack again and took out the alkali powder she had brought. Alkali powder was something usually added when making steamed buns and kneading dough. It was an alkaline substance that could react with many mineral ions and make them precipitate. She added this and that to the brine, making Jing He and the others gape in astonishment. Not long after, a lot of white precipitate appeared at the bottom of the pot. Due to limited conditions, these precipitates could not be filtered out. But fortunately, the precipitate particles were very large during the salt boiling process. They would naturally settle to the bottom of the pot. When the salt crystallized, they just needed to scoop out the salt without taking the part at the bottom of the pot. This pot of brine was originally crystalline salt blocks dissolved at high temperature with a little water. Under the intense fire, evaporating the water did not take much time. Seeing the water in the iron pot gradually dry up, finally white crystals precipitated at a speed visible to the naked eye. That pure white salt, almost the color of snow, stunned everyone. Madam, is this salt?" Jing He was so moved she couldn't speak. Since coming to this frontier, she had never seen such pure salt. Only when the Marquis Yangon Manor was still prosperous could such fine salt be used. Lin Chu smiled and said, "Of course it's salt. Use bags to store this salt. While it's still early, let's boil a few more pots." When the men saw that salt had been made, everyone was enthusiastic and worked much more quickly. Jing He was too moved to speak. She stead a little with her hand, and her eyes immediately lit up. "Madam, this salt isn't bitter." Ancient people, when making salt, naturally didn't understand too many chemical principles. Filtering once to remove sediment was already considered fine salt. Salt containing many minerals would make it taste both bitter and astringent. Lin Chu used alkali powder to make most of those minerals precipitate, so of course the salt would no longer taste bitter. The yellow-faced man was vigilant. He possessed formidable martial arts skills. Although engrossed in the joy of having made salt, he still felt something was amiss. He shouted, "Someone is coming up the mountain." The whole group immediately became alert. Lin Chu looked at the half-boiled pot of salt, frowned and said, "You few stay with me to finish boiling this pot of salt, the rest of you go see what's happening." Thanks to the experience of boiling salt from the previous time, this second time was much faster. When this pot of salt was about to be put into bags, the yellow-faced man led his people back. Everyone had a solemn expression. The smoke on the mountain has attracted the barbarians. Lin Chu had previously looked at the map and knew that Lianqing Mountain was not far from Jingdong Pass. She told Jing He to watch the men putting salt into bags, then went over and asked the yellow-faced man, "From which direction are the barbarians coming up?" "It's the same path we took to come up the mountain earlier. They probably saw T. He carriage parked at the foot of the mountain. Now they're estimated to be near halfway up the mountain," the yellow-faced man said. As soon as she heard near halfway up the mountain, Lin Chu had an idea. Before coming up the mountain, she had paid attention to the terrain. The snow on Lianqing Mountain was very thick from Yao City. There was only one path up the mountain. The path from the foot of the mountain was very rugged, but after passing halfway up, it was almost a straight ascent. "Roll a few large snowballs and push them down from the entrance," Lin Chu said. When the yellow-faced man heard this, he was stunned at first, then joy visibly spread across his face. Previously they wanted to find rocks to roll down the mountain, but the thick snow covered everything, so they couldn't find any. Lin Chu's suggestion of rolling snowballs like a child's game gave them an idea. Immediately dozens of men ran off to roll snowballs. The snowballs, which were originally only half a person's height when rolled from the mountaintop, had transformed into snowballs taller than a person by the time they reached halfway down the mountain. The barbarians climbing the mountain couldn't dodge in time, and many were knocked down by these snowballs. The slope was also very steep. Those who were knocked down almost slid straight to the bottom. Furthermore, as people rolled down from above, those below who couldn't dodge in time also met with disaster. Immediately, the entire mountain echoed with the piteous groans of the barbarians. After rolling several snowballs continuously, the snow on the mountain path was also almost cleared. The men then loaded the full bags of salt onto the horses' backs and spurred the horses down the mountain from another direction. Because there weren't enough horses, Jing He only carried Lin Chu and Little Gray on horseback, without loading any additional salt. At the same time, on another mountain, the geographical location was perfectly situated to view the entire Lianqing Mountain. Although there was sunlight, it was still cold and had no warmth at all. A troop of soldiers, though clad in tattered armor, looked like scattered soldiers, but their fierce eyes subtly conveyed that they were absolutely not ordinary soldiers. Occasionally a cold wind blew. The eyebrows of the soldiers on horseback were all covered with a thick layer of snow, but their bodies did not stir. It was Yan Minghua and his companions. They received news that a barbarian troop intended to pass through the gorge in Lianqing Mountain, so they had ambushed here early. Unexpectedly, smoke suddenly rose on Lianqing Mountain, leading the barbarians up the mountain. Watching the barbarians scrambling halfway up the opposite mountainside, a brawny man spurred his horse forward and said to the person on the black horse, "Big brother, those barbarians have all gone up Lianqing Mountain, are we still fighting?" The black horse snorted its nose in the snow. The mane on its neck trembled incessantly, seemingly a little uncomfortable. Its owner, however, was as still as a statue in the cold wind. Yan Mingguo's black cloak was like a scroll of night that could not be dispelled. A few strands of hair falling over his forehead were blown slightly disheveled by the cold wind, but it added a wild touch to his excessively handsome face. Perhaps the sunlight was too dazzling, making it impossible for people to clearly see his expression. Only his indifferent voice was heard. "Wait a little longer." The smoke on Lianqing Mountain had also attracted their attention. But the scout who went to investigate had not yet returned, so for a moment, he could not judge whether those on Lianqing Mountain were friends or foes. Although the rolling snowballs had hit a few barbarians, it could not be guaranteed that this was not a barbarian trick to lure the enemy. If they charged forward recklessly, then the barbarians would be on the mountain and they would be in the gorge, becoming caught in a pincer attack by the barbarians. Furthermore, this time the barbarians were marching secretly, so it shouldn't be a coincidence that they encountered another army like this. In the cold wind, a sharp bird cry suddenly sounded, and upon closer listening, it seemed like a whistle. Yan Mingguo's expression immediately changed. He fiercely whipped his horse and charged forward, quick. Up Lianqing Mountain. Yuan San and the others did not understand, but seeing Yan Minggu go, they all immediately followed. The speed of the barbarians ascending the mountain still exceeded Lin Chu's imagination. Each of them had almost a full bag of salt loaded on their backs, and horses naturally could not run as fast as barbarians who only carried one person. Seeing that they were about to be caught, the yellow-faced man immediately blew a whistle to signal his brothers. A part would escort Lin Chu away, the rest would stay to hold back the barbarians. This was their secret communication signal. When the whistle sounded, everyone knew what they had to do. Much more effective than shouting in the cold wind. Lin Chu was worried that the yellow-faced man and his companions would sacrifice too many people here, and hurriedly said to Jing He, "Tell them, the salt can be thrown away. Preserving lives is the most important thing." After all, they had already found the salt lake, so they could return to make salt later. Jing He gritted her teeth and blew a whistle. Not long after, a flurry of whistles echoed from behind. Jing He said, "Song Tua," and the others said, "Madam doesn't need to worry." "Ah, madam." This section of the road was icy, the horse's hooves slipped on it, and it immediately fell. Jing He timely shielded Lin Chu, using her body as a flesh cushion. The fallen horse broke its neck, its heavy body pressing down on Jing He's leg. No matter how much she endured, she still cried out in pain. Lin Chu alone did not have the strength to push the horse. Fortunately, people were approaching from behind. She hurriedly said, "Quick, get Jing He out." Two men dismounted, trying to move the horse away. Xiao Hui, who had also tumbled, ran over and bit Jing He's trouser leg, wanting to pull her out. From afar behind them, the excited growls of the barbarians echoed again. Lin Chu looked up only to see barbarians, wielding knives in their hands, charging forward on horseback. Although the yellow-faced man had held back most of the barbarians, some still managed to catch up. Seeing this, Jing He's expression changed completely. She said to the two men, "Quick, take the madam away." Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Lin Chu gritted her teeth, continuing to push the horse that was pressing on Jing He's leg. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to go, we go together." "Madam." Jing He was almost in tears. The two brawny men were not mere decorations with their combined strength. They finally pushed the horse away. The barbarians' war horses were drawing near. Lin Chu looked at the icy road and shouted to one strong man, "Take Jing He back." Human speed, naturally, could not compare to that of horses. Seeing them retreat in panic, the barbarians on horseback roared with even greater excitement, thinking they were struggling in despair. But unexpectedly, when they swung their whips and rode to this section of the road, the horses' hooves also slipped. Several barbarians immediately fell from their horses. Truly, both riders and horses tumbled. The barbarians hazing behind saw this scene and quickly pulled back on their reins. This time, the two men didn't need Lin Chu's reminder. They swung their great sabers, and blood splattered on the spot. This scene provoked the barbarians on the opposite horses. They let out angry growls, swung their knives, jumped off their horses, and fiercely advanced towards Lin Chu and her companions. Lin Chu helped Jing He lean against a snow-covered pine tree. The two men stood in front of them, their expressions solemn, staring at the approaching barbarians. The barbarians roared and charged first. They had the advantage in numbers, and the two men also had to guard Lin Chu and Jing He behind them. Before long, they were injured. Seeing this, Jing He's heart was burning with anxiety. She knew that the situation for the yellow-faced man was probably not optimistic either. But the mission Yan Minghua had given them was to protect Lin Chu, and she could not let Lin Chu suffer any harm. Jing He raised a finger to her lips and blew a few extremely sharp whistles again. Immediately, a whistle echoed back from afar. Before Jing He could rejoice, she saw a barbarian swinging a great saber towards Lin Chu's back. Her pupils constricted. "Madam, be careful." Her voice trembled slightly out of excessive fear. Lin Chu heard the voice and turned her head, only to see a barbarian swinging a great saber towards her. His eyes were wide open, but fresh blood was spewing from his mouth, and his expression was extremely fierce. His great saber did not fall, because his chest had been pierced by a goosefeather arrow. The barbarian fell, and from afar, the sound of horse hooves thundered. Lin Chu looked up, only to see a person urging his horse forward, his black cloak billowing high behind him in the cold wind, like a powerful dark cloud. It was Yan Minghua. He had left Yuan San and his group several hundred meters behind. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, the barbarians rushed even more towards the pine tree, wanting to take Lin Chu hostage. One man, already injured, fell, and the other was also at his wit's end. Seeing the barbarians approaching, one of Jing He's legs completely lost feeling, she leaned her back against the pine tree to steady herself, raising her knife horizontally to shield Lin Chu behind her. Seeing Jing He in such a state, Lin Chu's heart was filled with indescribable emotions. Looking back at the fierce barbarians, a fire rose within her. She picked up a knife from the ground and yelled, "Barbarians, dare to come closer and try. This old lady will hack you all to death." The barbarians, pushed to the brink, remained unmoved, fiercely swinging their knives. On horseback, Yan Minghua narrowed his cold eyes, took out 5 goosefeather arrows from the quiver, placed them on the bowstring, drew the bow, aimed and shot. Decisive action. Lam So was still stunned, watching the barbarians suddenly fall down. Seeing Yan Minghua riding his black horse approaching, she was momentarily speechless. It wasn't until Yan Minghua's warhorse was about to reach this section of the road that the tense thread in Lam So's mind reconnected. She screamed, "Stop immediately!" Yan Minghua instinctively thought there was still an ambush nearby, his eyes sharp as ice sweeping across the surroundings. Unexpectedly, the warhorse beneath him suddenly plunged forward, and Yan Minghua reacted extremely quickly, leaping off the horse. His landing posture was very majestic, but this section of the road was covered in ice. Having just gone through a fierce battle, the ground became even more slippery. He slipped forward and fell flat on his face. In that instant, the entire space seemed to fall silent. Kin Hoa and that other man both bowed their heads, not daring to look. Vien Tam and his companions, who followed behind, saw this scene and stood awkwardly in place, wanting to laugh but not daring to, looking as if they were suppressing it with great difficulty. Fortunately, where Yan Minghua fell was quite far from where the barbarians had bled, so he wasn't splattered with blood. Poor Lam So looked around, saw that no one intended to help, and so she bravely stepped forward, her face fawning. "My lord husband, are you all right? Let me help you up." This could absolutely be considered one of the greatest humiliations in Yan Minghua's life. His complexion was not just gloomy, but even more so, scaring Lam So. He silently stared at Lam So for a moment, then as if he had prepared himself for death, he took Lam So's outstretched hand and stood up. Seeing him stand firm, Lam So hadn't even had time to react before he pulled her into his arms, then gave her a smack of a kiss. This kiss came inexplicably, so fast that Lam So thought it was an illusion. She touched the corner of her lips, where the cold imprint of lips still lingered, looking at Yan Minghua, her expression a little bewildered. "Still running around wildly? When we get back, I'll deal with you." Yan Minghua's voice as he said this was a little fierce, but his earlobes were flushed red, making one wonder if he was using that feigned fierceness to hide something. Lam So didn't notice the emotions he was trying to hide, thinking he was scolding her for not staying home, and explained General Jutan feared that you wouldn't be able to hold Kim Dong Pass and would rebel, so he captured all the family members of the officers and soldiers and took them to Kim Dong Pass as hostages. I was afraid something might go wrong, so I ran out. Looking at the sallow-faced man and his companions, along with some approaching soldiers, Lam So pointed to the bag of salt on the horse's back. "Look, I even boiled a lot of salt." Yan Minghua's expression was a little unsightly when he heard the first sentence, but upon hearing the latter half, his attention was immediately drawn. He took Lam So's hand and walked straight ahead. Lam So considered that this was ancient times and being se, and by so many people, she felt holding hands was a little unnatural. She tried to struggle, but it only made Yan Minghua hold tighter. Thinking that holding hands wouldn't cost her any flesh, Lam So ignored him. "Master!" The sallow-faced man Tong Thok dismounted and saluted Yan Minghua. Yan Minghua glanced at a few soldiers following Vien Tam, saying, "Vien Tam, take your men and go check around to see if any barbarians slipped through the net." Vien Tam looked at Yan Minghua and immediately understood his meaning. He called the soldiers' garrison from Dutan and Kim Dong Pass to patrol the surroundings together. These people were not his own, and Yan Minghua still felt uneasy. After Yuan San led those soldiers far away, He then asked Song Tua, are these bags all salt? When salt was mentioned, Song Tua's stiff face also showed a hint of joy. Yes, master. It was all cooked by madam. Look, this salt is no worse than refined salt. Song Tua opened a bag of salt. Yan Mingwa saw the pure white salt, and a glint of surprise and unexpectedness flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lin Chu, carrying a hint of indulgence that he himself didn't even realize. I didn't expect that my wife would even know how to cook salt. Suddenly praised by the great villain, Lin Chu still felt a bit embarrassed. But very quickly she remembered the matter she had been worried about before, saying, what I've done can be considered as illegal salt production. But currently the frontier lacks salt, so it's out of necessity. You think of a way to help me hide this. In ancient times, whether it was illegal salt production or illegal salt trade, both were capital offenses. She didn't want to die so unjustly. Yan Mingwa raised an eyebrow in surprise, and couldn't help but rub Lin Chu's head. I didn't expect you to be quite intelligent. Lin Chu felt that him touching her head was no different from her touching Xiao Hui. At this thought she hurriedly pushed his hand away. But her eyes sparkled brightly. Husband, let's make a deal. Yan Mingwa frowned imperceptibly. He didn't like the word deal, but still, uncharacteristically, showed a kind attitude. Speak. You give me a few more people, and I will help you cook a lot of salt. Is that all? Yan Mingwa felt that this clearly didn't resemble a deal. Only then did Lin Chu say with a bit of embarrassment, half of that salt belongs to me. Yan Mingwa was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he immediately understood Lin Chu's intention. You want to trade salt? Lin Chu nodded. Yan Mingwa stared at her without speaking. Lin Chu shyly said, I'm very poor. I have no house, no shop, no money. Yan Mingwa. A moment later he said, the business of a salt merchant isn't that easy. Lin Chu continued to stare at him pitifully. Yan Mingwa. I will figure out a way to get a license for you. Lin Chu immediately smiled brightly. Today's attack by the barbarians truly gave Lin Chu quite a scare. After all, the initial salt cooking experiment was successful. She thought that later she might not need to bring people to Lianqing Mountain to cook salt anymore. She only needed to bring back some rock salt. When summer comes, after driving those barbarians out of this land, she would bring people to establish salt fields. The production from sun-drying salt in salt fields would be much greater than from cooking salt. While Yuan San led those soldiers to patrol around, Lin Chu then told the soldiers under Yan Mingwa to go to the salt lake and bring back some rock salt. On the way back to Jintong Pass, Lin Chu thought Jing He was injured, so she told people to make a stretcher and carry her. Her initial intention was that she could walk and talk with Qin Hoa to relieve boredom. Who knew, the great villain Yan Min Kwa grabbed her collar, lifted her onto a horse to go together. Lam So really wanted to show some spirit, and say that she would walk with Qin Hoa to Kim Dong Quan. But when she heard that even going fast would take half a day's journey, Lam So's little spirit immediately vanished. And Tu Hoi too. Lam So didn't forget her dog son. Yan Min Kwa's thousand-year frozen face said, already placed on Qin Itra's stretcher. Knowing Tu Hoi wouldn't be left behind, Lam So felt relieved. Yan Min Kwa suddenly asked, where is that boy surnamed Han? I left him with Lady Tan. I also left a letter. If I don't return, I'll ask Lady Tan to take the child to the sixth prince. Lam So replied. UW. Wrote a letter? Yan Min Kwa's voice was a little higher. Lam So thought he didn't approve of her way of doing things, and was about to defend herself with a few sentences, when she suddenly remembered that no one would recognize her simplified characters. Immediately she looked embarrassed. How was she to tell these ancient people that, although she didn't know how to write traditional characters, she was actually a cultured person? During a short rest on the way, Lam So wanted to go see Qin Hoa, but Yan Min Kwa pulled her back and wouldn't allow it. He said Qin Hoa was moving slower because she was being carried, and it would probably take a few more hours to get here. Lam So couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt in her heart. Qin Hoa was injured because of her. The sky was getting dark, and the night wind was cold and strong. Qin Hoa didn't know how long she would have to endure on the road. Yan Min Kwa saw her pang of guilt, but still said nothing. As the sky grew darker, Yan Min Kwa, fearing Lam So would be cold, wrapped her in his cloak. Immediately, Lam So felt his scent in every breath, and her mind was a little hazy. They traveled for about another hour in the night, finally reaching Kim Dong Quan. Having ridden a horse for half a day, Lam So's legs were a little weak. Yen Min Kwa carried her down from the horse. Only then did she discover that there was a horse-drawn carriage behind the group. Kin Hoa and Tu Hoi stepped down from the carriage. Tu Hoi was waddling towards her. Lam So's face immediately turned as black as a pot bottom as she glared at Yen Min Kwa. Chapter 36. The person behind Yen Min Kwa touched his chin and looked up at the sky. Lam So said indignantly, "Husband, where is the stretcher? Duong Q, you take the madam to find a place to rest first. The rest of you, come with me to report to the commander." Yen Min Kwa chose to ignore her. Kin Hoa was helped over, seemingly also noticing the somewhat subtle atmosphere between Lam So and Yen Min Kwa. After Yen Min Kwa led the others away, she tentatively asked, "Madam, what happened between you and the master?" Lam So pressed her lips tightly, the corners of her mouth curled up, and her narrowed eyes flashed with ferocity. "Nothing." No matter how her tone sounded, it seemed she was gritting her teeth. Duong Q was waiting on the side to lead the way, retracting his neck. He felt Lam So's smile was terrifying. Indeed, not being of the same household, they did not enter through the same gate. According to regulations, women were not allowed into the military camp. But currently, most of the residents of Kim Dong Pass had packed their belongings and headed south to take refuge. The entire city was an empty city. Duong Q easily led them to an uninhabited inn. The battle at Kim Dong Pass had lasted for nearly half a month. The tables and chairs in this inn were also covered in dust. The yellow-faced man, Tong Thok, and his companions quickly tidied up a few rooms. Lam So was about to ask Duong Q to help invite a military doctor from the military camp. Unexpectedly, the military doctor came in person, along with a cart of rice and vegetables. Hearing the young soldier who brought the provisions say so, this was at Yen Min Kwa's instruction. Lam So led the military doctor upstairs to examine Kin Chua's injury. Having eaten baked goods all day, Tong Thok and the others couldn't bear it anymore. They cleaned the kitchen, and old Chef Tru began to cook dinner. The military doctor examined Kin Chua's injured leg. No matter how he pricked her with needles, Kin Hoa seemed to feel no pain. The military doctor only said that her shin bone was fractured and required rest. He applied medicine, then used a splint to immobilize her leg. Kin Hoa always maintained a calm expression, but in Lam So's heart, she was extremely worried. A fractured shin bone shouldn't cause the entire leg to lose its sensation of pain, should it? In the room she dared not ask. When seeing the military doctor downstairs, her eyes red-rimmed, she finally asked, "Military doctor, tell me truthfully, how is her leg?" The military doctor shook his head and said, "Madam, it's not that this old man wants to conceal anything, but this is very difficult to say. Everything depends on each person's fate. Just apply the medicine on time, rest for a while and see if there's any progress." Lam So knew that ancient medicine was not as developed. Traditional Medici. Any diagnosed illnesses using Vong Van Thiot observation, listening, questioning, palpation, which could not be as precise as modern medical machinery could diagnose. She suppressed all emotions in her heart, forced a smile, and thanked the military doctor. Everything here had been properly arranged. Only then did Duong Q return to the military camp with the military doctor. Kin Hoa had practiced martial arts since childhood, and her hearing was more acute than ordinary people's. She heard every word Lam So asked the military doctor downstairs in the hall clearly. When Lam So returned to the room, Kin Hoa said, "Madam need not worry, at most it's just one leg. Even if this servant has to use crutches later, I can still protect Madam." These words made Lam So's heart ache. She sat down on the edge of the bed and held Kin Chua's hand. "Silly girl. What nonsense are you saying? It will definitely be cured. There are no good doctors at this border. We will go to the capital to find one. The world is vast. There will surely be a divine physician." Kin Hoa was so moved by these words that she nearly shed tears. Lam So felt uncomfortable in her heart, and became even more determined in her intention to earn money. Currently the border lacked salt. The merchants here were surely racking their brains to buy salt from Nam Do. But the imperial court could not provide so much salt in a short time, and salt merchants naturally dared not transport it openly. They could only risk their lives smuggling salt. From the capital to beyond this pass, one had to pass many guard posts to transport salt. The cost of bribing officials, big and small, was certainly not a small sum. When salt reached beyond this pass, its price would skyrocket. If she directly sold salt to these border merchants, they would surely choose to buy her salt. Those merchants bought salt at a high price, and by then they would increase the price several times over to sell to the poor. For merchants who only knew profit, there was nothing in their hearts called nation or world. Whether the increased price of salt caused the poor to starve to death or not, they would not care. Along the way, Lam So had also seen many refugees, dying from cold, starvation or illness by the roadside, their bones unburied. It was like that everywhere. Before seeing these miseries of this chaotic era, she could wholeheartedly worry about her own affairs. But having seen them, her heart grew heavy. It was heartbreaking to see the places where Qin and Han had passed. Tens of thousands of palaces all turned to dust. In prosperity, the common people suffered. In chaos, the common people suffered. When wars broke out, those who forever suffered were the common people in the lowest class. Because they were in the lowest class, any class could exploit them. They are the ones who pay taxes and serve in the army. They are the ones exploited by corrupt officials and oppressed by unscrupulous merchants, and in times of chaos they are also the first ones to be abandoned. With the salt produced, she could do business with ruthless merchants, but she couldn't do business with these poor common folk. She wasn't a good person, but she still had a bit of conscience. When her capability was insufficient, that was one thing, but now that she had enough salt in her hands, she could completely let Yan Mingqua's subordinates take some to distribute to the poor common folk. A favor in times of trouble is always remembered more vividly than decorating brocade with flowers. This could also help Yan Mingqua's army win the hearts of the border populace. Later, if he took any action, it would definitely be enthusiastically supported. Although Lin Chu didn't understand much about court politics, she still knew the principle that water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn it. As for those merchants with this amount of salt, they would probably only be able to do business with wealthy families. Lin Chu wasn't afraid of their revenge after all. It was the army that had seized the salt before, and now it was also the army distributing the salt, so they couldn't blame her. Everything had been calculated and settled. All that was left was for Yan Mingqua to get her an official salt trade permit. After quickly eating dinner, Lin Chu told Song Tuo and the others to clean up the kitchen, intending to quickly refine the rock salt they brought back into edible salt. When Yan Mingqua arrived at the inn, a group of people was busily boiling salt in the kitchen. The inn's kitchen was very spacious and even had a filter stand normally used for making tofu. The firewood also burned very vigorously. This salt boiling session was much more efficient than during the day on Lianqing Mountain. Yan Mingqua stepped into the kitchen, seeing his little wife standing in front of several large pots, commanding the men sometimes to add water, sometimes to scoop it out for filtering. The man tending the fire under the stove pulled the bellows, making a resounding hula sound. It was clearly a winter night, but everyone in the kitchen was drenched in sweat. Yan Mingqua leaned against the doorframe and stood for a while before Lin Chu noticed him. Alkali powder had already been added to the pot, now just waiting for it to settle for filtering. Song Tuo and his companions all knew how to do the next steps. Lin Chu then walked to the door, looked at Yan Mingqua. "Why are you here?" Yan Mingqua saw that her nose tip and forehead were both dotted with sweat. A few traces of pity appeared in his eyes. He removed his iron wrist guard and used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "When the matters in the military camp were finished, I came to see you." His gaze passed over Lin Chu and fell upon the large pot where salt was gradually crystallizing. "Is salt produced by boiling like this?" Lin Chu nodded, "But this method is quite laborious. When the weather gets warmer, drying salt directly will be much faster." "Drying salt in salt pans?" Yan Mingqua was surprised. Lin Chu hadn't expected Yan Mingqua to know a little about salt production. She nodded. "You know about it?" Yan Mingqua's voice was a little flat. "Before, when fighting battles in Bohai, I saw local people doing that. I just didn't expect lake water could also be used." "Ordinary lake water won't work," Lin Chu said with a smile, thinking that explaining to him what a salt lake was and what a freshwater lake was would also be difficult, so she didn't say much more. Yan Mingqua didn't ask further. He took out a document from his bosom and handed it to Lin Chu. Lin Chu took it, opened it and looked. She didn't recognize a single character, but from the large red seal stamped on it, she could still deduce that this was the salt trade permit. She narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curved upwards, and she smiled radiantly. "Many thanks, husband." Yan Minghua found it amusing, and was about to say something, when he saw her tuck the document into her bosom and then run back into the kitchen. Yan Minghua immediately felt quite uncomfortable. He slowly followed behind. Song Thak and the others saw Yan Minghua enter the kitchen, and their work became somewhat constrained, their efficiency actually not as high as before. Lin Chu also noticed this. She negotiated with Yan Minghua, "How about you go back to the barracks first? This place of mine, I reckon it won't be finished in a while." "Why?" "And Minghua." The whole group saw Yan Minghua's expression start to darken, and they became even more cautious, like walking on thin ice. In the end, it was Song Thak who spoke. "Madam, I have memorized all the steps for cooking salt. How much alkaline powder to add to each pot I have also remembered. You have been tired all day, please go to rest early." She did these things without avoiding Song Thak and his companions, having originally intended to train Song Thak. That Song Thak had gained this understanding made her quite happy. After all, if she wanted to get rich by trading salt later, she would always need her own people, and couldn't always personally oversee the salt cooking. But today Lin Chu was thinking about what to do with the salt next, only wanting to finish cooking the salt quickly. She said, "I'm not sleepy. You all just do your own work." Yan Minghua's expression became even uglier. He grabbed Lin Chu's hand and pulled her outside. "Hey! What are you doing?" He held too tightly. Her hand was a little sore and stinging. Lin Chu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Yan Minghua heard the sound and stopped. This was the inn's main hall. Currently, everyone was busy in the kitchen, and there was no one here. Yan Minghua leaned one hand against the wall, took Lin Chu's chin with the other, pinning her between him and the wall. "I just finished my duties in the army and came to see you, and you respond to me like this?" When he said that, Lin Chu immediately knew what he was angry about. But now she was wholeheartedly worried about the salt matter. This ancestor was sulking again. Lin Chu only felt a headache. "My lord, currently the war is tense. If this salt is processed early, it can also be considered an early solution to a trouble." Hearing these words, Yan Minghua's expression did not improve at all. "You go rest, let Song Thak watch the kitchen. How can I sleep at a time like this?" Lin Chu's expression was a little haggard. "Jinghe's leg, we still don't know if it can be cured. Once this salt is sold, there will be money, and then I will ask someone to go to the capital to find a divine physician specializing in treating legs for her. Only now, seeing this salt, do I feel a little at ease in my heart." Yan Minghua stared at her for a long time, his gaze slowly deepening. In her heart, was even a servant more important than him? Yan Minghua had lived for over 20 years, and had never thought of using his whole heart to dote on someone. But now he had offered his whole heart, yet the other party did not reciprocate at all. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. He knew that she did these things mostly for his benefit. Pitying her in his heart at the same time, a failure of masculine pride arose. He said, "Lin Chu, there will be a day, whatever you want, I will bring it before you." After saying this, he withdrew his hand, and left without looking back. Watching his back disappear at the inn's gate, not long after, the sound of horse hooves fading into the distance came from outside. Lin Chu rubbed her wrist, which was sore from his grip, and only felt vexed. She could feel that Yan Minghua was angry, but what was he angry about? Angry at her unenthusiastic attitude towards him? The great villain surely wouldn't be so childish, right? Unable to figure it out, Lin Chu stopped tormenting herself. In the following days, the rock salt brought back from the salt lake in Liantan Mountain was successively refined into pure salt. Lin Chu divided the salt into 2 batches. One batch was sent by someone to the barracks. Currently, the barracks lacked salt, and Commander Jin Dongguan was having a headache like a swarm of bees. Yan Minghua was able to quickly obtain a salt trading license because he had proposed to the commander, stating that there was a salt merchant willing to donate salt to the soldiers, but she was illegally trading salt and wished to request a salt trading license from the commander. Under normal circumstances, the commander would certainly not agree. But now was a special period, and the imperial court refused to allocate more salt funds, so the commander, full of anger, immediately agreed. After solving the salt problem in the barracks, Lin Chu again told Song Thak to contact merchants in the border regions, spreading the news that they had salt in hand. Many merchants were those without salt trading licenses, some were even just local gentry in this border region who had grown rich by exploiting the common people. Lam So quoted too high a price. They hesitated and refused to buy. Tong Thok asked if they should lower the price a little. Lam So said the price would only increase, not decrease. The price of salt she offered was only half the price that those merchants had previously sold to the poor border residents. Those cunning merchants, prolonging the time, perhaps wanted to stall her, to see if she would lower the price. At this moment it was a test of who was more patient. Yen Min Kwa hadn't come to the inn these past few days. Lam So was busy with the salt trade, and also deliberately paid no attention to news related to Yen Min Kwa. Until one day, Duong Q suddenly ran to the inn looking haggard, saying that Yen Min Kwa had been seriously wounded in the recent great battle, and was now clinging to life. Lam So immediately couldn't sit still, and rushed to the military camp. Arriving at Yen Min Kwa's tent, seeing the graceful woman taking care of him without leaving his side for half a step, she raised an eyebrow. The great villain's romantic luck was truly blossoming lately. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. The woman had her back to Lam So, unaware that she had arrived. She was holding medicine and feeding it to Yen Min Kwa. Yen Min Kwa was leaning against the bed, sitting semi-upright. As soon as he saw Lam So appear at the door, he noticed her, but he said nothing, only silently stared at Lam So. Lam So was hesitating whether to go in when she glimpsed the spoonful of medicine being brought to his mouth. She felt it was best not to go in and be a third wheel. She quietly lifted her skirt and left, but in Yen Min Kwa's eyes she was leaving in a huff. He immediately raised an eyebrow, his expression a little excited. That blockhead finally knew how to be jealous. The woman holding the bowl of medicine suddenly flicked his eyebrow, and said in a hoarse voice, "Why are your eyebrows twitching? Having a seizure?" Yen Min Kwa. The woman stirred the brown medicine in the bowl, muttering, "Why hasn't junior sister-in-law younger brother's wife arrived yet? This third bowl of medicine is about to get cold." Saying that, she scooped another spoonful and brought it to Yen Min Kwa's mouth. "In practicing on you, lest senior brother say I don't even know how to properly feed medicine." Duong Q was afraid that evil people would take advantage of Lam So entering the military camp alone to spread rumors, so he specifically went to greet a junior general guarding the camp gate. As soon as he turned back, he saw Lam So walking away. Duong Q had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that Big Brother Yen's faked injury had been discovered so quickly? "Sister-in-law, are you going back already?" Duong Q was always quick-witted, but at this moment he couldn't find anything to say, and could only greet her dryly. Lam So saw it was Duong Q and smiled gently, nodding. It didn't seem like she had to scoff. Yen Min Kwa was faking his injury. Duong Q was a little confused, and asked suspiciously, "Sister-in-law isn't staying to take care of Big Brother Yen?" Lam So scratched the back of her head. "I'm not joining this excitement anymore." These words left Duong Q looking bewildered. Duong Q decided to go back to the tent to ask Yen Min Kwa what exactly had happened. As soon as he entered the tent, seeing the woman, as tender as a spring onion, appear before Yen Min Kwa's bed from who knows where, Duong Q only felt his vision darken big. "Big brother, this person is..." Yen Min Kwa with a scowling face said, "Where is she?" The one asking of course was Lam So. Duong Q was almost in tears. "My sister-in-law left." Yen Min Kwa heard this, and his expression grew even uglier. Did she get jealous and leave? Doesn't she know how to compete for a little affection? Duong Q looked at Yen Min Kwa, feeling a tremendous headache, and said indifferently, "Big brother, I fear this matter will not be easy to resolve." Yen Min Kwa shot him a hostile glance. Duong Q said, "Women all need to be coaxed. You refused to yield, and after much difficulty, you used the excuse of being injured to get sister-in-law to visit you. Yet you pulled this stunt that made her angry and leave." Thinking of this, Duong Q's eyes, full of hostility, stared at the woman in front of Yen Min Kwa's bed. Unexpectedly, that tender young woman put down the bowl of medicine, and with a clack punch, Yen Min Kwa in the eye. "You impudent brat. Why didn't you tell me your sister-in-law came?" That husky voice, deeper than a man's, made Duong Q's eyes widen. Yen Min Kwa's face looked terrible, covering his left eye that had been punched. "We knew, that's enough." That tender young woman rolled up her sleeves, placed one foot on the round stool, and made to hit someone again. "This old lady is your senior sister. Is V Nu a name you can call me by?" Duong Q was completely stunned. Women changing faces, indeed, it only takes a moment. Just then Vien Tam entered the tent, preparing to report the military situation to Yen Min Kwa. When he saw Venu, he was clearly stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, saluting Venu second miss. The moment Venu saw Vien Tam, she immediately withdrew her foot from the stool, and conveniently smoothed down her sleeves. Instantly she transformed into a petite, graceful beauty, even bowing very properly. Vien Tam go. Duong Q felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Women changing faces is indeed a matter of a moment. Seeing that Yen Min Kwa and Vien Tam had military matters to discuss, Venu skillfully retreated. Before leaving she said, "You impudent brat. Your senior sister will go help you coax your sister-in-law back." Yen Min Kwa immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Don't go." Venu gave him a disdainful look. "You stinking brat who doesn't know any better, don't even care about it. With your appearance, why would she marry you? You don't cherish her, and you even intentionally provoke her. If our master's wife were here, see if she wouldn't break your legs." Yen Min Kwa only felt a headache. He quickly winked at Vien Tam. There was a hint of helplessness in Vien Tam's eyes, but he still spoke up to call Venu back. "Second miss, there's a batch of very fragile weapons in the army. With the war ongoing, since you've already come down from the mountain, would it be convenient for you to come and take a look?" Venu immediately returned to her gentle demeanor. "Since Vien Tam Gu has said so, then I would rather obey than be disrespectful." After letting Duong Q lead Venu to the armory, Yen Min Kwa rubbed his forehead and asked, "Is there any news from the barbarians? Hu Dain Leet believes he severely wounded your excellency with that arrow, and the morale of the barbarians has surged in recent days. Because the generals sent out to meet them in battle have all failed these past few days. They even say that there is no one left at Kim Dong Pass who can fight a battle. Today Thatch Luke brought news, saying that many barbarians are felling trees on the mountain, seemingly preparing to build cloud ladders for attacking the city." Vien Tam said, "Let their morale surge for a few more days. As for Vong Ho, tell him to stay calm. By then we will round up all the barbarians. As for the marshal, I will speak with the marshal so that Kim Dong Pass will. I'll display a ceasefire notice for a few days." Yen Min Kwa quickly analyzed the current situation. Vien Tam nodded, and only then pretended to ask a question. "Second miss, why did she suddenly come down from the mountain?" Vien Tam did not just get to know Yen Min Kwa after arriving in Quang Tan. He and Tong Thak were both personal secret guards trained by the Yong and Marquis residents. That year, when Yen Min Kwa went up the mountain to study his craft, he also accompanied him. He learned quite a few skills from Old Man Bok Ki, and thus was also considered half of Yen Min Kwa's senior martial brother. It was just that year when Yen Mingwa descended the mountain, Old Man Baishi said that Yen Mingwa had a great tribulation, telling him to go to Jiangcheng, saying that he would help Yen Mingwa overcome this tribulation later. Unexpectedly, those words came true. Yen Mingwa rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. That person has descended the mountain. Master and mistress have been traveling around for the past few years. There's no one on the mountain to restrain her. She doesn't know how she found out I was at Jindong Pass, so she came looking for me. When Yuan San arrived, he had met Lin Chu, and just now he saw Wei Ru again. He thought for a moment, then still said, "I heard Song Tua say that for the past few days, Madam has poured all her heart and soul into the salt trade, and even asked someone in the capital to find a physician." Yen Mingwa's lips pressed together a little tighter. Did those merchants make things difficult for her? Yuan San said, "Not exactly difficult, but they are, after all, local snakes who have been entrenched for many years. For Madam to gain the upper hand, it certainly won't be easy. Young master, your subordinate clearly sees that Madam does these things, all for your sake. The remaining salt Madam also intends to distribute to the border residents, in your name." Yuan San said nothing more. Making salt, trading salt, it seemed Lin Chu had made a good profit, but in reality the biggest beneficiary was still Yen Mingwa. She knew Song Tua was Yen Mingwa's man, and kept cultivating him, originally so that Yen Mingwa would have an extra ace up his sleeve. Yen Mingwa obtained a salt trading license for her, but by solving the problem of salt shortage in the military camp, he was also credited by the commander-in-chief. She distributed the surplus salt to the border residents, also in his name, helping him win the hearts of the people. On his side, he was angry that she didn't understand romance, yet he didn't know that on her side, She was battling wits and courage with cunning merchants. Yan Mingwa knew that his sulking these past few days was truly childish and ridiculous. Although he didn't want to admit it, he truly wanted that foolish girl to understand. After Yuan-san withdrew, Yan Mingwa took out the thick bronze mirror from under his pillow. The back of the bronze mirror had a very deep scratch, visibly caused by a sharp object. Huyen Lai's arrow, if it weren't for this bronze mirror deflecting it, he would probably be meeting King Yama by now. Yan Mingwa stroked the bronze mirror, and after a long while he sighed, "What should I do with a blockhead like her?" Lin Chu, who was called a blockhead, was sitting in a carriage on her way back to the inn. She suddenly sneezed, rubbing the tip of her nose. "Who's cursing me?" Lin Chu returned to the inn so quickly. Song Tua and the others were clearly a little surprised, but didn't dare to ask. The salt prices with the cold-blooded merchants were finally settled. From beginning to end, Song Tua handled the negotiations. Lin Chu only directed from behind. When Song Tua returned to report, although happy, his face also showed worry. "Madam, we just sold salt to them, and immediately after, distributed it to the common people. I fear those merchants will hold a grudge. They weren't willing to spend a few silver coins to get a salt trading license. Buying salt from us and then selling it to commoners is already smuggling. They wouldn't dare make a big deal out of it. Moreover, the ones distributing salt to the people are the army, not me. Even if they get angry, it won't be directed at us." Lin Chu had considered these issues long ago. When she replied, her voice was exceptionally calm. Even if those merchants suspected her, they wouldn't dare act. Because when they saw that salt trading license they would owe. NLY think that the powers above wanted to interfere with border trade. Although a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, this salt trade implicitly gave them a warning. Later, if she engaged in any other business, those merchants wouldn't dare arbitrarily cause trouble. Song Tua bowed and withdrew. In his heart he admired Lin Chu even more. For a woman to possess such foresight was truly precious. Yan Mingwa stubbornly wanted Lin Chu to yield first, so these past few days, he deliberately did not reveal any news to the inn. Lin Chu, however, lacked a certain nerve. She didn't realize Yan Mingwa was sulking with her. Seeing that the salt trade negotiations were completed, these past few days she had dedicated all her thoughts to business. Men are unreliable, but is the money in one's own pocket unreliable? Although in the first amount of money from this salt trade, Yan Mingwa had helped her quite a bit, she had also returned commensurate things to Yan Mingwa based on a certain fair definition. She didn't feel she owed Yan Mingwa anything. But she and Yan Mingwa truly couldn't remain tense like this. Yan Mingwa couldn't humble himself, so it could only be her who humbled herself to maintain peace. Lam So feared that if she went to the military camp, she would encounter something awkward, so every day she just stewed nourishing soup at the inn, and then asked someone under Tong Thok's command to bring it. Yan Min Kwa had no idea, still thinking Lam So had suddenly enlightened, and happily drank the nourishing soup every day. Even someone slow-witted like Kin Hoa noticed the abnormality. Today, Lam So was talking to her in the room, taking the opportunity to look at the ledgers. The clattering sound of the abacus was very pleasant to hear. Seeing the income in the ledgers, Lam So's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. "Madam." Kin Hoa had been observing for half a day, and carefully spoke up. "What is it?" Lam So looked up from the ledgers. "Did you and Master have a quarrel?" Kin Hoa's face was full of worry. Lam So was stunned. "No, we didn't." Kin Hoa, with a "don't lie to me, I know everything" look, gazed at Lam So. "Then why hasn't Master come to thee in these past few days?" Lam So scratched the back of her head and said, "He was injured in the previous battle, so perhaps it's not convenient for him to come and go." The woman who was taking care of Yan Min Kwa, Lam So herself, still didn't know the other party's identity. But Lam So was also too lazy to investigate. After all, if Yan Min Kwa really wanted to take a concubine, she couldn't stop him. She also found it inconvenient to say these words to Kin Hoa, lest Kin Hoa worry about this and that. When Kin Hoa heard Lam So speak, she only felt that things were even more amiss. Master was already injured, yet Madam was still so calm? She advised Madam at this time, "You should all the more go and take care of Master." Lam So could only respond with a few perfunctory sentences. "I stew nourishing soup for him every day, and have people deliver it to the military camp." Kin Hoa silently looked at the large bowl on the table that hadn't been cleared yet. So, for the past few days she and the heir had been drinking from the same pot of soup? Under the table, Chu Hoi was hugging a bone, trying to grind its teeth, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. Chu Hoi was also gnawing on the same kind of bone. Kin Hoa felt a few seconds of pity for Yen Min Kwa in her heart. The final battle at Kim Dong Kwan came sooner than Lam So expected. The sun had just emerged as a faint red streak on the horizon. On both sides of the street was a desolate scene of civilian houses. The early morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the cold wind blew fiercely. Under the shadow of the clouds on horseback, people in iron armor and black cloaks stood in silent stillness. Everything between heaven and earth was still, not even the sound of birds chirping. Lam So heard that Yen Min Kwa had come to the inn, which was a bit strange. Stepping out the main door, seeing the person on horseback, Lam So narrowed her eyes. People say a person is made beautiful by silk, and a horse by its saddle. This great villain, having changed into a set of battle armor, his entire body became strikingly heroic and radiant. Beautiful things always make people want to look a few more times. Not to mention, it was a handsome man in military uniform. Yen Min Kwa saw his little wife, standing motionless at the door, remembered the bowls of nourishing soup sent to the military camp these days, and the anger he had suppressed in his heart for a long time dissipated. But for the sake of appearances, he only said coldly, "Come here." Lam So obediently walked over. Her eyes squinted in a smile. "Husband, why do you have time to come today?" Her words carried no other meaning, but Yen Mingwa immediately imagined a whole series of events where she was jealous. He coughed twice just passing by. His eyes once again scrutinized Lin Chu from head to toe. Her hair was a bit messy, and the color of her clothes wasn't bright at all. It seemed these past few days she hadn't been in the mood to groom herself. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her face looked a bit haggard, surely due to the incident that day, causing her to worry and lose sleep in the middle of the night. Then he looked at her radiant, joyful expression upon seeing him. She surely didn't expect him to come visit her, did she? Yen Mingwa looked repeatedly, feeling heartache himself. He dismounted swiftly, striding towards Lin Chu. Before Lin Chu could even react, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. This sudden hug left Lin Chu a bit dazed. She patted his back symbolically. These past few days she had been busy with the salt trade, staying up late every day to do accounting, and dark circles had appeared under her eyes. She didn't know how to do ancient hairstyles previous. Wai Jing he would help her. These days, for convenience, she simply tied her hair into a ponytail. As for clothes, she only had 2 simple outfits to alternate wearing. Yen Mingwa said, "These past few days you've worked hard." Lin Chu, "Not hard, not hard." Why did this kind of conversation feel a bit strange? The iron armor on his body was a bit hard. Lin Chu felt it pressing against her. She patted his shoulder, signaling him to let go. Yen Mingwa probably realized this too, and obediently loosened his grip. "This husband, come inside and sit for a bit." Lin Chu felt that the cold wind outside this early morning was really biting. Moreover, them just standing here seemed a bit awkward. Yen Mingwa shook his head. "I'm about to leave the city, so I won't go in." "Leave the city?" Lin Chu was puzzled. There's going to be another battle soon, but this is probably the last battle for Kim Dong Pass. Mentioning the war, the color in Yen Mingwa's eyes deepened a little. He looked at Lin Chu. "If you're scared, you can also go to another place to take refuge beforehand." Hearing his tone, Lin Chu knew this battle would surely be won. She immediately said a flattering remark. "With my husband still outside the city, how could I be scared?" She used to read too many romance novels, accidentally saying something a bit corny. Lin Chu was a little embarrassed. Yen Mingwa's eyes lit up astonishingly again. He coughed twice and said, "Then I'll be going now. I will wait for my husband to return victorious and safe," Lin Chu said with a smile. It wasn't the sentence he wanted to hear. Yen Mingwa silently touched the place where the heart-protecting mirror was placed inside his armor. Lin Chu remembered he was still injured, and said with concern, "Husband, you still have wounds. The battlefield is perilous, swords and blades have no eyes. You must be extremely careful." Yen Mingwa looked at Lin Chu. "The bronze mirror you gave me, I still carry it with me." "Lam So? Oh, anyway, safety comes first. It's better to be prepared." He cut Lam So off that day you came to the military camp. The young woman you saw. Big brother, the troops and horses are ready. From the other end of the street, Vong Ho's voice, as resonant as a bronze bell, suddenly rang out. Yen Min Kwa was cut off, his expression gloomy. He was just about to continue, when he saw Lam So nodding obediently. A very good young lady. If my lord has an interest, your concubine will choose an auspicious day to bring her through the door. Yen Min Kwa. He suddenly didn't want to say another word to his foolish little wife. Don't you worry about baseless things. Leaving this remark, Yen Min Kwa whipped his horse and departed, leaving Lam So extremely puzzled. She had already shown such gentleness and magnanimity. Why did the great villain seem not happy at all? Returning to the inn, Lam So intended to wait for news with peace of mind. Not long after she sat down, she heard sounds of an argument downstairs. She went downstairs to see, only to find a youthful young woman standing tall at the door. Seeing her, the young woman's smile immediately stretched from ear to ear. Younger sister-in-law. Younger sister-in-law. Tong Thok and his companions were staring intently. At the door, several sturdy men lay fallen, having been knocked down by her. Lam So looked at this delicate young woman, then heard that husky, weathered voice, and felt it was utterly illogical. She signaled with her eyes for Tong Thok and the others to make way, then walked up to the young woman and politely asked, "May I ask who this young lady is looking for?" Upon hearing this, Vinu's eyes revealed a look of confusion. "Aren't you Lam So?" The other party knew her name, which made Lam So even more curious. This young woman couldn't be Yen Min Kwa's elder sister. The Marquis Yangon residence had only one bloodline left, Yen Min Kwa. So what did her younger sister-in-law remark just now mean? "That's me," Lam So replied, wanting to see what this young woman ultimately wanted to say. Vinu immediately smiled with squinted eyes again. "That stinky brat Yen Han is about to go into battle. Come, I'll take you up to the city wall to watch the fight." She pulled Lam So's hand, intending to go outside. Lam So was again stunned by the information in her words. Are you a relative of my lord? Otherwise she wouldn't know Yen Min Kwa's real name. Moreover, in her eyes, entering the military CA.MP and going up to the city wall were not big deals. Lam So became even more curious about this young woman's identity. This character was not mentioned in the original work. "I am his senior martial sister from the same sect." Vinu naturally draped her arm over Lam So's shoulder, then took out from her bosom a pulley model drawing that Lam So had drawn earlier. "I heard you designed this thing? I forged iron for several days straight to make it. I find this thing quite interesting, but I don't know how to use it. Come on, let's go up to the city wall and try it out." Upon hearing Vinu say she was Yen Min Kwa's senior martial sister from the same sect, Lam So's mind immediately began searching for information about Yen Min Kwa's sect. The original work indeed didn't introduce much about this matter. But a delicate young woman who also knew how to forge iron. Lam So swallowed and asked, "May I ask what this young lattice name is?" "My master named me Vinu. You are my younger brother's wife. Just call me senior martial sister like that brat Yen Han does," Vinu said heartily. In Lam So's mind, another internal struggle ensued. How did this relationship become more and more complicated? This girl in front of her is precisely the female lead's mother. The female lead's mother turns out to be the big villain's senior sister. Lin Chu felt a little startled in her heart. This world is truly too small. It turns out that not only is the male lead's father an old acquaintance of the big villain, but the female lead's mother is also an old acquaintance of the big villain. Lin Chu was thinking wildly when she heard Wei Ru muttering. Yan Xing originally intended to bring this blueprint to Master, but Master and Madam went traveling 2 years ago. I was curious, so I helped him make it. Just then, eldest senior brother came down the mountain. I went to find him and by the way brought this thing to that kid Yan Xing. Wei Ru pulled Lin Chu, wanting to go towards the city wall. Lin Chu hastily told her to wait a moment. Wei Ru was used to acting on impulse, but Lin Chu, having experienced Li Jianya's incident last time, dared not be careless. She had someone find 2 sets of men's clothes, disguised herself and Wei Ru as men, and only then proceeded towards the city wall. Jing He was worried about Lin Chu, and gave her instructions for a long time. Lin Chu felt touched in her heart. A group of people arrived at the military camp. Because the barbarians had already begun to attack the city, all the generals and soldiers in the city were busy defending against the barbarian attack. To ensure safety, Song Tuo again sought out Wang Hu, who was staying inside the pass. Wang Hu immediately found a set of small soldiers' armor for Lin Chu and them, allowing them to blend in and ascend the city wall. Wei Ru was clearly a belligerent person. Seeing the barbarians attacking the city, she revealed an excited expression, and casually picked up a large stone from the city. Wallen threw it down. Lin Chu looked at the distance this young lady threw, and fell into a short silence. Are those who come out of Yan Minggua's sect all diamond strongmen? Small theater. Yan Minggua, I have to go to battle now. Lin Chu muttering, the villain is about to go torment others again. Yan Minggua, I'm leaving now. Various hints. Lin Chu flattering, wishing my husband a triumphant return. Yan Minggua. No kiss, no hug, no lucky charm for him, unhappy. My wife is a block of wood. Is a block of wood. Author's words from Tuanzi Lai Ji on Jinjiang. Cough cough, the author just came to fix a few typos covering face and sneaking away. Thank you to the little angels who threw overlord tickets or watered me with nutrient solution. Thank you to the little angels who threw landmines Feng Yi Joey 1. Thank you to the little angels who watered nutrient solution. Joey 10 jars Habatanga Chu Tuong Deep Ni Kwang 2 jars Fong Deep Mach 2 Love You 1 jar. Thank you very much for everyone's support. I will continue to work hard. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. This is the vanguard of the barbarians. Their numbers are not many, but each one is not afraid of death, not easy to deal with. Wei Ru, while embracing stones and throwing them down the city wall, took the opportunity to say to Lam So, her face unable to hide her excitement. Having just descended the mountain, she encountered such an interesting matter. Fighting these barbarians was much more exciting than her unilaterally tormenting wild boars all over the mountain while she was on the mountain. The young general responsible for managing the stone throwing on the city wall at Kim Dong Pass loudly urged the soldiers on the wall to be quick, not to give the barbarians below the wall time to climb the cloud ladders. The young general came to this area and saw a small, thin, and short soldier diligently embracing stones and throwing them down. A surge of heroic spirit suddenly rose in his heart, and he shouted loudly, soldiers, even if you die, you must hold this section of the city wall. When he passed Wei Ru, he patted her shoulder. His face full of appreciation, continued to defend well. He then glared at Lam So, who was standing dazedly beside her. Don't be lazy. Lam So and Wei Ru, before arriving, had both smeared their faces into a flower face. Hearing the young general's words, Lam So silently nodded, then ran off pretending to carry a large stone. As for Wei Ru, she responded with a clear, resonant sound. Her hoarse voice did not make the young general suspicious at all. Lam So did not possess the strength of Wei Ru. The stones used to throw at the barbarians below the city wall weighed at least more than 30 can. She carried the stone to the city wall, almost utterly exhausted. Wei Ru also noticed this. She snatched the stone from Lam's hand, saying, just pretend to work, that's enough. I brought you up to this city wall, not for you to carry stones. Although Lam So was certain this battle would be won, the initial phase of the attack was still extremely brutal. The barbarians charged too fiercely. Their fighting style completely disregarded their lives. The soldiers throwing stones down from the city wall all became exhausted at times. Moreover, while this side continuously threw stones down, the other side had to carry the pre-prepared stones, one by one, from inside the city up to the city wall. The speed of carrying stones clearly could not keep up with the speed of throwing stones from the city wall. Not long after, some barbarians found a gap and climbed up using the cloud ladders. They bit knives in their mouths, each one with a ferocious expression. A small soldier standing closest to the stone-throwing area was terrified by the blood-soaked barbarian who had just climbed up. Before he could even react, the barbarian twisted his head off. But the barbarian was also quickly kicked down by Wei Ru. Lam So saw Wei Ru standing upright on the city wall, feared something might happen to her, and loudly told Wei Ru to come down. Wei Ru waved her hand, signaling Lam So to rest assured. That barbarian was knocked down by Wei Ru, and other barbarians climbed up using the cloud ladders. But seeing the small flower-faced soldier who was on the city wall, the barbarian was stunned for a moment, then immediately became ferocious-faced, reaching out a hand wanting to shove Wei Ru down. Wei Ru was not afraid of him. With one hand she grabbed the cloud ladder leaning against the city wall, and pushed hard with force. The barbarian and the cloud ladder tumbled down, also crushing a group of attacking barbarians below. Wei Ru clapped her hands saying already ugly, and then making such an ugly face to scare people, they deserve to be punished. The officers and soldiers on the city wall, seeing barbarians climbing up, were already in a panic. As soon as they saw that scrawny little soldier acting so bravely, their morale immediately surged. Seeing barbarians climb up, they grabbed their knives and chopped off heads. Wei Ru imitated the previous method, kicking down quite a few cloud ladders. Lin Chu saw that the usable weapons and stones on the city wall were becoming increasingly scarce, clearly indicating there weren't enough people to transport weapons up the city wall. She immediately called Wei Ru over and asked, "You said you finished making the pulleys, where are the pulleys?" Wei Ru scratched her head and said, "I left them in the armory over here. But it's not far, I'll go get them." She quickly ran off amidst the chaotic soldiers, then disappeared. Lin Chu then instructed Song Tuo, who had always been protecting them nearby, to find a few hanging baskets. A group of people quickly erected a frame on the inner city wall. Lin Chu told them to lower the hanging baskets and place the stones and weapons that needed to be brought up into the baskets. Although Song Tuo was the personal hidden guard of the Marquis of Yongan's residence, he had also followed the Marquis of Yongan in several major battles that year. He recognized what Lin Chu wanted to do and immediately said, "Madam, these stones are too heavy. Pulling them up will take a lot of effort. It would be faster to have a dedicated squad of soldiers transport them." Even pulling people up with a hanging basket was very arduous, let alone a basket full of stones and bladed weapons. Lin Chu was about to answer when she heard a loud voice from afar. "I've brought the things." Wei Ru placed the pulleys, contained in a small basket, in front of Lin Chu. Lin Chu took one and tried it, finding it very well made. She immediately combined the fixed pulleys and movable pulleys, then secured a fixed pulley to the frame. Fixed pulleys do not save effort but can change the direction of force. Movable pulleys cannot change the direction of force but can save half the effort. Lin Chu used a combination of many movable and fixed pulleys. When she felt it was stable, she told a few small soldiers to try pulling, to see if they could pull up the hanging basket full of stones from below the inner city wall. Song Tuo and the others, seeing Lin Chu setting up the pulleys, found it strange but didn't have much hope. Just the few small soldiers Lin Chu designated, even if they pulled one person up in the hanging basket together, it might not have been possible. But when these few soldiers pulled up an entire basket of stones, everyone on the city wall was astonished. Their gazes turned fervent towards the pulley systems. Could these small, seemingly useless things have such miraculous effects? The hanging basket itself weighed almost 50 caddies. Adding this basket of stones, it had to be at least over 1,000 caddies. The weight of an adult man is about 140 caddies. 3 adult men would only be just over 400 caddies. How could they pull up an object weighing 1,000 caddies? But a single movable pulley can double the pulling force. Lin Chu used 2 movable pulleys, and the pulling force immediately increased fourfold. Pulling up heavy objects was naturally easy. A few small soldiers secured the hanging basket, while a few other soldiers climbed up the inner city wall, throwing the stones and weapons from the hanging basket outwards. The first pulley system was successful. Lin Chu then used the remaining pulleys to make 2 more sets. Wei Ru had long been itching to try. As soon as Lin Chu finished, she personally went to work pulling the hanging baskets, constantly exclaiming how miraculous this thing was. With this shortcut for transporting weapons, the number of soldiers transporting weapons immediately decreased by half. The number of soldiers on the city wall blocking the barbarian attacks suddenly became abundant, and they could even take turns defending and resting. With ample logistics, it was like battling a dungeon with a strong auxiliary priestess in the party comp, completely eliminating worries about insufficient health. The situation on the city wall had stabilized. The first wave of barbarian attacks ended in failure. The morale of the Dezhou army soared. At this moment, the main gate outside the city slowly opened. The army led by Wang Hu surged onto the battlefield like a tide. Lam So stood on the city wall, looking, only to see bobbing heads and shouts piercing the sky. The black banner with a golden Zhao character advanced with the army. This was the official battle about to begin. The solemn and tragic scene far surpassed anything Lam So had ever seen in films. The barbarians had lost a vanguard unit, so when facing the vanguard led by Wang Hu, their formation was no longer strong. But they were not at a disadvantage either. Lam So stood on the city wall, watching, only to see the barbarian army resembling a leavened dough. One moment it was dented by Wang Hu's army, the next it filled itself in again. The enemy's numbers still held an overwhelming advantage. The more Lam So watched, the tighter her brows furrowed. The barbarians were prolonging the battle by sheer numbers, which could also drag people to their deaths. She didn't know how Yan Minghua and his people had planned, but this battle was not as optimistic as he had said. That brat Yan Xing probably hasn't shown up yet, right? Wei Ru stood upright on the city wall, looking into the distance. A barbarian lay on the city wall. A sword plunged into his back. Fresh BLO. OD soaked his leather armor. He seemed completely dead, but then opened a pair of hateful eyes, looking at Wei Ru standing beside him. He suddenly clenched Wei Ru's leg, then rolled off the city wall himself. This was to drag someone down with him even in death. Lam So saw this scene, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. She shouted, "Be careful," and lunged to grab Wei Ru. All of Wei Ru's attention was focused on the distant battlefield, completely unprepared for a dead man at her feet. Thus she was pulled down by that barbarian. When Lam So lunged, Wei Ru's entire body was pulled down by the barbarian's weight. Lam So only managed to grab one of her hands. The falling weight of both individuals was clearly more than Lam So could bear. If her elbow hadn't still been under the city wall, she might have fallen with them. But in that moment the aching pain, as if her arms would be torn off, still made Lam So grit her teeth. Fortunately, Song Tua and the others rushed over in time, helping her pull Wei Ru back up. Wei Ru was born with divine strength. Before, she was afraid Lam So couldn't pull her up, so she didn't dare to move. Now that Song Tua and two other strong men had gripped her hands, she was certain she wouldn't fall. She bent the leg that the barbarian was gripping tightly. The dead barbarian still tried to hold onto her ankle, yet he was pulled up by her. Wei Ru used her other leg to kick the barbarian's face hard. While kicking, she cursed, "You son of a bitch. How dare you try to drag this old lady down with you? I'll kick you to death." Her kicks were not light. After a few kicks, the barbarian's entire face was disfigured. He was completely dead, released Wei Ru's ankle and fell straight down. Wei Ru was pulled back up, and hurriedly checked on Lam So, "Junior sister. How are you alright?" Lam So painfully realized that one of her arms seemed to be dislocated. She forced a smile. "My arm seems to be dislocated." Song Tua glanced and saw Lam So's left arm hanging limply, but due to the distinction between men and women, he wanted to help but didn't dare. Wei Ru also saw it. She grabbed Lam So's arm, pushed it, then pulled it. Lam So couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Madam." Song Tua and the others were a little worried. Wei Ru looked at Lam So and asked, "Junior sister, is your arm feeling any better now?" Lam So tried to move her left arm a little, and found that it no longer hurt. She immediately said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Wei Ru's expression showed a hint of remorse. "It should be me thanking you. If I hadn't been so careless, you wouldn't have gotten injured." She helped Lam So stand up. Seeing a broken sword at the base of the wall, she grumbled, "Why are these batches of weapons still so fragile?" Lam So followed her gaze, slightly stunned. Ancient iron forging techniques were far inferior to modern ones. The iron produced was inherently impure, so weapons forged from it were naturally prone to breaking. Later, if there's an opportunity, try to see if steel can be smelted using a blast furnace. On the battlefield, the vanguard led by Vong Ho finally tore open a gap in the barbarian army. Ho Dian Liet saw that the Sa-man army was clearly a little chaotic, and shouted loudly, "Warriors of the steppe! The Zhao army has no one left who can come out and fight. If we capture this pass, we can advance into the heartland of the Central Plains. Countless provisions, cattle, fine wine, and beautiful women are all waiting for us." His words had a certain effect. The morale of the barbarians immediately soared, but a signal flare shot up into the sky. After that, on the two high mountains outside Kimdong Pass, the sound of horse hooves like thunder, tens of thousands of Zhao soldiers charged down from the mountains, joining Vong Ho and his comrades to rip apart the Sa-man army. Like a stream pouring down from the mountains, merging into a large river. The barbarians realized there was a trap and wanted to retreat, but their retreat path had also been blocked by 20,000 Zhao soldiers. The one leading the way was Yan Minqua, the one rumored to be severely wounded. He wore a black robe and black armor, holding 2 gleaming bronze sabers in his hands, riding his horse Ovan, and the army behind him also waited silently outside the battlefield, like a lurking beast. Hou Dainlit, upon seeing Yan Minqua, knew he had fallen into a trap, but the situation at this moment did not allow Hai M to think much. He could only push morale to its highest, shouting himself hoarse, "Warriors of the steppe, kill!" The massive Saman army was surrounded by the Zhao army, fragmented into countless field formations. Their numerical advantage immediately vanished instead. They tended to be cornered in one place to endure blows. When Yan Minqua's army set out, even from such a distance, Lam So on the city wall also saw it very clearly. The gleaming bronze sabers in their hands were like the scythes of death, harvesting the lives of the barbarians like cutting grass. Wherever the army passed, it was like surging white waves on the sea. Victorious in every battle, nothing could stop them. This battle, the outcome was already determined. Hou Dainlit, under the protection of a team of personal guards, finally broke through the encirclement of the Zhao army. He rode away miserably. Yan Minqua shot 3 consecutive swallow-feathered arrows but also missed him. His pupils constricted. He handed his dark black iron bow to Vien Tam, and pursued him alone on horseback. A battle that originally had no hope resulted in a great victory. The entire Kimdong Pass was plunged into extreme joy. Waiting for news at the inn was not as convenient as being on this city wall. Lam So and Venu just stayed on the city wall and waited. Until night fell, Vien Tam and the others only returned with grimy faces. Each person's expression was extremely grave. Lam So did not see Yan Minqua, and had a bad premonition in her heart. Venu was a hot-tempered person. Not seeing Yan Minqua among the crowd, she immediately shouted, "Where is my junior brother?" Second young lady, sister-in-law. Vien Tam looked at Venu and Lam So, seemingly unable to speak out that cruel truth. "Brother Yan, what happened to him?" Although Lam So always told herself that Yan Minqua was the main antagonist who would survive until the end, seeing Vien Tam like this, she couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. "Brother Yan isn't coming back anymore." Thatch Luke let out a cry, his eyes red and swollen like a rabbit's. He was clearly a man of stature, but at this moment he was sobbing desperately. As he cried, the brothers who returned with Vien Tam also all had red and swollen eyes. Chapter 39. What do you mean can't return? Lin Chu still couldn't believe that Yan Mingwa had actually met with an accident. Wei Ru directly shouted tyrannically, "Alive? I must see the person. Dead? I must see the body. What are you big strong men dilly-dallying for?" This time Tang Zhou spoke up. He was born and raised in the borderlands, extremely familiar with the terrain here. Big brother Yan, while pursuing Huyan Lai, entered the soul-severing stone forest. Soul-severing stone forest, what kind of monstrous thing is that? Wei Ru was so annoyed she wanted to hit someone. Lin Chu was startled again. The soul-severing stone forest was mentioned in the original novel. The female protagonist, D. Yui, to a congenital illness from her mother's womb, needed a precious medicine to prolong her life. After much research, the male protagonist learned that there was a place near the western regions called the soul-severing stone forest that contained this precious medicine. He went alone on horseback to the soul-severing stone forest, enduring considerable hardship and nearly losing his life before he managed to retrieve the precious medicine. Tang Zhou said with a tragic expression, "That's a haunted forest. No one who has entered it has ever returned alive. All living creatures will go around it. In the sky above the forest, let alone carrier pigeons, even eagles cannot fly over it. Legend has it that the soul-severing stone forest is the burial ground for soldiers who died in ancient battlefields. And because their resentful energy is too heavy, anyone living who enters will be haunted by evil spirits." Big brother Yan didn't know it was the soul-severing stone forest, saw Huyan Lai go in and chased after him. "We were too far behind to call Big brother Yan back." Wei Ru slapped Tang Zhou on the back of the head. "So you basically didn't go into the forest to look for my junior brother? And yet you tell me my junior brother can't return?" She was so furious she was going mad. And her blow was not gentle. Tang Zhou was sent sprawling by the slap. Yuan San quickly called out to her, "Second miss. Wei Ru irritably slapped the table. The good quality wooden table instantly shattered into a pile of splinters under her palm. She strode outside. Prepare the horses. This old woman will go to that soul-severing stone forest myself to find my junior brother. Second miss, no. Nothing must happen to you again. Yuan San's expression was exceedingly heavy. I came back here to inform you and sister-in-law, so that both of you could be a little at ease. Later, I will prepare my gear, and then re-enter the soul-severing stone forest. Wei Ru said angrily, how can this old woman sit still? My martial arts are not much inferior to yours. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Lin Chu suddenly said, senior sister brother Yuan, take me with you. Wei Ru's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Sister-in-law, I know you care about that presumptuous brat, but don't follow me and cause trouble. You obediently stay at the inn and wait for news. Lin Chu said, I can ride a horse myself and won't cause you any trouble. Moreover, I have a way to find my husband. Wei Ru thought she was just saying these words because she didn't want to be left behind, and immediately said, sister-in-law, at a time like this, please listen to your senior sister. Lin Chu was a little helpless. Even if senior sister and you leave me behind, I can still find my way there myself. Wei Ru was not one to put on airs. She realized that Lin Chu's words were not mere polite pleasantries. She immediately said, all right, then let's go. Lin Chu said, let's prepare a few things first. We must definitely bring enough water and dry provisions. Tang Jiu's remark about carrier pigeons, and even eagles being unable to fly over the forest, suddenly reminded Lin Chu of a documentary she had once watched. Some bird species navigate using the Earth's magnetic field. If the magnetic field is too strong, it could very likely disorient the birds. Moreover, the original novel also mentioned that most of the people who died in the soul-severing stone forest were unable to find their way out and eventually died of hunger and thirst within. Yuan San, upon returning, also had the same intention as Lin Chu. He always acted cautiously. Hearing Tang Jiu speak of the terror of the soul-severing stone forest, he immediately decided to prepare thoroughly before going to search for Yan Minghua. That way the chances of success would be higher. He immediately said, Madam is absolutely right, we must prepare thoroughly. Shi Lu, although also raised in this border region, had almost never left Jiang City from childhood to adulthood, and therefore didn't know as much as Tang Jiu. Hearing Yuan San and Lin Chu's words, he immediately said, I'm going too. Third brother, I'm going too. And me, I'm going too. I'll go lose these days. Tang Jiu, who had been somewhat disheartened, suddenly said. It was clear that he greatly feared the soul-severing stone forest, yet his ability to make such a decision was truly commendable. He looked up, his eyes still red, but his gaze was now firmer. I am familiar with this region inside the stone F. Orest, I can still reluctantly lead the way. Vien Tam Vio Vi Han. Macdukong Noigi, and Hung Hua Thursday to the Hien Trong Siu Chi. Han Lap Tiuchan Duong Cuva Vi Nuoi Nam Nantalan Kok. Ba Ho Di Chuan Bai Du Luong Kova Nuok. Thach Luk Kong Duok Chan Lap Tivi Lo Lang Tam Sie Sa Lai Kong Cho Ta Di. Thach Luk Tai Lan Tuoi Han Duong Qmot Chut. And Hung Tin Catch Lai Kem Truong Tan Han Nu. How Head On Am Du Koi Han Nu Mot Thunian. Vien Tam Tram Gam Mot Luke Roy Noi. Nuoi Muon Di Kung Duok. And Hung Chi Ko the Cho Ben Nguai Thach Lambda Tipung Chung Ta. Nu Nuoi Kong Lam Duok Tio Lai Trong Ai. Doi Mat Sung Du Vi Kak Kwa Thach Luk Kan Du Ho. Han Kan Rang Noi Duok Tao Lai Nguai de Tipung Kak Nuoi. Mot Nam Nuoi and Han Chong Di Suang Chuan Bai Du Dac Kwamen. Lam So Bao Mua Nuoi Meng Them Mot Tue Tiaro Go. Thursday Du Kong Nong Lam Meng Tren Lung Ingwa Kung Tian. Mua Nuoi Tai Kong Hu Wai Nia, and Hung Du Meng Theo. Vi Nu Lai Nu Dat Ni No Ra Du Gi. Kio Lam So Den Emotino Yen Tin. Duate Nam Le Ko Te Nong. Lam So Tu Vi Mat Quav Nu Nan Ra Nong Ta Dang Bat Mok. Bat Mok Zong Vi Nu Nu Fat Hien Ra Emoti Chien Kong the Tin Noi. On Mat Degi Ngio Nin Lam So. Nuoi Vasuda Tachua Ko Lam Chien Fu the Sa? Lam So Ko Chut Sa Ho. Bat Mok Thoi Ko Dai Ko the Beat Emoti Nuoi Ko Kon Trong Trang He Kong Sa? Nong A Piang Kong Beat Tra Loi Vi Nu Ka Hoi Nai the Now. Vi Mat Vi Nu Lai Him Kai Niam Tc. Band Out So Nuoi Bai. SOC Ko Tai Ma Kong Beat Lai Di Theo Chung Ta Mao Him. Kong Ngio Tang Nok Du Lai Nin Nu Vei. De Muoi Nuoi Kong Beat Chien Di Nai Noi Him. Nai sie ban than ta kung kong chut ko the song sat tierovi. Ko the koi duok nuoi la fut kai kwa tang na kan zuok du. And hung nuoi la nuoi trong trang. Kong kim fi vi han ma lam dinami si nai. Lam so ko chut ngak ning kai vi nu lai noira and hung loi nu vei. Trong long nong ko vi fan cam dong. And hung van kin quiet noi. Cho du han the now ta kung fi nin thay han, mwa ko the tom. Vi nu vi kong I nai ma mat du ho. Nong I koi noi tang nak du sui zio nu adoi. Koi kung ong troi kung thuang zat cho han emoti lan. Ko duok nuoi the tu tot nu vei. Chi zem hung ko min koi vi ma tip ti si kung chu hei kong. Lam so duok kin ma nai gung. Hai nuoi no vi ka nuam wa tachare. Lam so din cho quan wai kwap emoti dong fu thani lo va jc bang. Roy quave chung emoti chien. Meng tu hoi theo. Vinu va vin tam kung mua nuoi de chuan bai zong. Han muoi kan ingwa dang di lai nguai kim dong quan. They lam so meng theo and hung Thursday lin kin tren lung ingwa. Sao lung kong ko emoti cheek geo tre dung emoti concho. Vinu em lang emoti de muoi. Concho nai kong kim meng theo dawancha. Vin tam lai dot nin hu wai qua lam so. Han in oi funan muon dung con cho nai de tim yin dai sie sa. Lam so gat dao. Tu hoi tai kong bang and hung chu cho engip viu dua quan lian chuyen engip. And hung noda o kung yen min qua. Emoti thoi john dai rat quan thuak voi mui qua yen min qua. Bao tu hoi engui mui de tim emoti nui la ko the ko. And hung tim yen min qua. Nua chu nan qua no. Chik chan kong ko van de gi. Nong kong ko wai meng theo emoti bo quan ama yen min qua thuang mak. Beat tin yen min qua vi trui dui ho dien leap ma veo don han thach lam. Chu so I kim dong quan kung vio kung lo lang. Tam chi dike than din song tan tien ho chu 6. Not din fi dua yen chu tuong quan rung wen ven. Bon so I si cho kak nuo overroy moi emotique mung song. Loy no I nai rat ko trong luong. Du de thay chu so I kim dong quan koi trong yen min quan yi now. Vien tam cam on chu so I si don nuoi koi ingwa zong veo mon dem. Ben nguai kim dong quan kong ko tuet roy. And hung troi ko va lan kin kung. Geo lan vi dem tat veo mat dao nu dao cat. Lam so dung chi con de chuan by san quan kin sie on mat. Chi chua lai doi mat. Nong van cam thay mat by geo lan loi ko rat. Nong dua moti chi kong kok cho vi nu. Vi nu noi loi cam on kung dung kong quan kin mat. A group of people rode horses for 4 hours and finally arrived at the legendary soul-severing stone forest. Seen from afar, the rocky hill was not very high, but the rocks piled on top of each other, like crooked gravestones, looked utterly terrifying in the dark night. Perhaps because they had previously heard Duong Q tell the legend of the soul-severing stone forest, now looking at the stone forest like a beast open, and its massive mouth in the dark night, everyone felt gloomy and strange, as if in the next moment, demons and ghosts would crawl out from the chaotic pile of stones. This space was too quiet. There was no sound of insects, nor the sound of birds chirping, only a deathly silence. Duong Q looked at the sky and said, "In these cold winter months, dawn breaks late. It's only Geohoi 9 to 11 p.m. now. If we wait until dawn, it will be at least after Geodan 3 to 5 a.m. Well, light torches and go straight in," Lam So said. "You guys bring out 2 horses and tie all the wood ash we brought onto them." Although Thatch Luke was very concerned about Yen Min Kwa's safety, he was also trembling with fear at this scene. He stammered, "Sister-in-law, is this wood ash for warding off evil spirits?" When he was little, he heard old people say that wood ash could ward off evil spirits. Lam So was stunned for a moment. She had brought the wood ash simply to scatter it along the way, so that they wouldn't get lost when they came out later. But thinking of the ancient people's awe and fear of ghosts and demons, she solemnly nodded, "We will scatter the wood ash along the path, and ghosts and demons won't dare to come and disturb us." This statement seemed to have a calming effect on everyone. The big, strong men preparing to enter the stone forest, seeing 7 or 8 sacks of wood ash on the 2 horses, their expressions immediately became less tense. Veen Tam glanced at Lam So without exposing her. A group of people lit torches and entered the stone forest. The large bag containing medicine and gauze was carried on the back of a strong man. Lam So only hugged Chu Hoi. As they approached this hill filled with strange rocks, Chu Hoi began to tremble uneasily, even wanting to jump out of Lam So's arms to escape. That was the danger that the animal's sixth sense warned it about. Lam So stroked Chu Hoi. The accompanying men couldn't help but feel tense. The man scattering the wood ash didn't need Lam So to remind him. As soon as he stepped into this forest, he began scattering ash along the path. Because Duongqiu had heard the legend of the soul-severing stone forest since childhood, and it was now night, Lam So noticed he was very uneasy. She wanted to say a few words to distract him. Brother Duong, before my husband went to battle, had his wound healed? Duongqiu, afraid Lam So would worry, immediately told the truth. Sister-in-law, Big Brother Yen wasn't actually injured last time. Ho Dian Liat's arrow was blocked by his heart-protecting mirror. He only pretended to be injured to make Ho Dian Liat lower his guard. Lam So. Oh. Duongqiu suddenly realized he had indirectly betrayed Yen Min Kwa. Thinking of Yen Min Kwa's smug look every day when he received nourishing soup, Duongqiu suddenly felt that if Yen Min Kwa returned safely, his future days might not be pleasant. A strong man suddenly screamed tragically. Chapter 40. Everyone immediately tense. Up. Veen Tam, who was originally walking at the front, upon hearing that tragic scream, immediately took his torch and turned back. Lam So was walking in the middle of the group. The big, strong man who had screamed was walking at the back. Many torches illuminated a space. Only on the piled-up rocks, a small black snake scurried away and disappeared. And on the leg of that big strong man, his thick felt-lined leather boots and felt-lined long pants were pulled up, revealing two blood-soaked, highly prominent tooth marks on his calf. Damn it, it's so cold yet there are snakes. A man holding a torch said. That's not right, why am I feeling hot after entering this forest? Wei Ru wiped the sweat from her forehead. Previously, to combat the cold, she had dressed very warmly, and now she only felt as if she was about to be steamed alive. Lin Chu also felt herself sweating profusely. With this strange climate, she wasn't a meteorologist. Based on her current knowledge, Lin Chu couldn't explain the reason either. Bear with it for a bit. Yuan San handed the torch to Duongqiu, pulled out the dagger tucked into his waistband, and made a cross-shaped incision where the man had been bitten by the snake. The blood flowing out was still bright red, showing no signs of poisoning. Duongqiu said, it seems that snake is an Oa saw snake, common in this border region, and it's not venomous. Hearing him say that, the man who had been bitten by the snake finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chu reminded Yuan San, there are heat-clearing and detoxifying pills in the satchel. Just in case, it's better to give this brother one pill, and then bandage his leg with gauze. The man who had been bitten by the snake probably felt embarrassed, repeatedly waving his hand. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your kindness. That snake isn't venomous. I have thick skin and coarse flesh. The wound on my leg is just like being pricked twice by a needle. It's nothing, it's nothing. Lin Chu insisted, this forest is strange, it's better to be careful. Yuan San gave the man an antidote pill, then bandaged his calf with gauze. Their physical constitution was better than that of ordinary people. The clothes they wore hadn't made them feel cold when riding horses in the chilly wind before, but now, entering this forest, it felt like going from a freezing winter into a place transitioning between spring and summer, making them naturally feel very hot in their clothes. Yuan San also felt his whole body sticky with sweat. No wonder the man had previously rolled up his pant legs to cool off. After bandaging the wound, he patted the man's shoulder and said loudly, brother, bear with it a bit. This forest is strange, no matter how hot it gets, don't leave your hands and feet bare. After the incident with the man being bitten by the snake, the rest of the group became more vigilant, naturally not daring to take risks. The whole group rested for a bit, drank some water and then went deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, a three-way fork appeared. Yuan San and Duongqiu no longer dared to arbitrarily lead the way, fearing that if they weren't careful and took the wrong path, they wouldn't find Yen Min Kwa again. Lin Chu placed Xiao Hui on the ground, took Yen Min Kwa's clothes from her satchel, and let Xiao Hui sniff them. She squatted down and stroked Xiao Hui's fur behind its neck. Xiao Hui, we're relying entirely on you. Xiao Hui whined a few times uneasily. It was clear it was very uncomfortable here, but it still sniffed Yen Min Kwa's clothes, then sniffed around the three paths. Finally, it returned to Lin Chu's side, constantly rubbing against her leg and whimpering softly. Wei Ru was confused. What does this dog mean? Lin Chu also didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Hui. She offered Yen Min Kwa's clothes for it to sniff again, but Xiao Hui clearly no longer had any interest in sniffing around the fork in the road. Duongqiu looked at the ground and suddenly said, Perhaps elder brother Yen rode a horse into this forest, so the dog can't smell elder brother Yen? This remark immediately enlightened everyone. Lin Chu immediately became worried again. Then how are we supposed to find my husband? We can't smell the horse he rode either. Duongqiu thought for a moment, suddenly took off the satchel on his person, handed it to a large man next to him, then took off his outer coat and gave it to Lin Chu's sister-in-law. Please let the dog sniff his coat. This morning I helped elder brother Yen lead his horse. His horse Oe Van is famously ferocious. I was almost kicked by its hooves and had to wrestle with it for a long time. There must be a lot of its smell clinging to this coat. Lam So held this coat for Little Gray to sniff. This time Little Gray quickly led them down the path on the left. Following this way past several forks, finally, upon reaching a straight path, Little Gray stopped again. Everyone looked towards where Little Gray had stopped. By the roadside was a forest. Outside this pass, such a lush forest was rare. But what was noteworthy was that the tree branches here showed clear signs of being broken. Lam So pondered for a moment, then told everyone, we'll go up from here. She guessed that when Yen Minhua pursued Ho Dian-Lit had hidden in here, and Yen Minhua had also abandoned his horse to give chase. This forest was dense with branches and leaves. Entering with torches was not easy. Vien Tam called two burly men and told them to chop out a path. Entering a forest, the scariest thing is getting lost. But with Vien Tam and the others chopping so vigorously, the visibility of this path remained very high. After chopping for a while, the burly men were all drenched in sweat, so they had to take off their heavy padded jackets. This place was no longer eerily quiet like the previous stretch of road. Birdsong could be heard amidst the foliage, but the singing was somewhat mournful and chilling. As a burly man was chopping branches, he felt something cold and slippery fall into his hand. He reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand and then swinging his knife down. Immediately, two small snake segments still writhing appeared on the ground. This cold creature was cut into two pieces. No blood was seen, and even the snake's head still gaped ferociously. Seeing that sight made Lam So get goosebumps all over. She wasn't afraid of fierce beasts, only of cold, slippery creatures like these. It seems there are many snakes in this forest. Everyone be careful, Vien Tam called out. The deeper they went, the clearer the signs of battle became. They even saw a large iron axe, full of long spikes, on a low mound. This is Ho Dian-Lit's weapon. Duongqiu shouted. Lam So glanced and saw bloodstains on the iron axe. Her heart sank. She didn't know if that blood belonged to Yen Minhua, but just thinking about being struck by this spiked axe, she already felt pain all over her body. Little Gray no longer needed to sniff Yen Minhua's clothes. It ran by itself in one direction. It was already dim dawn. From afar, it was no longer a pitch-black expanse, but a grayish color. Lam So called Little Gray's name and chased after it. Venu, worried about her safety, always walked closely behind. Little Gray stopped in front of a large rock ahead. Everyone vaguely saw clothing fabric under the rock. Their hearts sank in unison. Getting closer, Lam So couldn't restrain herself and screamed. From the attire and build, it could be recognized that the person crushed under the rock was not Yen Minhua, but Ho Dian-Lit. But his head had been chopped off. As soon as Lam So saw this horrifying sight, both her vision and nerves were stimulated. She ran to the edge of the forest and vomited violently. Venu looked at the corpse, frowned, then her complexion changed, and she also vomited like Lam So. The burly men didn't pay much attention to this, assuming they hadn't seen such a horrific scene of killing. Vien Tam, however, looked at Venu a few times with some suspicion. Chopping off Hu Yenlai's head proves that Big Brother Yen is fine now, Tangzhou said loudly. The faces of the big men who accompanied them finally showed a few more hints of joy. How could that barbarian be Big Brother's opponent? A big man, perhaps hungry, said while taking out a piece of bread to gnaw on. Lin Chu, after vomiting, saw this scene and was speechless, not knowing what to say. There was still a fresh headless corpse here, yet they had already started eating and drinking so casually? Those who had been to the battlefield were indeed very strong. The only thing that comforted Lin Chu was that Wei Ru, though strong, was like her, also nauseated by these bloody scenes. This made her feel that she wasn't the only one so weak. In a short while the sky was completely bright. Yuan San and the others extinguished their torches, and everything in the forest became clear. Following the blood trail will surely lead us to Big Brother Yen, Tangzhou said. Yen Minghua had cut off Hu Yanlai's head. As long as he hadn't gone too far, blood would surely have dripped along the way. As they went down the slope, Lin Chu accidentally fell, startling the entire group. Wei Ru hastily helped her up, assessing her from head to toe. Sister-in-law, you weren't hurt by the fall, were you? Lin Chu shook her head, then squatted down again. All the way here, she had noticed many gravels. Last night was too dark to see clearly. Now that it was bright after her recent fall, she clearly saw the gravel on the ground, almost all of which was black. There were even quite a few black stones adhering to small, irregularly shaped stones. What's wrong? Wei Ru saw her staring at the ground and also squatted down. Lin Chu took out the small knife she carried for self-defense and placed it on that stone. Her knife was tightly attracted by the stone. This mountainous area is definitely a magnetite mine. Lin Chu's voice was full of excitement. She finally understood why little Hui didn't like this place, and why Tangzhou said carrier pigeons couldn't fly through here. Animals' sixth sense is very strong. This mountainous area is full of magnetite ore, and the natural magnetic field is very strong, which would make little Hui feel uncomfortable, and also disrupt the pigeon's ability to sense Earth's magnetic field. As for why the climate here was different from outside, Lin Chu couldn't explain it for the moment. Perhaps it was caused by the magnetic field, or it could be due to other reasons. Nature always has its wonders. Or mine. Wei Ru was a little surprised. She also carefully looked at the small black stones on the ground, muttering, my master used to tell me that when forging iron, the stones were all red, so why are all these stones black? Both red and black are iron ore, but using red iron ore for smelting yields a slightly larger amount of iron, Lin Chu explained. Red is probably iron oxide, and in ancient times, iron smelting mostly used iron oxide. Magnetite ore, when smelted, doesn't have as good a reduction ability as iron oxide. You also know how to forge iron? Wei Ru's face showed joy. Lin Chu's personality suited her, and if Lin Chu also liked forging iron, she felt they would have another topic to talk about, and could also frequently exchange iron forging skills. Lin Chu hastily shook her head. I don't know how to forge iron, I only know a few techniques involved. With these small arms and legs of hers, forging iron was out of the question. Regarding iron smelting, she only knew a few principles and had never practiced it herself. But now that there was an iron ore mine, and an iron forging expert was here, Lin Chu felt that if she wanted to use the magnetite ore here to forge refined iron, it was still possible. Woof woof. Little Hui suddenly barked twice, then ran off in one direction. Lam So was slightly stunned, and hastily gave chase. Chapter 41. Xiao Hui ran straight to a small stream before stopping. From afar, Lam So saw the horse-o van standing by the stream. Her heart filled with immense joy, and she rushed over. When she saw Yen Minghua unconscious by the stream, her heart constricted. Husband! She approached to examine him, and immediately discovered something unusual. Yen Minghua's face was ashen, his lips purple, clearly signs of poisoning. Lam So anxiously reached out to feel Yen Minghua's nostrils, and only when she confirmed he was still breathing did she feel a little more at ease. Bending down for a closer look, there was also a cross-shaped wound on Yen Minghua's arm, but it seemed to have been there for a while, as the wound now had a scab of dried blood. And above the arm a strip of cloth was tied tightly. Clearly, fearing the spread of the toxin, he had tied it himself before losing consciousness. What happened to Brother Yen? Veen Tam and the group also arrived running. He must have been bitten by a poisonous snake. Lam So knelt beside Yen Minghua, her voice trembling in a way she didn't even recognize. Veen Tam squatted down to examine the arm Yen Minghua had tied tightly with the cloth strip. The skin below the ligature was bluish-purple and swollen, a stark contrast to the pale blue color above the arm. Without a word, Veen Tam intended to untie the cloth strip on Yen Minghua's arm. Duan Q was a bit worried. If you untie the cloth strip, the toxin will spread faster. Veen Tam didn't stop his movements and said in a deep voice, Brother Yen's arm has been tied for a while now. If we don't untie it, I'm afraid this arm will become necrotic. Lam So knew that prolonged lack of blood circulation to a certain part of the body would indeed cause a large number of cells in that part to die. She was a little flustered. Medicine? There's antidote in the pouch. Quickly give him 2 pills. Vinu held Lam So's shoulders tightly. Sister-in-law, don't panic. This kid has a tough life, he'll be fine. She saw that Vien Tam had untied the cloth strip on Yen Min Kwa's arm, and said, I learned a bit of rudimentary medical skill from my martial arts master's wife. Let me check his pulse first. Vien Tam obediently made way. Vinu held Yen Min Kwa's wrist to check his pulse. Her eyebrows furrowed. It seemed the situation was not very optimistic. How is it? Lam So asked anxiously. Vinu also seemed very annoyed. This type of poison is very potent. After such a long time it has already spread to all the internal organs. I'm out of ideas. Perhaps if my master's wife were here, she might have a way. Lam So suddenly felt her limbs grow cold. As a major antagonist who lives until the very end, how could Yen Min Kwa die? There must be a way to resolve this. The original work didn't mention much about Yen Min Kwa's past. Lam So didn't know if he had ever entered this soul-severing stone forest. But Lam So remembered the male protagonist, Han Q. Yuan Deep. To find that spiritual medicine for the female protagonist, Han Quan Deep was also bitten by a snake in the soul-severing stone forest. That snake was extremely venomous, but luckily Han Quan Deep, in desperation, picked a random fruit to eat because he was thirsty. Who would have thought that fruit was precisely the snake mother fruit, which could neutralize all poisons? Han Quan Deep not only detoxified himself, but also gained a constitution immune to all poisons. The strong men, hearing Vinu's words, all looked a bit disheartened. Lam So suddenly said, the ancients often said, where there are snakes and scorpions, there is certainly an antidote within 100 paces. Everyone please spread out and search, see if there are any fruits or medicinal plants. Be careful not to go too far, lest you get lost. These words rekindled a glimmer of hope for everyone. The strong men all spread out to search for the antidote. Vinu helped Yen Min Kwa up, then sat cross-legged behind him, seemingly preparing to circulate her internal energy to help him expel some of the poison. Seeing this, Vien Tam furrowed his brows tightly. Second miss, you, this rotten brat and I are from the same martial sect, and the internal energy cultivation technique we practice is also the same, so it shouldn't be rejected. I will first use my internal energy to protect his heart meridian. You all quickly go with sister-in-law and search everywhere. See if there's anything resembling an ant. I don't. Vinu's voice brooked no refusal. Vien Tam's expression changed, but he still said, protecting the heart meridian consumes a lot of internal energy. Second miss, please try for just half a coup, then let me take over. After all, he was Yen Min Kwa's family retainer who had followed him up the mountain. That year, old man Bok Ki saw that his innate talent wasn't bad, so he taught him martial arts. The internal energy cultivation techniques, of course, only the 3 close disciples of old man Bok Ki were qualified to learn. Therefore, if he were to use his internal energy to help Yen Min Kwa protect his heart meridian, he feared that his internal energy and Yen Min Kwa's would not be compatible, and it might backfire. Vinu said nothing, placed her hand on Yen Min Kwa's back, and it seemed she had already begun circulating her internal energy. Vien Tam knew that he couldn't disturb Vinu at this moment, and immediately fell silent. Lam So's heart was burning with anxiety. Seeing several men searching in the bushes, she said, my husband was bitten on the arm, and that snake very likely fell from a tree. Everyone looked to see if there are any fruits on the trees. Having had the previous experience of a snake falling from a tree, everyone didn't find Lam So's words strange. A group of people all went into the forest to search. Lam So was also preparing to enter the nearby forest when little Hoi, who was following her, suddenly let out a threatening growl. Lam So immediately became alert, taking a few steps towards the dense bushes. Cuckoo! It was a tender cry, but it sounded as if it was threatening something. Lam So felt it sounded like the cry of a bird. She pushed aside a bush and indeed saw a fledgling cowering beneath the undergrowth. Calling it an eagle wasn't entirely accurate, because it was clearly still young, but its size was already larger than a normal eagle. Moreover, one of its wings had clear bloodstains. Looking at the wound on its wing, it was probably due to a fall. Among birds of prey, mother birds dropping their fledglings from cliffs to teach them to fly are mostly condor eagles. However, condor eagles usually live on grasslands and bear the title king of the sky. Their flight time is very long, their speed is fast, and their movements are agile, considered to be the best among birds of prey. Small animals discovered by condor eagles usually find it difficult to escape their pursuit. It is also precisely because condor eagles hunt animals that their size is much larger than that of ordinary eagles. Associating this with the fact that beyond the pass lay grasslands, Lam So didn't find it too strange for a condor eagle to appear here. The eagle in front of her looked extremely pathetic. Its feathers were disheveled, with some areas suffering severe feather loss, making it look bare. Lam So guessed that this condor eagle was probably brought to a high cliff by its mother, and then dropped to teach it to fly. As a result, this eagle was injured in the fall and could no longer fly. Its mother probably thought it was dead, and so abandoned it. Sometimes the animal world is just that cruel, only the strong survive. The condor eagle watched Lam So cautiously. Its beak continuously emitted hoarse cuckoo sounds, which sounded like a threat. Something was moving beneath its feet. The eagle's sharp beak pecked down and retrieved a tiny snake gallbladder. Only then did Lam So clearly see that the condor eagle was stepping on a snake of considerable size. The snake, with its belly torn open, looked incredibly gruesome. Lam So still couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Every time she saw a snake she got goosebumps. Sister-in-law, the strong men who had gone to search for the antidote nearby, seeing Lam So disappear, had come looking for her. "I am here," Lam So quickly replied. It was precisely in this moment of looking up that she saw a tall wooden tree wrapped in a vine, on which hung 2 bright red fruits. For some reason, Lam So had an intuition in her heart that told her that was the snake mother fruit. Duan Q let his brothers over. His expression was a little dejected. "We've searched everywhere, and haven't found any trees with fruits." Lam So pointed at the cliff face for them to see. There are fruits there. A group of people immediately showed expressions of joy. Duan Q led another large man to climb the tree and pick the fruits. The 2 quickly picked those 2 fruits down. Before leaving, Lam So looked again at the eagle huddled in the bush. She took a piece of meat pastry from her bosom, broke off the outer crust, revealing cooked meat inside. Lam So threw the piece of meat down at the eagle's feet. When she returned, Lam So saw that Vinu had also fallen. She was immediately startled and asked Veen Tam. Veen Tam's face was a little pale. Second young miss transmitted her internal energy to elder brother Yen. Their Chang Kai mingled, and she was infected by the snake venom. Vinu was only unconscious for a moment. When she heard Lam So's voice she woke up, but the snake venom left her completely powerless. At this moment she still tried to sit up and reproached, "Don't scare my junior sister-in-law." Vinu looked at Lam So. Her complexion was grayish-green, almost like Yen Min Kwas. She comforted, "Don't listen to Veen Tam talking nonsense, I'm fine." This was clearly not fine. Lam So felt bitter in her heart. She hurriedly picked up a Xeba fruit, wiped it clean on her clothes, and handed it to Vinu's senior sister. "I think this fruit is most like the antidote. Please try eating it quickly." Vinu took the fruit and thanked her. After eating half of it, she suddenly clutched her stomach in pain, and the remaining half in her hand also fell. "Senior sister." Second young miss. Lam So and Veen Tam cried out simultaneously. Lam So only felt as if she had been hit on the head with a club. She had been too confident, thinking that since she had read the original work she could determine that it was the Xeba fruit. Her vision blurred a little. It was tears obscuring her sight. Lam So didn't know if what she felt in her heart was self-reproach or remorse. She supported Vinu with one hand, pressed on Vinu's back with the other, trying to remain calm. "Senior sister, press on the base of your tongue, vomit the fruit out." Vinu gripped Lam So's hand. Her face was extremely pale, but she still tried to keep her voice calm. "I'm fine. This fruit is the antidote, it's just that its medicinal properties are a bit strong. We can give it to Yen Han now." She tried to regulate her breathing a few times. Her expression no longer seemed as pained as before, but her face was still pale. Veen Tam looked at Vinu, wanting to speak but refraining. Vinu cast a glance. Unlike her usual carefree appearance, that look was sharp. Veen Tam understood the warning in her eyes. He could only press his lips together and remain silent. Knowing that it was indeed the antidote, Lam So felt a little relieved in her heart. She told Duan Q to find a way to feed the fruit to Yen Min Kwa. Duan Q had a difficult expression. "Sister-in-law, elder brother Yen is unconscious. How can I make him eat this?" Lam So suddenly got a headache. How could she have forgotten this? Han Quan Deep could eat the fruit by himself because he was still conscious at that time. Now that Yen Min Kwa was unconscious, how could she make him eat the fruit? There were also no conditions here to squeeze this fruit into juice and feed it to him. While she was pondering, Venu suddenly said, "What is that?" Lam So followed Venu's gaze and saw the dirty feathered eagle slowly approaching them, holding a snake gall bladder in its mouth. This is repaying kindness with kindness? This big bird has gained sentience. Sister-in-law just gave it a piece of meat pastry, and now it's bringing a snake gall bladder as a thank you gift? Duong Q exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. My master said all things have spirits. Perhaps this is your destiny. Venu's voice sounded very calm. This brat Yin Hang is already like this anyway. Might as well let him try. Lam So also had that thought, and nodded. Veen Tam stepped forward, wanting to take the snake gall bladder from the eagle's mouth, but the eagle avoided him, slowly walking towards Lam So. Did it want her to take it herself? Lam So thought of that wet piece of flesh taken from inside the snake's belly, and goosebumps rose all over her body. But now that it concerned Yen Min Kwa's life, she still bravely took it. The cold, slippery sensation in her hand almost drove Lam So mad. She hugged the snake gall bladder, looking at Veen Tam for help. Veen, brother Veen. Veen Tam took the snake gall bladder, cut it open with a knife, and poured the snake bile inside for Yen Min Kwa to drink. About a quarter of an hour later, it was clearly visible that Yen Min Kwa's hen face had lightened slightly. His fingers moved. Then suddenly his whole body struggled and he sat up, vomiting a few mouthfuls of sour water. His handsome face was contorted into a distorted grimace so bitter. Husband! Lam So saw this, her face beaming with boundless joy. Yen Min Kwa heard the sound, turned his head and looked at Lam So. Perhaps the snake venom hadn't completely dissipated, making his nerves a little sluggish. He stared at Lam So for a moment, his expression still hazy. Blockhead, why are you here? Chapter 42. Blockhead? Lam So looked at Yen Min Kwa, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. Husband, what did you just call me? Yen Min Kwa's gaze shifted slightly, and he hurriedly clutched his chest, coughing. Big brother. You're finally awake. Big brother, have some water. Seeing Yen Min Kwa awaken, all the men were overjoyed surrounding him. Lam So found it inconvenient to pursue this matter at this moment, so she temporarily put it aside. Yen Min Kwa took the water bottle Veen Tam offered, and rinsed his mouth. He still felt his entire oral cavity was extremely bitter. He frowned and said, why is my mouth so bitter? Duong Q wiped the remaining Xeba fruit on his robe, and offered it to Yen Min Kwa. Big brother was bitten by a venomous snake. We just gave you a snake gallbladder to drink. It's bound to be very bitter. Big brother Yen, eat this fruit to alleviate the bitterness. Yen Min Kwa looked at the clear indentation left by the fabric strip tied on his left arm. This arm of his was still slightly numb, perhaps a lingering effect from prolonged lack of blood circulation. He took the fruit Duong Q offered and bit into it. The fruit's refreshing sweetness finally made his taste buds feel more comfortable. Lam So silently watched this scene, an indescribable subtle feeling in her heart. The great villain. Will he also be immune to all poisons from now on? Duong Q's expression was incredibly complex, making it impossible to tell whether he was crying or laughing. We were all scared to death when we saw Big Brother poisoned. Fortunately, sister-in-law was quick-witted, saying that where there are snakes and centipedes, within 100 steps there must be an antidote. This antidote fruit was also found because sister-in-law led us to it. Yen Min Kwa heard this, and his gaze towards Lam So gained a few more parts of joy and tenderness. But he was not one to speak soft words, so he still put on a displeased face. Didn't we use snake bile? Speaking of snake gall, the brothers became even more agitated. Unexpectedly, that snake gall could really cure elder brother Yan's snake venom. Sister-in-law gave an eagle a piece of meat pastry, and this eagle then brought snake gall to repay the favor. When Tangzhou spoke of this, he still felt it was incredibly mystical. Feeling Yen Min Kwa's gaze becoming increasingly fervent, Lin Chu felt extremely distressed in her heart. She also did. And to know why this eagle was so miraculous. She was just a female engineer who transmigrated into a book, not some demon, ghost, or monster. It would be best if these people didn't misunderstand a million times over. She didn't want to be regarded as an evil temptress and then burned to death in the slightest. A group of people rested for a moment, preparing to set off back. When Wei Ru stood up, Lin Chu noticed a bloodstain behind her skirt. Lin Chu immediately thought Wei Ru was injured. But throughout this journey, Wei Ru had fundamentally not fought with anyone. This wound was not an external injury. Looking at Wei Ru's pale complexion, Lin Chu thought of menstruation again. Menstrual cramps, whether a weak woman or a strong person, all had to succumb to them. Fortunately, everyone's attention was now focused on Yan Mingqua. Lin Chu was afraid Wei Ru would be seen by others and feel embarrassed, so she took the large scarf she had previously used to cover her face and gave it to Wei Ru to wrap around her waist. Wei Ru looked at Lin Chu with a watchful yet slightly surprised expression. Lin Chu smiled kindly at her. Senior sister, are you unwell? Wei Ru seemed to understand what Lin Chu said. She was slightly stunned, then returned a bright smile to Lin Chu. Many thanks, junior sister-in-law. Yan Mingqua looked in this direction, and upon seeing, noticed Wei Ru's pale complexion. He frowned. Are you injured? Wei Ru glared at him. Do you think this old mother is your Sti? Nkiwai brat? Second Miss just used her inner energy to help you expel the poison, so she was infected with snake venom. After Yuan San said this, he glanced at Wei Ru again. Previously he had also called Yan Mingqua heir apparent, but ever since Yan Mingqua was exiled to Jiangqing 5 years ago, to deceive the world, they always addressed each other as brothers. It had become a habit these past few years. Afraid that the other brothers would suspect, Yan Mingqua also didn't tell him to correct it. Yan Mingqua assessed Wei Ru. You won't die, will you? Wei Ru feigned wanting to hit Yan Mingqua. Is this impertinent brat itching for a beating again? Aside from her slightly pale complexion, Wei Ru indeed showed no signs of being poisoned now. Only then did Yan Mingqua retract his gaze. A scourge left for 1,000 years. Wei Ru didn't argue back anymore, lowering her eyes, her expression spiritless. Lin Chu thought that Wei Ru was exhausted from the entire night and, having just been poisoned by a snake, was overly tired. She suggested everyone return first. The mountain road was rugged, and the entire group led their horses on foot. Hu Yanlai's head was wrapped by Yan Mingqua using a piece of cloth cut from Hu Yanlai's own clothes. Yan Mingqua saw that Lin Chu was scared, so he gave that head to a large man to carry. What surprised Lin Chu was that the eagle kept following them, neither fast nor slow. Xiao Hui was always on guard. Once it even tried to run up and chase the eagle away, but after the eagle pecked it once, it let out a tragic cry. It huddled at Lin Chu's feet, its face as if about to cry, seemingly waiting for Lin Chu to roast that eagle for it to vent its anger. Isn't this eagle full? Lin Chu was a little doubtful, wondering whether she should give it a piece of meat pastry. Yan Mingqua narrowed his eyes, glancing at the bamboo basket that had previously been used to hold Xiao Hui on the horse's back, and said, use this bamboo basket to bring the eagle back. Lin Chu's eyes widened. Huh? Yan Mingqua handed the bamboo basket to Yuan San, but his words were directed at Lin Chu. This eagle has a broken wing. If it's not carefully nurtured, it's very likely to die out here in the wilderness. The eagle glanced at Yan Mingqua, its yellow bird eyes seemingly carrying an innate pride. It unwillingly crawled into the bamboo basket. This bamboo basket was a bit large for Chu Hui, but it seemed a little small for this eagle. Chu Hui saw its temporary home occupied and whimpered sadly. It kept rubbing its round body against Lam So's ankle, its eyes moist, as if it really wanted to cry. Considering Yan Mingqua's words, Lam So thought that this eagle had, after all, saved Yan Mingqua's life once, and she couldn't bear to just leave it to live or die. Facing her aggrieved pet dog son, she had no choice but to sit down and stroke Chu Hui's back. Be good. I'll carry you back later. It was now daytime, and the wood ash scattered last. Night was very conspicuous. The group of people smoothly left the Don Han stone forest. Thatch Luke saw them all return safely, his eyes red-rimmed, almost bursting into tears again. Yen, big brother Yen. You are all alright, that's really great. The others waiting outside the stone forest also gathered around, asking questions with concern. Yan Mingqua patted Thatch Luke's shoulder, saying loudly, my brothers, we still have to go into battle together to kill the enemy, eat big feasts together, and drink wine by the bowlful. That's right. Eat big feasts, drink wine by the bowlful. The big men shouted. Chili Arch Yen, Your safe return is truly the best news. The commander-in-chief is still waiting for your return to hold a celebration feast, a junior officer said with a smile. Lam So looked at the carriage behind him. She guessed this was sent by the commander-in-chief afterwards. In her heart, she felt a few more points of goodwill towards this commander-in-chief of Kim Dong Pass. In a situation where Yen Min Kwa's life or death was uncertain, to directly send a carriage showed ample sincerity. Moreover, it seemed this carriage had been here for some time. The commander-in-chief must have given instructions after they left last night. Yen Min Kwa thanked that junior officer. He still wanted to ride his horse back, but Lam So squeezed both him and his pet dog Sun into the carriage. Lam So thought Vinu was having her menstrual period, and riding a horse would be inconvenient, so she told Vinu to also ride in the carriage. Vinu agreed very readily. The entire group returning to Kim Dong Pass was exhausted. The commander-in-chief was very understanding and reasonable, telling them to rest well and only hold the celebration feast 2 days later. During that time, he again sent military doctors to examine Yen Min Kwa's injuries. Lam So returned to the inn, having not slept all night. She was planning to take a bath and then have a good sleep. But as soon as she immersed herself in the hot water, all her aching muscles relaxed. She fell asleep right in the bathtub. Kinichua's legs and feet were unwell now. She spent most of her time recuperating in bed, rarely going out. When Yen Min Kwa finished dealing with the military doctors and came looking for her, he saw this alluring sight. Hot steam enveloped the wooden bathtub, looking hazy and indistinct. His little wife's head leaned against the rim of the tub. Her 2 arms, as fair as lotus roots, rested on the tub's rim. Half of her rounded shoulder could be seen. To be honest, this posture was a bit unrestrained, but in the eyes of a smitten man, everything is beautiful. When Yen Min Kwa saw it, he only felt it was incredibly alluring. He hastily retreated from the doorway, his heart pounding like a drum, trying to keep his voice calm. I am sorry. This was not the first time he had accidentally caught her bathing. The scene he had accidentally seen last time reappeared in his mind. Yen Min Kwa only felt his throat constrict. He was wondering what to say later, but suddenly realized there was no movement in the room. Lam So seemed not to have heard his words. Yen Min Kwa immediately thought Lam So was ill, and he quickly stepped into the room. Approaching the bathtub, he heard her steady breathing. Oh, she had fallen asleep. Yen Min Kwa breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes disobediently fixed themselves on what was before him. 2 voices spoke in his mind. One voice said, Yen Han, this is your lawfully wedded wife. What's wrong with looking? Another voice kept repeating, Yen Han, you are a gentleman, you are a gentleman. Yen Min Kwa shut his eyes tightly, muttering that he was a gentleman. He turned to leave the room, but then thought of Kin Hoa, who was now injured. The inn was full of men. Who could he ask to carry Lam So out? He had no choice but to turn back to the bathtub. He stared intently at her face, sleeping peacefully. With a hint of ferocity, he bared a sharp fang. After all, her entire being belongs to this young master. His gaze inadvertently swept downwards. Yen Min Kwa felt a rush of hot air to his head. A warm liquid flowed from his nose. He raised a hand to wipe it and it was all blood. Where was a handkerchief? He was a large man and naturally wouldn't carry such a thing on him. He hadn't seen Lam So use one on ordinary days either. Yen Min Kwa searched all over the room but couldn't find a single cloth to wipe his nose. Catching sight of a tablecloth on the table, Yen Min Kwa dejectedly picked it up. A tablecloth it is then. A short while later, a certain Yen finally managed to stop the bleeding. With a resolute expression he walked towards the bathtub, preparing to lift Lam So. The water in the tub had grown cold. Lam So, groggy and feeling the chill, awoke. Opening her eyes she saw Yen Min Kwa's enlarged, handsome face dark and terrifying. Then she looked down and saw that she was still in the bathtub. Lam So let out a scream, snatched up the wooden dipper used for scooping water, and threw it straight at Yen Min Kwa's head. Yen Min Kwa, you bastard! Thank you for joining Lovebook. See you in the next emotional chapter. Goodbye for now.